united, our culture, united, our culture, united, our culture, united, connecting all over the world, connecting all over the world, connecting all over the world, connecting all over the world.
Word up, mic check, check, check. You're tuned in live, Culture United, every Wednesday, right here on the Company Man channel. Hashtag CU Wednesdays, the last hashtag CU Wednesdays, because it'll be CU Tuesdays from here forward. 9-second applause to you all. Word up. I am back in the greenhouse, back from Vegas and back in the greenhouse. Somehow it's hotter inside here than it felt outside there. But this is a show we've been looking forward to for a very long time. Thank you guys for rocking with us. If this is your first time catching Culture United, it's essentially two shows. The first show is the main discussion with our illustrious panel, tackling the week's most crucial conversations. And then we move into the second show, which is your show. We're basically at your direction. This is the Super Chat show where we answer your questions and comments and also talk about other headlines that we might not get to during the main discussion. 1 second applause. Word up. Now, special guest of the week. Special guest. We got three. We've got three. Actually, my brother been back here before. He's been killing it on YouTube. One of my favorite commentators, particularly his channel, the Lil Bill channel, and also Lil Bill's Barbershop. Lil Bill's Barbershop, keep me updated on everything that's happening in real time. It feels impactful commentary. The one and only Lil Bill. 9-second applause, bro. I like that right there. Also joining the panel today, first time joining the panel today, been a longtime friend of mine, fantastic artist. He is a multidisciplinary artist, podcaster, politician, politics podcaster, coffee company founder and creator of hip hop and poetry, whose work is grounded in justice and the vision of a more livable world. Representing Los Angeles, he will be in Chicago this weekend, along with myself, for the Good Waves Festival, the one and only Propaganda. 9-second applause. Usually people speak. I think Bill set the trend today. Bill just waved and say nothing, stayed on mute, and now Prop following suit. Look at
got
this.
kids screaming in the background. I was trying to be I was trying to have a little bit of decorum.
Man, I was doing my when in Rome type beat. I was like, okay, I guess we ain't supposed to say nothing. Okay, cool. I can follow directions. You know,
see what I'm saying? This is what Bill did. Bill is a trendsetter. He's a thought leader.
Appreciate you, Bill. You know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying? Bill moves, people follow. That's what's up. That's why you love him over here. 1 second applause. Also joined the panel for the first time, he's a professor of communication and Africana studies at Morgan State University in Baltimore, Maryland. Also the author of The Myth and Propaganda of Black Buying Power. He is also the host of the podcast, I Mix What I Like, where scholarship, critical thinking, and the pocket are welcome. The one and only Dr. Jared Ball. 9-second applause.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here. Appreciate you.
Word up, word up, word up. We're excited about this one right here. And as always, co-host of Culture United, proprietor of the incredible Look at the Material pod, rising star in the space, the one and only BK. 9-second applause.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm happy to be back. This is probably one of our best panels to date. So I'm excited to get into this discussion tonight. Let's do it.
That's what's up, what's up. Also co-host of Culture United, killing it every morning with a brand new show, brand new thoughts. One of the illest strategists and a great friend of mine who'll be helping keep me out of trouble all more times than she realized, the one and only Janelle. 9-second applause.
I am so happy to be here today. Like, my cheeks are burning. I'm smiling so much because I'm like, oh, we're about to get into the nitty gritty. We don't have to do the tertiary thing. We're about to get into the details. So let's go, Justin. I'm excited for this panel today.
Word up, word up. It's going to be dope. Once again, this is the first show, the main discussion. After this, we will have our second show, as we call it, that we'll move into. Big shout out to Lils. Lils is our moderator, but she's also our fact checker. So we have fact checking. So anyone on the panel, anytime someone says something that feels like that ain't real, that ain't true, that's living in speculation, call out for a fact check. Lils will go check on it. It'll pop up on the screen like MSNBC. That way we all stay honest. And to everyone that is tuned in, we appreciate your support. Thank you guys so much for supporting Culture United all this time. It's been a fantastic year, and it's going to be a fantastic show. 9-second applause to you all. Word up, word up. Now that we're all in agreement on the wallpaper up first, this show, I think, is hitting at the right time because we are in election season right now. Yeah. And so it's a very interesting conversations that I'm seeing happening in the mainstream when it comes to the left or the liberals or the conservatives, but also I also find it to be a very unique time within hip hop and some of the conversations that are happening through the bars, and definitely at the same time a lack of conversations that I think are happening through the bars in the ways that maybe we have experienced them in years prior. And so we're going to explore all of that on this episode today. But one of the reasons we were able, I think one of the reasons that this show came together the way it did was because of a show we did recently where we were talking about Killer Mike's Red Bull freestyle. And Red Bull, Killer Mike delivered a dope freestyle. The rap was incredible. 1 second applause. But it sounded as if it was a carry on of a conversation where Killer Mike has been receiving a lot of criticism, but also giving a lot of criticism at his position on black capitalism, but also some of his political choices in recent years. And as we talked about in that episode, some of that did feel directed at FD Signifier and our guest, Dr. Jared Ball. And so, Dr. Ball, if you can, I would love for you to share your point of view on your differences and point of view when it comes to Killer Mike and sort of where did all this start?
So first of all, again, thank you very much for the invitation. And as I said before we got started, I have to start off by thanking L and BK because I honestly have not seen anybody represent my argument as well or better than I could in my absence. And it was an honor. We don't know each other personally, so that they would just take up the argument and represent it in good faith is truly an honor, and what I would have ever hoped, and anyone I would expect would have ever hoped from work that they produce. And given that in my limited experience, so much is done to either ignore or misrepresent the work, I just greatly appreciate. So I just wanted to thank you both very much. It's an honor to get to work with you here, and I really, really appreciate how you all handled that, however many days or weeks ago that was. So thank you very much. Yeah, thanks. Yeah. I do also want to say that there is in the book 15 cents on the dollar, because my memory is trash. So in the book 15 Cents on the Dollar by Louise Story and Ebony Reed, through interviews that they did with me over a period of time and with Killer Mike, they recount a lot of what I'm going to try to summarize here very briefly in terms of how all this got started with the two of us. And then in that, they also offer up an important critique of some of Mike's claims and arguments that go beyond what I'm going to say here and what I did even in my own work, where I did mention him in the Buying Power book, but not at great length. The short of it is, at some point after the first edition of the book came out, he went on Instagram, held up a copy of my book, and then held up a copy. I want to say initially my memory tells me it was a Walter E. Williams book. Could have been Thomas Sowell, but it was a Black conservative nonetheless. And he held them both up and he said, I'm reading both of these, something to the effect, I'm reading both of these and I'm learning or whatever. And I made some sort of comment kind of in jest saying something to the effect that, you basically got to pick one. Like, we're not on the same team. Like, so either this dude is right or I'm right. You can't. So we are mutually exclusive. And I would want to make that point clear. And over time, like there was some Twitter version of an exchange, and then I forgot exactly how it worked out, but at some point we got each other's phone number and we got on a phone call and had maybe a 2-hour conversation that ended up with him promising to join some grassroots political organizations and furthering the conversation. And during which I was just trying to quickly explain to him, and it was a struggle to do it. Because he's talkative, he's a performer, he's a rapper, and I was trying to make the point that, in short, you teaming up with Andy Young is a representation of the split in the civil rights movement, where Dr. King told Andy Young, your problem, Andy, is you're a capitalist and I'm not. And he went off to a leftward trajectory. And Mike is saying, I'm carrying on the civil rights tradition through Andy Young. And I was trying to point out that you are decidedly choosing a side that is antithetical to the work that Dr. King was doing. So you can argue that Andy Young is right. You could argue that Black capitalism is the solution, but you cannot also argue that you are also on the team of Dr. King and more radicals on the left who were very clear that capitalism and Black capitalism are not solutions. And from there, it just kind of descended into madness. Like he at one point asked me to stop, in trying to engage. I, of course, do. As soon as anyone tells me to leave them alone, they get left entirely alone. But then he kept going, like on the Breakfast Club and using, certain language to allude to me and cuss me out. And then, of course, he challenged FD. And there's been some speculation. Anyway, there's some, we know a couple people in common. So there's been a little bit of some speculation and back and forth. But the real bottom line for me is just as L and BK demonstrated, I've only ever wanted people to engage the work and engage it and judge it on its merit and go from there. And I just was advocating that Killer Mike do that and to try to maybe save him from, going off into the trajectory that he's continued to go. And here we are. So I'll stop there, for the sake of brevity. But yeah, that's the sport of it.
Word up. Yeah. I mean, I think I think I became aware of it when I saw the Breakfast Club, the conversation. And then obviously knowing FD and watching FD's content for a while, that's when I really became hip to at least a lot of the criticisms that people have for Killer Mike and at least, how about this, your criticism, FD's criticisms for Killer Mike, that BK and L expressed so well last time on the show too. So have you talked to him by chance? Have you guys had a chance to have a conversation?
You asking me?
Yeah. Like
no. So
like since that initial interaction you guys said you had on Twitter.
No, I'll tell you the truth. What we had that phone call, and then there was some social media stuff, and then forgot exactly the timeline here, but at one point what happened, he had come out in an interview where he essentially said something to the effect like, why would I stand up against Cop City when they've already been funded to whatever, 100, 200,000, whatever, $100,000, what 100 million, whatever the funding was, the number was. He was saying, why would I stand up against Cop City in Atlanta if they've already been so well funded? And since I still had his number at the time, and he had not yet, told me to lose it, I texted him and asked him if he would respond on the record. I reached out sort of as a journalist and said, would you respond on the record to a question about what you meant about that? And he went immediately to, you're broke, you don't have any followers, you are whatever, a random academic somewhere, and lose my number. Don't contact me anymore. And that was that. So he will never hear from me again. I am never one to. Yeah, at that point, as soon as somebody says that, I adhere to their request. So that was it. And we haven't, other than the indirect stuff that may have been, and I appreciate that Bill speculated and others have speculated that some of this was directed at me. I know a good portion of it at least has to be directed at FD and probably others, because we do know that he has sat down with former members of the Black Panther Party and the Black Liberation Army. We know he sat down in rooms with some of the most brilliant militant voices and elders of our struggle. So I know that he has been in spaces where people with a similar critique would have maybe been able to offer him one. But,
Well, I'm going to ignore the ignorance of you're broke. Like, I really hate the cognitive dissonance of pretending like you represent poor people. And then as soon as you get an opportunity, you try to disparage people by saying they're poor. It's like, you're really going to have to pick one. Like, do you relate or do you not, or are you better than them? So I'm just going to ignore that. But my first question really is, when you spoke to him, did he read the book? Because a lot of people do this fake scholarship thing where they wave a book around, but did he actually read the book based on your interaction?
No, to my memory, which is questionable.
Okay.
The point was he had not read the book, and and I don't recall ever being convinced otherwise. So you know, there was never anything, well, you said this and therefore you're wrong. It was just a general don't criticize me. And he's got this thing. I mean, you can see it in other interviews too, by the way. He's got this, it's somewhat effective. It's a way of, he goes into these long rambling stories about his childhood, his background. I'm just a kid from this and that, and I'm from here and there. I'm just doing the best. And by the time you get to the conclusion where it's clear he's not engaged in an argument, there's been so much time spent and so many other things thrown out there to deal with that but no, there was never any moment where I was like, he clearly read the book and is engaged in the argument and just chose, or, you know, for reasons to be critical of it. It just didn't happen.
I'm noticing this is like a recurring theme with you as I watched a couple of your videos. The people are not actually reading the book. And I don't know what is going on with this theory. So I read it because I wanted to make sure, like, let me actually read the book, since I see this is where people are going wrong. And I think you highlighting that people are skipping the meat of the argument and they're just basically knee-jerk reacting to the propaganda. Like you said, I heard being a rich black capitalist will give me freedom, so I'm riding with that, is really a big part of the problem. For instance, today, like right now, I'm doing Africana philosophy. I just started my new semester or whatever. And so I asked my teacher in advance of this interview, what do you think about the idea of black buying power? And he went immediately into black buying power actually being a thing and the benefits of it, like with the Target boycott and everything. And then I said, well, what would you say if I explained to you that it's actually a marketing, it's actually, it's not an economic theory, it's actually a marketing theory. And really they misrepresented data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics and used it for Nielsen in order to sell advertising dollars to black people. To black audiences, would you still look at it as valuable as black buying power? And one thing, to his credit, he was like, absolutely not. And that's a great point. I never thought about it that way. So I think the biggest issue, the biggest hurdle is niggas don't want to read the book. That is really the problem, because once you read it, it's really hard to get around it. But I wanted to ask you this because he did make a good point. My professor, I don't want to, have any stolen valor around whose idea this is. He says there's another thing that he calls black buying power. And it's almost like the way you can economically withhold money, similar to the Montgomery Bus Boycott, or similar to how it's being purported for Target, even though we know their financials started going down in 2022, but I ain't gonna do that. And he was like, that has been powerful because you're withholding your money, so that in some ways could be called buying power. And so I asked him to rename it. And he said he would call it economic violence. So I'm interested to know, do you agree that there is some value in what my professor called economic violence? And maybe we should just switch the terminology from the marketing language of black buying power? Or do you think attempting to use wages, money, economics as a tool towards our goal is just not useful at all because we don't have enough?
Maybe not entirely not useful, but it's certainly, I would argue, not the answer. That there's a lot of, so there are a lot of parallel arguments to my own around boycotts and entrepreneurialism, et cetera, and so forth, that deserve a greater investigation or discussion than I'm giving here. But the short of it is that, first, let's start with the fact that my critique of the phrase buying power is because that is the phrase that has been promoted and propagandized and imposed on us I trace it back in its modern iteration to the early 90s. It's older than that, but just for the sake of the discussion. But and what it is, as you said, a marketing advertising branding tool, not anything that's meant to explain the actual income, wealth, or relationship to the economy that Black people have. It's meant to help corporations spend their ad revenue. So I wanted to dispel that phrase and to explain what it means as a way of also explaining the propagandistic media environment that has been designed to allow this and other myths to be so psychologically warfare and counterinsurgent, but also to talk about the relationship that Black people actually have to the economy and how the economy actually works just a little bit. So it's important that the phrase be targeted and disbanded and done away with. I then think also we have to reassess what boycotts mean. There's, I think, a great misunderstanding about boycotts, Black Wall Street, the circulating black dollar, et cetera, and so forth, all that are associated with my own argument around buying power, but have their own nuance and discussion to have. The short of it is, Black people, the reason buying power is mythological and needs to be understood as propaganda is that Black people don't have enough money to redistribute amongst themselves in a way that would allow for the community as a whole to be adjusted or improved in its relationship to the broader economy. So the idea that Black people withholding their money would be economically violent against international conglomerates that are themselves basically monopolies that have wiped out even their own white competition is itself mythology. All of it is designed, and I will wrap up here by saying all of it is designed to make us walk away from the only avenue that should be our focus, which is political power, organization, movement building, the assumption of the ability to, as the Panther said, define phenomena and have it act in a desired manner, or to set policy that redistributes a wealth we can also define. So that everything that pushes us towards economic violence, entrepreneurialism, circulating dollars, buying power, Black capitalism is itself a psychic intrusion, as Laura Shia talks about in her new book, and that is meant to walk us away from being politically threatening to this society. So that's what I want to continue to focus on.
Yeah, can I 1 second applause first?
1 second applause.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you hit on a few things that I think are important, but I know for me, like the caveat for me is like, I've never met Killer Mike. So I know people that know him, and there are the people that know him personally are people that like I trust my children with, you know what I'm saying? So for them to co-sign a man like that, I feel like I just always think on any of these platforms, especially when we talk about other Black people, it's very important that you put that caveat in the sense of being like, look, if I know this person personally, then that's a different story, because we're not avatars. That being said, I think it's important for the listener. I think there's a lot of vocabulary being thrown around here, and to me, the importance of the conversation, like, is something you said just now, which is, I think we need to zoom out a little bit. Like if you zoom out to, 50 and 60,000 feet, then you can understand, I think, really what we're talking about here. First of all, I think one of the big misnomers, I might start cooking, so please, like, cut me off if I need to get cut off. But like the first thing people got to understand is that like capitalism and commerce are not synonymous. Like businesses exist. That capitalism is an entire institution which prioritizes return on investment. You know what I'm saying? Which is very different than the selling of products and services. That's something that has and will continue to exist. So I think a lot of times when people hear you say, well, I'm anti-capitalist, you think I mean I'm anti-business. And that's not what we're saying, right? So I think that that's important for the listener to understand that those are two different things. We are talking about institutions here, right? I also think it's important to always put, again, when we're talking about Black people and Black people within our movement, I feel like I'm personally 100% convinced that Killer Mike and those that think like him are 100% dedicated to our liberation, Like, I feel like I'm not gonna talk. I have like you talking about capitalists, like Candace Owens, like sisters is capitalist, because I'm like, I don't believe she's dedicated to our liberation. You know what I'm saying? Like in the way for which she moves. But when I look at somebody like Mike, I'm willing to accept that we're having a discussion that I believe my background is more around, you know, history and geopolitics. I believe that we are looking at, again, zooming out a little bit at the effects of white supremacy, the effects of colonialism, the effects of these institutions that force us as oppressed people to try to figure out the path to liberation. And this discussion that we're having now is the same discussion, Red Jacket from the Haudenosaunee tribe, that, you know, in the 1600s, when the Pilgrims came and started asking for land, you know what I'm saying? Like the Haudenosaunee were the Iroquois, you know, who had a functioning democracy, and they had to discuss, okay, in what ways do we participate in their presence here? Because I don't know if y'all know, they not leaving, you know. So what I'm trying to say is like this discussion I think is very healthy, but I think it should be couched in this understanding that the solutions that I believe we're all driving at is liberation, and which even to your point, Jared, which is not, our doctor, is not necessarily democracy, in the sense that democracy works for those who have access to it, for those who can participate. We are talking about what it sounds like. If I might be putting your words in your mouth, but we are talking about an overhauling, a way of saying, you know, like Dr. Franz Fanon, where it's like, do I want to take over the big house and be a better overseer, or am I just trying to burn the whole thing down because there shouldn't be an overseer? Like, so these discussions are things that I personally think are very healthy, but I think, like you said, is like, it's almost like what my professor used to always say is like, hey, like somebody got to suggest if we test the test. So like before we start talking about answering the test questions, are the questions even valid? You know what I mean? And those are very difficult conversations if you have an axiom reality, a lot of times situated based on, in my opinion, what part of the country you were born in, what year you were born in. It's going to inform, I think, in a lot of ways, the way you come to the solution of liberation. And I think ultimately people like you, Doc, and I would even say like this discussion, in my mind, stretches our imagination of what could be. You know what I'm saying? I think a lot of times for me, that was in my journey of really understanding what it means to live with a liberatory spirit, is this push and pull between what the future I imagined and desired versus the swamp that I'm swimming in now, you know. And I find this struggle, and I see it in hip hop, this struggle between the pragmatism of like, well, this is what I can imagine. I can imagine wealth. Like that's as far as I can imagine. You know what I'm saying? I'm not putting that on Killer Mike because, like I said, I don't know him. But the idea of saying, I mean, don't let me get you messed up. Like, I'm technically an anarchist. Like, I don't even think government should exist at all. I think borders are only supported by violence. So like, don't let me get y'all gassed up. But ultimately, it's what are the voices that are pulling our imagination further than what we can see now, while at the same time living in the realities that we live in now. Because like it or not, like our nation's capitalist. Like, land, you know what I'm saying? So like I can
land the plane.
I'm landing.
Well,
thank you.
Well,
Thank
I
you.
think I was
seeing the
gonna get in
pull, is
there.
what I'm
I was
saying.
gonna on ramp my way onto your. I was gonna taxi onto your runway. Well, I think
I
a few
apologize.
things of what you. No, it's cool. I do think there's value in the meta of the conversation, but I think you kind of made one of the mistakes you were trying to protect against, where you assumed what the goal was for people that you already said you didn't know. So I too know people who say really good things about Killer Mike all the time. I'm always surprised, but I do take it from the point of view of, well, I don't know them and I do trust their point of view, and they always say he's a really great dude. I think another important thing that was outlined in the book is that the propaganda of Black people are successful through capitalism and it's something to be proud of got those people too. So it could be true that he is also a victim of that propaganda that has been going on for so long, that in his mind, he does feel like having money and getting rich is Black excellence. The part, and that, you know, I do not want to victim blame, because a lot of resources were put into getting him to think that. But at the same time, he knows he's not a scholar and he didn't read the fucking book.
Right. And was...
Well, do we know he didn't read the book, or are we making the assumption that he didn't read the book?
Good
It's
point.
You can
technically,
tell
it's
based off the
technically,
way that he talked, he ain't read the book.
He didn't read the book.
well,
So we're making the
I would also-
assumption based off the way that he talks.
we can also, I mean, even if we just table the assumption, I think the antagonism to the book is probably indicative of if he's read it or not. And reading it or not aside as well, I think we have to define liberation. And I think like we're not starting on the same wavelength. And then also what Dr. Ball tries to do is says, okay, well, this idea that you were sold about like what liberation is, like that's a myth. So like that's where we're starting. That's the starting point. And that's where the heads are butting. That's the disagreement of like what you're purporting, because maybe in your heart of hearts, or in his heart of hearts, he is trying to move us towards a place of liberation. And then you have someone stop you in your tracks and say, wait a minute, that's not actually what that is, like in purpose, like in reality. And so we need to back up a little bit. And so to antagonize that point, I think that's really where the fray happened, right? If I don't know, Dr. Ball, if you think that's kind of it seems like just the premise in and of itself is being attacked, you know? And
so again, I just want to say, if anybody is looking to hear my arguments spoken correctly, and even if I am available, they can, BK and L are right there. Like it's so yeah, whether he read the book or not, he's never engaged the argument, and that's sort of the point. Look at the argument, make the argument, and similar even to the previous super chat, which even you know, I'm sure you appreciate. I think this is, while I appreciate the sentiment, I think this is part of the issue here.
Wait, let me read it out for people who are just listening audio
Sure.
only. So shout out to Brittany Danielle. Thank you so much for the super chat. It says, to say Black economic power doesn't matter because of transnational companies' monopolies just isn't true. We have to work on every front: economic, political, social, and cultural, not just one. Our history shows us that. Okay, go ahead. Sorry, Dr. Ball.
No, I appreciate. No, I'm glad you read it, and I don't think the history shows us that, and I think that this is one of the things that was sort of a sub theme of my limited work, and I would hope maybe I'll expand on in the future. But if you look at the history, first of all, there's more than 150 years just of Black critical arguments against this notion that we are just never introduced to. Abram Harris, Du Bois, I mean, others have been saying this going back to, Hubert Henry Harrison. People have been making variations of this argument for almost 150 years already, saying we and as Manning Marable points out in his work on the subject, part of it is a holdover from the condition of slavery, where a small amount of economic activity among Black people serving other Black people was permitted. And then this idea was encouraged that, well, if we can expand that economic activity to actually get white customers, we can even do better after the plantation. But whites took that up and they said, no. All that work you were doing for us on the plantation, we will now do for ourselves in our own community, and you can serve your community. And it just so happens your community never has any money and never has any outside capital or investment. And then because of largely the Montgomery Bus Boycott, which is not, I think, studied properly and not taken into consideration along with Black Wall Street, we get these fantasies that we did something with our boycott capability that, one, you can't extrapolate what was done to one municipality and one bus system in one municipal setting over the course of a year with severe levels, extreme levels of organization and effort for the Black community to circumvent that bus system. You can't extrapolate from that and say we can do automatically the same thing to Nike and Coca-Cola and Pepsi and Adidas and whomever else. The reason they became international conglomerates, the reason there is a Walmart, which people have been railing against for 30 years for wiping out every other white business. When Walmart shows up, white businesses go away. So the entire labor force of this country has been suppressed by just Walmart, and they have 7 of the richest people in the world out of their family, the Waltons. So I'm not saying we shouldn't fight on all fronts. I am targeting the idea that this economic so-called power and capability is not sufficient. And then what we end up doing is replacing all of the political activity we should be engaged in with this idea that we can simply circulate our dollar and set up a small business. And that's part of the mythology that's imposed on us.
If I could jump in real quick. So, and I'm not going to be too long on this point, but I had did a video matter of fact, Dr. Ball know about this video that I did called something about Black excellence, whatever. And here's the reason why Black capitalism doesn't work, it's never going to work, is that if you took the top 200 Black-owned firms in America, it would not add up to the amount of wealth that Walmart by itself is worth. We're not just talking about the Walton family being rich. We're talking about the number of colored people that Walmart employs. So that's all those people getting employed. We're talking about firms that not just, your one-man business that's selling out of an Amazon storefront. Because basically the principle is trickle-down economics. Is that we got a handful of rich Black folks at the top, all of that wealth is going to circulate to the bottom and then back up top. It don't work that way. We got 40 years worth of data that tells us that Reaganomics don't work. Yeah. The Black capitalism, where that really came from was from the Nixon administration saying that we got to find a way to get these Negroes from depending on us. So we're going to sell them this story about all y'all got to do is start starting a bunch of businesses, and y'all could be rich like the white folks. But like Dr. Balls has said, we quite literally, it's a matter of manpower. We quite literally do not have the manpower to, I'll put it like this. My feelings on boycotts is like this, is that I don't think that boycotts are completely ineffective, but I think they have to be very specific and very localized. And even then, you got to have everybody on board, even if that means coercion, because that's what Montgo was. Montgo wasn't just overnight, Rosa Parks got it. That was years in advance that they were planning that. They planned for all of that to happen. You don't believe me? Go look up Claudette Cloven and why she wound up not being the one, because they said in order for this to work, we gotta have a sympathetic Black face there for the white folks to say, "Oh, we need a perfect victim." Yep. On top of that, you had the NAACP taking the bus company to court. You had churches raising money for shoes because people was walking to work. You had Black taxi drivers that said, "We either not going to charge y'all, or we're going to pay, or it's going to be a fraction of the cost." You had white housewives that were picking up their Black maids and dropping them back and forth. So it was a whole effort. And the part that people never talk about with Montgo is the amount of anti-Black violence that stirred directly from that, immediately after that. And the fact that they said, all right, if we got to ride the bus with niggas, we going to make sure that every other institution in this city, y'all not allowed with us. So that's the cost that you pay. These are the parts of the story that don't get told because it does not buy into the mythology of we could just buy our way out of liberation. It just doesn't work that way. Yeah. And I'm gonna leave off on this point. I'm just gonna keep it a bean with you. I don't believe that Killer Mike is about liberation. I really don't. I think that Killer Mike uses black radical rhetoric to because he's quite literally too invested in the system as it is to rebel against it. You know what I mean? We got to make a delineation between what capitalism is and liberalism is. A lot of times when we use the phrase capitalism colloquially, what we're really talking about is liberalism. And I tell people this all the time is that owning your own home doesn't make you a capitalist. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Being a capitalist, Dr. Ball is going there, but listen, being a capitalist means you have ownership of the means of production and the capital that is created by the means of production. That means that what that means, all right, so I have an editor, right? I pay that editor to edit my videos, right? That doesn't make me a capitalist. What makes me a capitalist is when I buy his computer, when I buy his editing software, and I say, everything that you make on this computer, that belongs to me. And I determine how much I think that your labor is worth because I own the means of production. You understand what I'm saying? So that's what Mike is trying to be. Mike is trying to be a landlord. Mike is trying to be a literal person who makes money off of the backs of other people. You cannot be about liberation and also be about making money off of other folk because quite literally you are robbing folk of the total worth of their labor. It's just revenue minus overhead equals profit. That's just simple mathematics. It just doesn't work. So I do not believe that Mike is about liberation. I believe that Mike uses black radical rhetoric for the sake of, deflecting from his actual movements.
1 second.
Can I just say it's hard to even call him being concerned with black ownership because his white-owned Quarter Lab Studios keeps copywriting my shit and taking all of our, what little pennies I might make from a video that talks about him. So I just think that's a hilarious contradiction.
Well, there's ways around it. There's ways around that. First one, pull quotes. Pull quotes work for everybody. That's what I use when I'm quoting DJ Vlad. He does the same thing. Pull quote. This is what they said. 2, look, I'm speaking to perspectives that I also don't think are on this panel right now. So I will be clear with this, right? First of all, I think there's a lot of people out there who looks at a lot of these conversations and say, oh, you're just trying to get niggas shot. Right. I mean, at the core of it, when you start talking about liberation out loud in certain spaces, it gets violent for us historically, and we know that. 2, when it comes to Mike, right? Because I'm not sure if everybody is necessarily in the same understanding of these terms and these words, right? But one thing that people do see when they see him is someone who has been incredibly active in this community for a long time, which I know isn't one thing on its own, but 2, more than anything else, someone who has shown a willingness to work within a system while living in the Confederate States of America, right? And I don't know if there's that many examples outside of maybe Atlanta of having concentrated black wealth not get burned to the ground. And from a lot of points of views, mine in this case here, that comes with cooperation within the system. And if this system has shown us anything, it has shown us it only respects the dollar and the bullet. So what is the broader plan to have this liberation that we're speaking about if it's not to work within the system as it is?
Well, for me, just quickly, look, I used to, the late great Dr. Ron Walters was among many other things on my dissertation committee. And I always give him credit because even where he didn't fully agree with some of my politics and my argument, he was always very clear. This is where my politics go. This is the way I see addressing black liberation. It is more liberal compared to you, Jared, or to others, but this is where I stand. I'm not going to stand in your way. I'm not going to condemn you. I'm not going to lie on your work or misrepresent your argument. I'm just going to take a different approach. If Mike or anyone else had done that, we just disagree. That's all. I think that's just more honest. I only feel motivated to engage a critique or get involved when the discussion is, this is how liberation is to be defined, and anything that is critical of it or to my left is to be condemned. So that's my only point. So I don't have all the answers. My book is ultimately, from my politics and perspective, very soft and liberal. It's simply saying this myth is not helping us. I haven't made any arguments about what I think we should do or how we should do it. I'm just saying we can't get there through this. So I think, that's it. And at the end of the day, yes, I can appreciate his or anyone else's involvement with the community. I just think that should not prevent anyone from being with principle and in good faith criticized. And I think for the most part, that's all I've engaged in, with one or two exceptions here or there. But I think that is the ultimate point. In terms of my book, I certainly was very fair and not, I think mean to him. I just identified an argument he was making with which I disagree and tried to use that to identify a broader problem and go from there. And I think, but I don't think anybody should illegitimately use any connection with the community to prevent justifiable and legitimate criticism. I think that part is unfair.
Do you see a difference between? Do you see a difference?
And I'm critical of Mike, so.
That part too. Like, a lot of us are doing a lot of things, and have been doing a lot of things for a long time, and even taking some profound risks at that we can all, but we're all not out there. But that's irrelevant to what I've done or have not done. Is irrelevant to my argument around buying power. As I would argue, what he has done or anyone else has done or not done is irrelevant to the critique of my argument.
So then,
do you think the black bourgeoisie class itself is detached from what the broader black community is experiencing? Like, do you look at Jay-Z, Killer Mike, Thomas Sowell, Larry Elder? Do you look at these people as the same, or do you look at them as varying degrees of pimping liberation talk?
Again, I don't know. It's hard for me to. I find it difficult to come out and say that somebody is a fraud or a fake or pimping or whatever. I'm trying to stay focused on what their public argument is. I don't know these people. I'm not in their spaces. I don't want to. When we get off air and we're having drinks and putting some up in the air and all that, I will gossip and be as petty and childish as anybody else. But in terms of actually trying to work, I mean, I think we have to. So I just disagree with their arguments, and I think that what I've tried to do is outline a history of where their argument is coming from and who actually promoted it and who actually benefits. And we can identify something I discovered. Two things, just 2 quick points that I discovered. One of which I discovered after the publication of my work. The first is that Diedrich Muhammad and others have done this great research to point out that from 1992 to 2012, Black people created more than 2 million businesses, and their capture of the national sales revenue dropped from, I think, 3% to 1% or less than that, something like. In other words, the creation of businesses has never been the problem. It's that Black people are trapped in the worst sectors of the economy and have no revenue to build those businesses. The second point is that if you read Tom Burrell's work, who was a liberal at best Black media advertising executive, he tells in his own work and scholarship about him, tells the story of how Nixon, to add to Bill's point, Nixon called Ray Kroc, the then owner and runner of McDonald's, and told him, get Tom Burrell, get Black ad executives involved, get Black people involved in owning franchises of McDonald's in their neighborhoods. One, so that white folks don't have to go to the hood to get their money. And so 2, Black people will feel like they're freeing themselves. He literally, I mean, this is literally what they're saying. So then my generation grows up with Calvin in the McDonald's commercials because of that. And a whole generation is being taught, this is your way to freedom. And we're praising Calvin, who gets the job and then becomes manager. And he's the pride of the community. And it goes on from there. So that's anyway. That's.
I love those commercials. I thought they were hilarious.
Of
They were
course.
And then Dave Chappelle flipping it. I loved it.
They were very fun.
How's my mic, y'all? It feels weird. I'm not hearing it normally. Oh, maybe that's it. Okay, here it is.
Are you good?
My bad.
Can I ask some clarifying questions? Or you
Sure.
wait? I think hold
Oh,
up.
you're muted.
You're not Mike. You're not muted.
Oh,
You're muted.
okay. Sorry, my bad. I turned it down because I answered the phone. But I think you're now. I feel like I'm hella loud in my own ear. Hold on, let me turn myself back down. I think your nuance in being like, well, I just don't want to say these people are grifters. I just want to be specific on this is where this argument comes from and it's wrong. Is very appropriate, and I think to me that's what makes it look so crazy. The type of pushback that you're getting, because I can see the process of you saying, "Hey, this is actually a marketing campaign that's done for a reason." Like in your book, you talked about how I can't remember which president it was, which administration it was, but they started to send popular Black artists around the world so that they can have some representation of, look, niggas is free. You got your favorite singer in Germany singing. You don't have to look at us like we can't do democracy, right? Look, we have our Negroes going all around the world. So I think the problem is sometimes people get villainized for just being wrong. Like Killer Mike can literally just be wrong and incorrect in his analysis, and he's acting as if he's right and just not humble enough to say, let me really engage with this work and analyze whether or not I'm right. I don't think that he has to be villainized like, oh, he's the devil, which I don't believe in adding that whole evil holy thing anyway. But I don't think he has to be villainized in that way. I think it just looking at it and saying, hey, you didn't really engage with this material, because if you did, you would have a better critique and you would know that this has been proven wrong years ago. So I think it's important, the grace that you're given, like even in the book, to answer Justin's question, and then I know we're going to get to some clarifying questions. He talked about Jay-Z in the book. Dr. Ball talked about Jay-Z in the book and about his song, where it's like he had the right imagery, but even in him talking about himself, when he called himself Dumbo for not purchasing that property, down under Manhattan Bridge overpass property, it's like, nigga, the year you was born, that shit was already being put into play. It's not that you're financially illiterate and you just didn't make the right decision. There's so many factors moving around you that you never had a chance to do that. And so I think just repeating this idea of Black buying power and us seeing it pop up in these different places is not automatically something that for the person to be villainized over. A lot of times they're victims of the same propaganda that Dr. Ball is trying to highlight to other people, that, hey, they were sold this crock of shit just like everybody else. Also in the book, I think he brings up Malcolm X. There was a time when Malcolm X actually mentions this idea of Black buying power and what niggas should do with their money in order to attain power. So the successfulness, as somebody who works in marketing, the successfulness of the campaign, I don't think that weight should be put on the victims of these millions of dollars that were spent to convince them that this is a path to liberation, as much as our focus should be putting on highlighting people like Dr. Ball, who has done the work to highlight, hey, this is why this isn't true. Let's come up with a new solution. So I just want to say
right. And I think the thing I think is consistent between Dr. Ball and Killer Mike or whoever's having these conversations is everyone seems to be looking to advance the conversation, right? We're looking to find ways to make life better for Black people. Right. And so a lot of times this can resonate, particularly with people who aren't in this conversation, in the nuances, as discord between Black people. Black people over here arguing about who's more wrong, Jay-Z or Killer Mike, right? Yeah. People up here thinking about just different things, right? I bring that up because you mentioned this in the book. So when I start thinking about things like this, like whether it's liberation, whether capitalism is being coded as liberation in these conversations, should the liberation conversation even be talked about out loud? Should Black people be having this in public spaces? Has that really been a positive thing for Black people historically? Or are these covert things ultimately?
You kind of just took. That was gonna be one of my questions. So yeah, let's go ahead and go on.
Open floor.
I'm not gonna answer first because I just talked.
I
Go
think
ahead.
whether
Go ahead.
I
Yeah,
think whether like, I mean, I think that history has proven, and correct me if I'm wrong, that whether we're having them behind closed doors, out loud, on the microphone, over the phone, whispering, it's going to get disrupted. You know what I mean? It's going to be monitored. It's going to be surveilled. It's going to be informants are going to be placed in these places that know what the knock on the door is supposed to sound like, and make a relationship with someone for 3 months so they could get in, and so they could. I mean, whatever. It just seems like whatever we do, and wherever we do these things. Now, I think that maybe we could be smart about certain things. We don't have to be like, hey, white people, this is what that means. Like, and be so damn, you know what I mean? I think there's a way we can hold ourselves. But I also think niggas is going to be surveilled regardless. And if I just may say too, I think people may, kind of like Justin said, people may view this from the outside looking in as like Black people having not discourse with one another. People may also, I'm sure you might have heard this over the years, Dr. Ball, like people may think you're being pessimistic or nihilistic or trying to kind of like undercut Black people and their success or their perceived success. But I think you're attacking the myth, you're attacking the propaganda, you're attacking the marketing, and you're really hinting at the miseducation of the Black person. Like that's what's happening. And I think like it can get to a point where we're entering like villainizing territory or being more aggressive with these voices, because like a Jay-Z, like a Killer Mike, they're some of the loudest voices. They have some of the loudest mics, and they're repeating this, miseducation, misinformation on these loud platforms. And then when someone who knows better than them tries to call them in, they're like, shut up, dumb nigga. That's why you don't, what's the point in like boycotting Target? Amazon, Meta, like they're so antagonistic, right? Yeah. It's like they're not good faith, willing participants in the conversation either. And I think that makes it hard to kind of have the conversation. Although I do agree we shouldn't victim blame. Although I always think we should be triangulating white people and white supremacy way more in these conversations and not blaming our culture and whatever. Like I don't think we should victim blame our community. And also, them niggas need to humble themselves, because getting on stage and going on these like bitter rich nigga rants like we've seen this year, that's not the solution either. It can't be the solution either. When you're like fake holding up the book, okay, whatever, let's say you read it, let's put that to the side. When you're being antagonistic to the point and not trying to engage with this broad ass platform, that's when I feel like it gets very tricky. But I also wanted to kind of ask more broadly, and anybody can answer this, like, what we're talking about is centuries of deeply ingrained, like socialization, propaganda, like people, when it's invisible to you, you don't even know that it's there. You don't even know, you can't even see the cage you're in. What are the best ways for, baby leftists or, people who who think capitalism is a good thing, or who are still just not connecting the dots, for the people who don't understand all of this buried history that's purposefully kept from us, like Black socialist movements, Black communist movements? What is the best way? What is the best point of entry, to busting some of these myths and kind of shaking off the propaganda? And I know sometimes like the works are meaty, and then there's like works of works and critiques of works, and it just gets very academic. What is the best like point of entry for people who are trying to become awake, to these things? For anybody.
I can speak for myself. I can speak for myself. I think I personally, the cheat code was my father was a Black Panther. So like, I think I learned a lot at home, but I actually watched as he aged, him getting less and less radical. It's kind of hard to watch, you know what I'm saying? But, complaining about his pension and Medicaid now, you know what I'm saying? It's a whole different story. But I do think what helped me, which is like kind of how I started my first speech talking, was zooming the camera out to like the meta narratives and kind of understanding how those work. Like y'all remember, just like you said, the first thing I said was like, our issue is white supremacy. And I started with that, and then there was a book that I read called The Sacred Canopy. On y'all hip to that? Peter Barger, any idea? So it's essentially like how culture and identity is shaped through story, right? And it's the example you said about the cage. Like the opening phrase is like, if you were to ask a tropical fish what they think about the waters Arctic waters of the north, of the deep, their answer would be, what's water? Because like the fish don't know they in it. You know what I'm saying? So the idea is this concept of like, we can't get outside of our stories because our stories make our identities, right? So like, so in other words, we make culture and then culture makes us. So if you understand this motif of how, like, for example, we make culture, culture makes us, y'all get what I'm trying to say. Like we created these stories, the American myth, what we're talking about, the American meritocracy myth. That's a story we told ourselves that obviously is not true. You know what I'm saying? But to attack it unravels identity. The thing for Black people is we know that and just need to let it unravel, right? And once you let it unravel, you get to now imagine a different future. So for me, it started with understanding meta narratives. And it was the idea that like, we are a product of our stories. So then the answer would be, which is what I seems like what you're saying, which is we need to tell better stories or understand better stories or understand further stories, or understand deeper stories. I think one of the things you mentioned earlier was the fact that, I mean, when I finally learned that the Montgomery Bus Boycott was a year, I was like, wait, that mug was a year, you know, and that reality of time for me, and like I said, I can only speak for myself. For me, was the process of realizing that, like, oh, when we had our little day at the beginning of the year of, you know, the general strike we did, it's like, well, I don't know. In France, they did 2 months, you know what I'm saying, of a general strike, you know, and then just like, again, for myself, it was sort of understanding narratives from other oppressed groups. Like my first music tour was 27 Native American reservations, and just like understanding the world from their perspective, like the way that they think about reparations. When you say 40 acres and a mule, they like, whose acres? You know what I'm saying? And just having someone challenge my realities like that, for me, opened up and made me think, man, maybe there's something more than this. So again, Sacred Canopy, and I think like just starting to learn more about just the suffering of oppressed people around the world, for me, helped.
You know, to answer both questions, because I think Justin's question and BK's question kind of goes together with this idea of solutions. I want to actually reveal something that I don't say often. I get nervous when niggas be like, well, what's the solution?
Yeah.
Because I think in some ways, like, we can be on a path to identifying a problem. And I think the problem is a big problem. The fact that we believe this is reality is a big problem. And I don't mean this in an insulting way. It may sound like that. And it's like, so let's untie this knot. Let's do this knot. And then I think sometimes people want to fast forward to, well, what? Okay, well, if that ain't the answer, then nigga, what's the answer?
Yeah.
And I think I think everybody is doing their different parts in the struggle.
Yeah.
And the person that's able to say, hey, I see a hole in the boat right there. They may not necessarily know how to steer the entire ship, but that doesn't mean that it's not an important time to go and patch that fucking hole right there.
That's good.
And so I think a lot of times niggas don't know what the solution is. We don't know. But what we know is that shit ain't it. Like, if I don't know how to get somewhere and the phone died and we don't have GPS going, but I know it's that way, I might not be able to say we going to Pico and make a left or whatever, but nigga, I know we going in the wrong motherfucking direction. And I think there's some value in that. And I think sometimes, because I don't know who started that propaganda, niggas need to talk about solutions. I get tired of them niggas. That happens to me so much, where it's like we might be working through something or whatever. But I understand why, because I think it's frustrating when you think you found a solution. You're like, okay, man, we on a path, man. We doing our shit, nigga. We starting to get money. Because obviously niggas feel like they starting to get money, even though when you start looking at the data, niggas actually have less money per capita. Yeah. Niggas is starting to feel like they balling. That's why we hearing less. That's why music is changing.
They got that stimmy check.
Huh?
Yeah,
they got that stimmy check.
Yeah, niggas is definitely starting to be like, who are these Negroes in my fucking neighborhood, man? This used to be a nice place. What the fuck? Niggas are definitely transitioning, and I think they're transitioning mentally more so than actually financially, which I also find fascinating.
Yeah.
And so I think it's frustrating once you've gotten used to, I'm getting somewhere, I'm doing my thing. And you be like, actually, when I look at the bill, nigga, you actually owe us $30,000. And then you look at your account, it's like, and your account is negative $30,000. It's frustrating because it's like, nigga, I thought we was balling. I thought we was on our way somewhere. And it's like, actually, you need to turn around. Like, I'm a quote J. Cole. It's like, good news, you went a long way. Bad news, you went the wrong way. So I think that is what the frustration is that make people kind of lash out, like with people like Dr. Baldwin. He's like, yeah, I know you were feeling free with your company and shit, but actually you oppressing your own people. I'm like, what? So that's why sometimes I get nervous about the solutions question.
To piggyback off of L's point, and I low-key thought that this was the direction that you was finna go. I'm gonna keep it a buck. I think that, and this is something that I say all the time, is that niggas is not willing to sacrifice what liberation would cost. We are a hyper individualistic society in America, and that is a direct result of white supremacy. And so it begins with us fully divorcing ourselves, because that's the part about the Panthers that people either forget, don't know, or don't talk about. That we talk about the guns, we talk about, the self-defense, we talk about all of that. But the Panthers are all about establishing Black identity outside of the framework of white supremacy. What does it mean to be Black without white folks telling us what Black is? And to be Black, and this is coming from a Pan-Africanist perspective, Black people, going back to Africa, we are a communal people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
In Africa, we did not adopt that hyper individualistic mentality until we were brought over here, and that was indoctrinated into us. Going to something that Fanon, what is that? I think it's either whatever. One of Fanon's books, he makes the point about the colonized taking on the identity of the oppressor, mimicking basically the dominant ideology of whatever the oppressor is, right?
That's what
we did, is that we put on the white mask and we started practicing, get money, dollar bills. Y'all started doing all of that. It started, because that is the closest thing that Black folks are ever going to get to emulating whiteness, is the acclamation of wealth. Is the accumulation of wealth, the accumulation of capital. So it starts with us divorcing ourselves from that idea to begin with. You understand what I'm saying? And this is something that I tell folk all the time, is that if you want to change the world, it's as simple as go outside and go learn your neighbors' names, man. It's just go learn your neighbors' names, go learn what they need, what you need from them. And you build around community, because the more that you build around community, the less dependent you are on the state. You know what I mean? Like, the reason why gun culture is such a big part of the South is because niggas down there, going back to Reconstruction, the state just been neglecting the South forever and ever and ever for eons and eons. So they like, I gotta have my blick by me, because I can't, call on sheriff to come down here and to come check on me. So it's ingrained in them to be like, my thing is, the more reliant, I'll put it like this, the more reliant you are on the state, the less you are apt to seek out community with other folks. Because I get everything that I need from the state. I get everything that I need from my job. I get my money from my job. I go to the grocery store and get my food, or I go DoorDash, or I go out, whatever the case may be, all these different things. When back in my grandmother's day, back in my mama's day, they would go, hey, you got a cup of sugar? Hey, you got a cup of flour? We won't even open the door for the pizza man now. You know what I mean? We do DoorDash and say, leave it on the front porch.
It's a fantastic Lupe Fiasco song.
So my thing is that, we sitting up here talking about liberation and we won't even talk to our neighbors. You know what I mean?
Well, I got to butt in. sometimes when we're talking about certain things, I notice how we can slippery slope into the niggas is fucked up song. Everybody has a verse where niggas ain't doing niggin right. So I sometimes I like to jump in and be like, we're slipping to the niggas ain't niggin right song. So I wanted to ask, and sometimes I think listeners, just as the type of person who pays attention to the listeners and see where people check out. Yeah, I think sometimes when we go to more imaginative answers, some niggas be like, oh, talk to my neighbors, huh? That's how we're gonna get free. Fuck out of here, nigga. I'm finna go ball out. Yeah. So I wanted to ask a few questions about some like a couple of details to Dr. Ball, if you don't mind. So, like I said, I just started my classes this week. I've read all the shit, so my engines is firing from all the new first week shit I read, right? And so in political philosophy, the intro text, they were talking about the definition of political power. And in the text, it says power, because I noticed you quoted Dr. Huey Newton, and I wanted to ask what type of power was defined as the ability to define phenomena. Was it just power or was it Black power? That's my second question. I'm gonna ask that one first for some reason, whatever. But my first question is, my documents define power, political power, as the ability to command and then punish dissent when a person doesn't do whatever it was that the person commands. Do you agree with that definition of political power? And do you think that is the type of political power the Black community should be working towards? Or is it a differently defined definition of political power that you think that we need?
So great.
Yeah, I agree. I appreciate the question. And please appreciate that I do not have a sufficient answer.
No, but I will say,
yo, that was literally 20 minutes ago when I was like, I got some clarifying questions I wanted to ask. That was the question. Was like, what do you mean by political power? And do we think Killer Mike doesn't understand that? But yeah, go on.
So to sort of address that, and even the point Elle was making about that drift that I'm also sensitive to, of where the blame gets, or the focus gets on what Black people are not doing correctly. Not to justify or excuse any of our behavior, but I do think it's important, because I just finished my first day of classes in introducing the topic, and one of them, that we do live within the most sophisticated, pervasive, pernicious, well-studied, well-resourced system of propaganda ever designed for a human population to live within. Yeah. Our ancestors had a different level of struggle to deal with. They didn't have to deal with this particular form. So we are in many ways dealing with something that is new and unlike anything that previous generations had to deal with, that causes the inertia, the colonial inertia that Fanon talked about, that is often rebranded as apathy or laziness or backwardsness among the colonized. So it's just gotten in that way worse. So the other part, if I remember correctly, to the Panthers, I don't mean to diminish their argument. I do think that they were saying that any community or any population seeking power needs to be able to define phenomena and have it act in a desired manner, which I do think is very much maybe fancier and maybe leads to broader conclusions than the class definition you're getting, but are very similar in that if you can't develop a policy and then defend it and punish those who don't enact it, then you don't have power. So what I'm meaning, well, I will say before I forget again, if anyone, I say this all the time, anybody, if you ever really want to know what I think should be done and what I think has to happen, you should just read George Jackson's Blood in My Eye. I don't think there's much I would change, maybe just update some things and some language. And then I would suggest that be discussed off air. But in terms of public, overt discussion, I think that the goal should be, what I'm saying is political power. And by that, I mean some version of what was just discussed here, that our goal should be to develop movements, parties, politics, structures within Black communities that define, as the late Glenn Ford used to argue, the bright line issues that we define. Then, as I've been increasingly calling myself a Malcolm X voter, we need to become Malcolm X voters. Just go back and read what Malcolm actually said about the vote, which is often misrepresented and rebranded. and engage in that way, with the goal of saying we're going to define what we want in a society. I would suggest something along the lines of socialism, redistribution. We're going to assure that whatever wealth is created, up until the point where we can redefine wealth and redefine how it's created, but up until that point, whatever wealth is created, we want it redistributed.
Yeah.
And I think that like is a broad policy plank should be the goal. And then a lot of other contradictions would be revealed. A lot of other issues would emerge. A lot of other discussions would be forced. But if we just start off with, even at the local level, I work in Baltimore. Baltimore generates X amount of dollars, X amount of revenue, and yet it's distributed upwards and out.
Yeah.
The public policy should be, if you live in Baltimore and Baltimore generates X amount of millions or billions, it needs to be redistributed so that nobody's school is under whatever. Nobody's homeless. Nobody has a lack of employment. Nobody's without health care. That needs to be. So in other words, the mythology that I'm targeting, that we're all, starting our discussion with, is meant to keep us and limit us from our political imagination being properly peaked, and our goals adjusted, so that everything turns into vote for the lesser of evils that are imposed on us and limit that to your involvement in politics, and then, or leave that realm entirely and focus on the complete impossibility of circulating dollars, business, entrepreneurialism as a solution, and so on and so forth. So that's what it's somewhere. That's essentially what I mean, that if we focus on political power, we don't have to be worried about becoming the perfect business person, the perfect student, the perfect citizen. We are all already contributing to the $20+ trillion in GDP in this country. We have all 6 of us on screen, and everybody, we've all already done it. This live stream is contributing to a $23 trillion GDP in the United States. All other discussions about who gets what, all of it is smokescreen and distraction. All the wealth has already been created. All of the resources have already been created. All of the goods and services have already been created. The only issue is that they're redistributed, so a handful of a percent have 90% of everything, and the propaganda that protects them is imposed on us with greater degrees of violence and pervasiveness than ever. So,
Doc,
I hope.
Doc, I think you got to like the way that I was entering this conversation, which is like the like I said, the pull and the push between having the margins of like resources to be able to even imagine something different. Also the pull it back into the reality that we already exist in, and that you actually need both. Like we need people that can make us think of a system greater than we can imagine. I think, almost putting a pin back to the niggas ain't shit, argument is like, it's an very, I love that you called that out. You know what I'm saying? Cause I find that it's almost like a hierarchy of needs situation, to where like Black people have been gasping for air for so long, in that once we finally get a gasp of air, again, it's all you can imagine. It's like, man, you talking about distribution of wealth and Huey Newton. Like my mom, my dad was the Panther. My mom was the nigga, go to work, But you talking about tearing down an entire institution, and I still can't pay my rent. Like, nigga, I just need to pay my rent. So I think there's a little bit of this hierarchy of needs. Like, if we could just get our heads above water. So I say this to say, so I can understand and sympathize with the person that says, oh, I just need to make more money. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can understand why a person would land there, because they can't breathe. But what to your point, that a healthy culture in what you're describing can understands that, and also brings you to a place of imagining something better. So that's to me what I like I said, that's why I came into this conversation for.
Yeah.
No, and that's why, just to add to your point, you mentioned the fish earlier. It reminded me of one of my favorite lines, Marshall McLuhan's line, that we don't know who discovered water, but we know it was not the fish, because an all-pervasive environment is always beyond perception. And that is part of it. And that even speaks to the earlier point around how the colonial apparatus attuned itself to hip hop early on, and eventually turned it into a situation where it was Hillary Clinton in 2015, when she was Secretary of State, talking about how you were going to, just like was done in the 50s with jazz artists, we're going to send rappers all around the world to project a version of the United States that is, first of all, unreal and more democratic and open than it is. And the sad part, unfortunately, is that I happen to know a few of those artists who went out there, and it was in one cipher I was in one evening, led to a little bit of a disturbance. But the reality,
the department pays for it.
Yeah.
And then the attitude among at least this one artist was, but telling me, well, you don't know what I do when I'm off stage, and what building, what meetings and things I'm doing. And I was like, of course I don't know, but I'm sure the State Department knows. And ultimately, it doesn't matter what you do privately. And I think this speaks to all of us. What we do privately is never going to be more powerful in impact than what we do publicly. Sorry, go ahead.
Can we stay here for a second? Because BK, I see that you want to ask a question.
Brief second, because I do want to get to another question before Dr. Ball has to go.
Oh,
so
snaps, you leaving us? Okay, never mind. I wanted to ask about the State Department thing, because after
go ahead. I
don't really even know what the question is. After reading in your book that it benefited the U.S. democracy around the world to send niggas out, it kind of threw me off, because I know the State Department gives out grants to do different things, and I would never necessarily be against, like, if they gonna cash you out to go do your thing somewhere else, that's great. And so now I think I disagree with you, where it's like, well, if I can use that money to get somewhere and do some liberation work in this country, then that might actually be a good thing. But then after reading that part in your book about how Black people actually made the U.S. look better because it made us look freer by them sending me around the world, now I kind of don't know what to think in some ways.
It's in conflict.
That's that white supremacy, man. It puts us in these impossible positions, man.
No, absolutely. And that's why even in that night in that cipher, I'm not trying to be personally critical, and I get it. Like, and nobody has asked me, nobody has come to me with Jared, we have a worldwide tour we're going to send you on so you could talk about your work in front of audiences all over the globe, and we're going to pay for it. Nobody's come to me with that offer to make me challenge my politics, to say hell no. But the reality is, I think at some point, just like with everything else, there has to be an ability for us to step back and, as objectively as possible, offer up an analysis. And I do think, all told, if we look at the history of propaganda and this country's particular evolution of the study and deployment of psychological warfare and counterinsurgency, and then listen to them admit it, we have to understand that yes, we can all go and have private meetings and do good work, and the art is great, and but the ultimate overall impact and the effect is something else. And then more to my point even is that even if my colleague was right and I'm wrong, more to my point is that was their intent. And that's ultimately what I think is important when we talk about media and propaganda and all these other things. We can all say individually or whatever, it didn't affect me, I didn't get got by that, or I overstand that, or I'm not, or we're not, but the reality is, whatever that may be, their intent is to use the cultural expression of colonized people in the United States to further their imperial interests. And if we think we're outworking them, I think we need more levels of study and certainly more levels of political organization if we think we're going to outdo that. We're not individually. I'm not going to go off and out lecture the State Department with my brilliance any more than an artist is going to, anyway, but,
Heal the World's a big song now. Heal the World healed a lot of people. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Michael Jackson. 1 second applause. I do want to say this, because I do want to bring up a broader conversation, which is around where is political rap in 2026? And I intro that with Killer Mike, right? One of the things I loved about that Red Bull cipher is that Yo, this is a point of view that is very much in line with, I think, where hip hop has gone, or where hip hop is as being co-opted by corporate forces and marketing and all these things. But it's also, to me, it's an extension or another angle on conversation I think he's had for a while. But he's also had some of the most impactful political raps and projects, in my opinion. I look at rap music as a testament to everything that we're literally talking about here today. I think Michael is celebrated for the broader conversation that it is having around Black progress, Black excellence, and Black economics, even if there is a disagreement here on this panel. But he is someone who has lived in these spaces for a long time. The Pledge, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So the verse he kicked actually is from an album he was going to put out in 2012. And it was supposed to be on Mass Appeal. So that's an old verse. That was not a verse that was crafted for this conversation, even if it ironically might fit. But that was a verse that he's had.
So you
for a
saying
while
he
now.
definitely was not talking about me?
That's good to know.
Yeah, second applause.
That's good to know.
So that is the story behind that track itself. But it does raise the question, what does even political conversation, political commentary in rap music in 2026 even look like? I love Vince Staples' album and its risk and its courage that it takes, but it's pretty muted on the broad spectrum. It's not something that I think is cracked into the mainstream. It's definitely not in the charts. We do Chart Report every week. We're going to talk about this later on. Most likely it looks like at the second show now. But Rhapsody's project is an amazing celebration of Blackness, and sadly being Blackness in America is inherently political, right?
Yeah.
But generally speaking, open floor to this panel. Where is political rap in 2026? And should we expect there to be political rap in 2026, given what life in America has turned out to be this century?
I definitely think we should still expect it. I think it's still important. I think where you can find it is underground or not on mainstream. Even if it is a mainstream artist like Ben Staples making an album like that, or a Rhapsody making an album like that, it is going to be intentionally suppressed. I can only muse about what hip hop was in its inception and what some of the biggest artists then were doing and the messages they were able to get off then. But now, there's quite a few of like Gen Z artists, even millennial artists that are making explicitly political music, but you're not going to hear it unless you go digging for it. And I think like we have to continue to go digging for it. We have to continue to uplift those artists. I think Jason, formerly known as Jalopy Bungus, just did a song Fuck Ice, right? And even on the song God Why, he's like talking about kids in Palestine dying and like, God, why is that happening? And kind of just like even questioning, how do I believe in this Lord if like this Lord is like allowing this to happen? Or, a Rhapsody, a Red Veil talking about the Panopticon and talking about I'm attached to this device that's surveilling me, but this is how I make my money. So like the content is out there, the subject matter is out there. And I think we should continue to expect it. Now, I think like the expectation question gets kind of funny because it's like, niggas is trying to eat. And like, if my work is being suppressed and I can't eat off that, like, how am I actually supposed to get, my message out? But I think, even our Earl sweatshirts and our mics, like there's tons of people out there in the rap scene, in the modern rap scene specifically, and in the youth modern rap scene specifically that are doing that. And we just got to uplift them, in my opinion.
Yeah. I was going to say, like, that's actually the world I exist in, is the political rappers, so like, like young dudes, young crew, like this husband and wife pair called the Neighborhood Kids. And then there's the people in Bay with the beat rock music, Bamboo, and Rocky Rivera, who's like, their label is essentially to fund their organizing. Like that's what they do, is grassroots organize. It's the most amazing stuff, revolutionaries. Anyway, I think the question, to your point about musing to where rap came from, like I actually think we don't know because of the loss of monoculture. Like we're not just all sitting down at 8 o'clock watching the Cosby Show. Like that world is gone. Like I don't think we'll ever see the type of visibility and stardom and fame, rest in peace Dolly Parton. Like we ain't gonna ever have one of them. You know what I'm saying? Like now it's just, the world doesn't work like that. So while I'm grateful that a lot of these young artists, to your point, I agree. Like a lot of these young artists that I'm interacting with are actually very politically aware and very savvy and very ready and very down for the cause and still has that zeal. I wonder if we're just, how to get out of a silo has eluded every rapper I know, you know, and so I'm actually very curious. But I think to your point, yeah, it's never going away. I think as long as our system continues to be unjust, artists will make music about that injustice.
I think that so long as go ahead, Al.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, I think that so long as there's Black people in the world, hip hop is going to have some element of politicization to it, because just being Black in a white supremacist society, why is a phrase like Black Lives Matter so inherently political? Because Blackness itself is inherently political. That's why, you know, you get certain people that get so worked up. Like, that should just be common sense. Black Lives Matters. But so I personally feel like so long as that, and, you know, I've seen a couple of people, you know, shout out Gaius Guevara, the Genesis Owusu album from earlier this year, very political. I heard BK mention Mike. So it's not like there's a dearth of explicitly political content. Rhapsody, but I think that one of the, and going back to, you know, it's funny, you know, that we talked about the mythology of Montgo earlier, right? And I really wasn't hip to this until, of all people, Dr. Ball was talking about it. Is that hip hop has always kind of been the tale of two sisters, right? Is that hip hop has always been commercial to some degree. Sugar Hill Gang were industry heads, you know what I mean? So it's always been like, they quite literally, if we really want to make a delineation between where mainstream and underground hip hop split, it was when Big Bank Hank took Grandmaster Cash's freestyle and made that the backbone to Rapper's Delight. So we got to go all the way back to so I say that to say, I feel like there has always been this push-pull dynamic between, you know, hip hop, you know, is radically Black, hip hop is revolutionary, hip hop, you know, is F you, don't do what you tell me, but at the same time, I'm trying to make a bag at the same time. You know what I mean? I'm trying to get up out the hood. I'm trying to make this money, you know. I just think that, you know, again, I won't necessarily say the death of the monoculture, but the suppression of the monoculture is not nearly as, you know, gatekeepers don't have nearly the type of influence that they had, you know, when I was in high school or whatever the case may be. It makes it so you can go, if you want your political rap, you can go over here. You know, if you just want booty meat bars, you can go over here. You know what I mean? If you just want to listen to Drake and everybody that sound like Drake, you can go over here. You know what I mean? And I think it makes it so I think it, I don't really have, I just kind of get kind of wary when we mythologize the history of hip hop to make it seem like, because I hate doing this thing where it's like, you know, I'm saying this as a young unk myself. I hate this thing where old niggas be like, oh, you know, the kids these days, blah, 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 blah. I hate when we do that. I hate, you know, when we, you know, talk about, you know, I was like 10 years old singing Uchi Wally. I ain't had no business singing that. So I hate when we do stuff like
Amazing
that.
song.
Amazing song.
He gets hate for it, but I 1 second applause.
Yeah. So I say that to say, I don't want us to do the thing where we're like, you know, hip hop is no longer political just because it's not as prominent as it once was. There's plenty of subgenres of hip hop that are no longer as prominent as they once was, just because the monoculture is not as strong. Now, that being said, I will make the argument that, you know, there was a certain aesthetic back in the day that you had to present in order to get on. You know, people weren't going to accept you if you didn't present a certain way. And at some point, I can't really pinpoint exactly where it was, but at some point, you ain't have to look like Ja Rule. You ain't have to look like 50 Cent. You ain't have to look like any of them. You ain't have to have that, you know, I'll call it radically black aesthetic.
It's funny because both of them look like Tupac.
Right. You ain't have to look like Tupac no more. You ain't have to look like Tupac no more. You can still get on. So it's a tale of two cities to me. Is basically the point I'm trying to get at.
I may be the only person who feels like all rap is political. I actually think that definitely that black people make, maybe not all art. Yeah, I think maybe all of it is political. I think what happens is people don't like certain people's politics, so they dismiss it as not political, but they are very loudly saying, these are my politics. I also think booty meat bars is funny because it's kind of a double entendre in a way, because I know you're talking about booty meat bars, but I actually think the smartest way to provide substantive bars is for the booty to meet the bars and for you to put it together and people to have fun dancing and laughing while also learning things because they're intertwined together. Yeah. And if that's what we're talking about.
I also think the biggest song in hip hop this century is a political rap song, and that is Not Like Us. The entire third verse of Not Like Us takes us into the origin story of this country. And so, you know, I think about this often. It's still in a position. It's like when Ye made Jesus Walks, right? He rapped this Jesus song as a fly beat and clever bars, and it worked for him. In this case, Dot rapped it in a diss track, and we still go up when it comes to it. That song has become an anthem for countries that it has nothing to do with. That song itself tells the story of our people in one of the most effective ways I may have ever heard as the third verse. You know what I mean? And so these are outliers. You know, I think about Eminem's White America. It's one of the most important songs I've ever heard in hip hop because that song directly addresses white poverty and that perspective to a largely white and largely impoverished population, the ones who buy the most records, right? And so, I do agree with L's point that rap itself, when you're kicking whatever point of view you have, whatever your personal philosophy is, you are in a way sharing what is important to you from a political standpoint. If you are only about incarceration rap, I like rap that gets niggas incarcerated, right? Well, that is a very loud political position. You are definitely supporting a very well-funded system of oppression that's the oldest in history. And so, you might as well call it Confederate rap at that point. But more specifically, I think what's interesting now is we are having this discussion on what liberation looks like in 2026. And it has ventured into bars, right? I think it's also very, very interesting what is happening this election cycle, right? I'm watching Mayor Mamdani be the most popular blue team person in the nation. And I'm also watching his old raps go viral. His old raps are going viral as he is the mayor of New York City, right? And there is a wedge that is happening between liberalism and what's happening on the progressive left as we move into election season. This is all a very captivating time in my point of view. Open floor on this question. Is the real battle when it comes to this conversation between what is going to take the lead on, let's say, the left or the blue side, the liberals or the DSAs, or really more than anything else, is that a misplaced battle when it comes to what is happening, broadly speaking, with the now very difficult to ignore presence of fascism? And are we fracturing our own power by the way we're handling these discussions?
Forgive me for backing this for backing this up, but can I respond to this last point about hip hop real quick?
Absolutely.
And then I'm probably gonna have to dip because I can feel myself fade. I'm sorry. So first, let me just say thank you again for the invitation. This has been great. Thank you all very much again. And L and BK, please accept my humble gratitude at your representation of my argument. Thank you very much.
One second applause.
If you ever have a panel that starts earlier in the day, please invite me back. If you ever catch me on a day that isn't at the end of my 5-class semester, I'm happy to come back at this time.
We're moving to Tuesdays going forward. I'm not sure what Tuesday looks like.
That is my day off. So please.
Hey, one second applause.
Perfect. Thank you. Salute. Just a couple of quick points that I just wanted to throw out on this with one that I'll end as an I guess an actual unk warning. First, as has been attributed to me as my iron triangle, I think it is important to understand in the context of what I've already said earlier about propaganda in this country's media system, there is no such thing as being rich, popular, and radical at the same time. And there's no exception that I'm aware of to that rule. Whenever someone's politics radically match their popularity and their relative richness, their careers are destroyed, their lives are ended, they're imprisoned, or some variation of the three. So I think we always have to be careful about what becomes popular in this country and judge it critically, even if we like it, especially if we like it. Because the mechanisms that allow for popularity in this country I don't think are properly understood and have less to do with what we want than what is imposed on us. So even to the example of this latest Rhapsody song, that I and a lot of the artists you mentioned, I'm just not familiar with. I've aged out of that, so I have to defer to you on whether they are or not radical and whatever. But what I noticed first as I looked up with the Rhapsody song that I actually liked in the video, I thought was dope as well, is that it's a Rock Nation distributed product. And, even to your point about this maybe most political song of the 21st century from Kendrick, Kendrick is a Sony Amazon product that we have. So we have to understand that even in that moment that we may, I've certainly, and many of us all enjoyed.
Yeah.
Huh?
I was just clarifying it's Interscope, yeah.
Yeah, but they're a subsidiary of
Universal.
Yeah. Universal. So sorry. Yeah, Universal. And then that because it's only three. It's either Universal, Sony, or Warner for the most part. That's
Correct.
Really it. And then the distribution thing with the video on Amazon and all of that. And I think that we have to understand that. Some years ago, Rapsody did a song with Ninth Wonder. And I forgot the full title, but the parenthetical title was an ode to Betty Shabazz. Yeah. And I did go on Twitter and I said, usually nobody pays me any attention, but I said to them, it's a great track, but I don't think it's fair to call it an ode to Betty Shabazz because you passingly mentioned Malcolm X once. You don't say anything about Betty. There's no discussion. So if you're calling it an ode to someone, you would think it contained. So I was like, it's a dope song. It's just that. And both of them kind of got at me a little bit. And Ninth Wonder's argument was the simple fact of me mentioning the name is akin to when our generation, when A Tribe Called Quest mentioned Steve Biko in a song, and he argued that our generation became Biko enthusiasts. And I was like, that's not what happened. That's not how it works either. So
real quick, I'm noticing a pattern here, Dr. Ball. You get online and then all of a sudden you got back and forth. I'm just saying.
It appears as a pattern because I'm talking about things that have happened over 10, 15 years. It's really not that often.
Nah, it's a pattern.
Okay, fair enough. But fair enough. I'll take that under advisement. But again, I am trying to well, yeah. All right. So the warning I'll end with is that at a time where my generation is watched our leading political voices in hip hop, namely, for instance, Chuck D, side with Anthony Blinken and later the State Department. When we watch KRS-One talk about Eric Adams is my hip hop mayor, and go on Alex Jones's platform, when we're when Nas can talk about Greeks learning something deep from their teachers, but then to your point, he's doing Uchi Wally Wally, and somebody in the chat caught the Jay-Z verse. Is it Uchi Wally Wally? Is it one mic? What I think what I'm really getting to is that the artists that we all want to support and end up loving are themselves a reflection of what's happening in the community, and in terms of politics, what's happening in terms of movements. Dhoruba bin Wahad, the legendary Black Panther Party member, Black Liberation Army member, made this wonderful point years ago during the great debate in Harlem as to whether Barack Obama would be good for Black people, which he was not. And Dhoruba made this great point in talking about James Brown. And he said, if you remember James Brown's song, I'm Black and I'm Proud, James Brown, the Nixonian Black conservative, Black capitalist Republican who gave us this anthem, Dhoruba pointed out, James Brown never says, I'm Black and I'm proud. He sings the verse, say it loud. And then the youth that he brought in reflect the sentiment of the people in the street. And they say, I'm Black and I'm proud. And Dhoruba was using this, I think, as a device to point out that this is the true relationship between artists and the people. The artists, much like politicians, will be pushed to take certain positions by what the people demand. Absent those demands, yes, artists might offer up some reflection of something radical and critical, but the reality is we can't expect them to sustain that on their own, by themselves, any more than we could do that on our own and by ourselves. So we all need to be part of movements. And as I've argued in terms of emancipatory journalism in the past, our work has to be an extension of radical political movements. And to the extent it's not, it's going to suffer. So whether we're an academic, a journalist, an artist of some kind, if we're not deeply connected to those struggles, the art itself is going to only take a certain level of depth. And then, absent the revolution, the apparatus itself will never allow for a certain level of popularity to go to artists that are truly radical and critical and offering up some of the content. So yes, as was the case in my generation, will be the case in yours, and going forward, all the truly radical, wonderful art will be suppressed. We'll have to find it in the margins. And then we have to build the movements that will put a demand on all of us to become more radical in the work that we do.
Dr. Ball, 9-second applause.
Thank you very much. Again, I'm super grateful for the invitation. I really appreciate the discussion. BK and L, again, thank you endlessly. To your chat, thank you very much. And yeah, I really appreciate the invitation, and I look forward to building again. Thank you all very much.
We look forward to, sir. Thank you again for joining us tonight.
Peace, everybody. Thanks. Bye-bye. You too. Peace.
Aww.
Word up. Dr. Jared Ball, everybody.
Woo. So dope.
1 second applause again.
18 seconds of applause.
Word up. How you doing on time, Bill?
I don't know how I'm gonna follow that. But yeah, I gotta check you out in a couple minutes too, but I got time for one more question.
I had a question for I guess a question or a declaration. I don't know, for Lil Bill. Going back to something that you were talking about in terms of like ditching individualism and moving towards communalism, and kind of threading the needle where I don't think you were specifically trying to go the whole like niggas ain't shit route. It could slip into that, which I'm glad that was caught. But just to veer the other way, what do you feel like? I mean, I guess you're saying the best way to kind of start this type of what I hear like mutual aid and like political organizing outside of like beyond, let's say I know my neighbors, right? Now what? Like in terms of on the ground mutual aid work, or what do you feel like is the best way to kind of enter in that? Because, you know, a big part of, I think Prop said it earlier, a lot of this disentangling of like individualism and praising capital and praising wealth has almost been like attached to our identity. And so when you like attack that, it's like, whoa, like, are you attacking me personally? Are you attacking my identity? Whatever. And so it is hard to kind of break out of that. It is kind of, if I've been socialized to think about me and mine and getting out of my mama house and not, you know, pull and sharing our resources, whatever, it's going to feel like antithesis to who I am. And I'm kind of swimming upstream too. So I guess what's the best way to kind of like break that down for someone who's maybe just hearing that idea for the first time?
Yeah, so I ain't even gonna hold you. I ain't even clock the whole niggas ain't shit aspect of what I was saying. So because my
Me
thing
either, but
but I mean I get it, I understand it, because like I said, because I grew up half holiness, half hotep. So yeah, the whole black capitalism, that I was brought up on that. So my thing is, it's like, it's not so much it's a problem with niggas, but going back to something that Dr. Ball was talking about, it's a problem with the way that we've been propagandized, right? Is that we have been, in the words of Herbert Marcuse, we have been basically, and I'm paraphrasing here, but lulled into this collective state of false consciousness, where what we do now is that we pursue, quote unquote, he calls false needs, right? So that's, get the bag, get the bag, get the bag, get the bag, whatever, at all costs. And so what it does is that it robs us of the capacity for critical thinking. We're no longer in a position where we're able to ask, all right, why do I need the Birkin bag? You know what I mean? Why do I need the red bottles? Why do I need the Maserati? Why am I pursuing this so hard? We're no longer in a position to ask that question, because the state has consciously, what C. Wright Mills called the power elites, have consciously propagandized over the years, where now we're in a state where, again, I get, this is not the fault of individuals. We have been conditioned to be afraid of our neighbors. You know what I mean? This not a coincidence that you turn on the news and, if I watch too much in the news, I'm afraid I'm gonna go outside, and get raped, knocked upside the head, and robbed all within the same 5 minutes. But when you actually look at the stats, crime is at all-time lows. Compared to what it was in the 70s, it's ridiculous. Yeah. But you want to know that by watching the news, and that's all by design. They want us to be afraid of each other. So it starts, in my opinion, again, going back to, divorcing ourselves from this hyper individualistic idea of what it means to be me, right? Of what it means to be, I guess, American. It starts with actually knowing the people in your community, and then it begins with pulling, and then it moves to pulling resources, right? Yeah. I remember one of my mentors talked about, he's actually from Baltimore. And there was a skate park around their way that was get ready to get filled up, and whatever the case may be. And so him and his buddies, his boys, got together, and they said, all right, what can we do to stop this? And they educated themselves. They went to their council person. They attended town hall meetings. They were able to get petitions signed, and they were able to gather this grassroots force of people that said, no, we need to keep the skate park for the kids, so that they don't run around here knocking people upside the heads, because they don't got nothing to do after school. And they wound up saving the skate park. And that wound up leading into a career in politics, because, and this is this goes back to a point that Prop was making earlier, is that what that did was that it expanded his imagination of what is possible, of what is capable. Dr. Ball left, but I don't even remember if Dr. Ball had said that. I know somebody has said this, is that the different, matter of fact, well, it don't matter who said it, but the difference, I think, between us and our ancestors, I feel like, is that we've been propagandized to the point that we think that we can't win. And that's what it ultimately comes down to, is that, Kwame knew he was going to win. Asada knew she was going to win. The Panthers knew they were going to win. And when they got older, they said, all right, if I don't win, my kids is going to win. But somehow, some way, we going to win. We going to be all right. You know what I mean? I think that we have been robbed of that imagination, because we have been so heavily propagandized, and that's something that you have to actively unlearn. It's not something that's going to happen overnight, and that begins with the little things. That begins with like I said, attend your local town hall meeting. Attend your local whatever. If you got a neighborhood watch. If you don't got one, start one. You know what I mean? That's literally communal policing. You know what I mean? It's a neighborhood watch. And when you're in that spot, then we don't got no need for cops in our neighborhoods because we policing ourselves. You know what I mean? I have seen people do these things, and I mean, obviously these things cost money, but I've seen people, do things like have power tool libraries, you know what I mean, where you rent power tools, hot meal cabinets, even the community gardens. It's so much that you can do once you begin to think outside of the scope of, oh well, I need state money to do it. No, not necessarily. If you get enough people on the boat to say that we'll chip in, even if it's just $1, if it's just about, matter of fact, I'll use myself for an example. Perfect example is that, matter of fact, this Saturday we just got done doing it. Is that for every year for like the past 7-8 years, I think, before I became a YouTube, we have been handing out book bags and school supplies to close enough to where I grew up, right? That started out by me and my wife literally just asking people for money. Can you give anything? Can you do anything? And you'll be surprised the number of people that once you start it, that feel the dream, sort of, if you build it, they will come. Yeah. All they got to do is see somebody, plant the seed, and then they'll be willing to water it. That thing has now expanded to the point that now we raise I think this year we raised like $20,000 for that.
Nice, second applause.
So I say all of that to say, that was all because she and I had this idea in our head that said it can be done. So yeah. I didn't imagine that it would expand to what it is now. All I knew was that I know where I come from, and I know that the bulk of them kids do not have what they need to go back. What can I do to solve that? And then it just expanded, and then a bunch of people said, you know what? I want to be a part of that. I think, again, this goes back to this thing that, we're conditioned not only to be afraid of each other, but we're conditioned to just assume the worst of each other. Yeah. You understand what I'm saying? We're conditioned to assume that, oh, well, I want to do good. I'm the only one that wants to do good. When that's not necessarily the truth. But you're not going to know that unless you talk to the folk that can help you get that done. So that would be my suggestion.
I fuck with that. Appreciate
that. I'm not mad at it at all.
That's dope. I live in Boyle Heights, East LA. If y'all not from LA, it's 100% like Latino Mexican over here. I grew up on the east side, so I kind of grew up close to I've always grown up with the Vatos. That's where I grew up in. But anyway, I say that to say, to your point, the idea of like actually knowing your neighbors and such, like we were all like, it's I can't tell you where it started, but it's in the sense of like, I'm out there mowing my lawn. The brother across the street was like, hey, you're a good man. You take care of your family. Like, it was just that simple, right? At this point, it's beer runs, it's babysitting. My daughter's, like, our goddaughter lives 2 doors down. Everybody, they Mexican, everybody grow fruit, right? So we're sharing fruit with each other. So by the time we hit the pandemic, when I tell you that we were okay, because everybody knows each other, right? You fast forward 5 years, then ICE started coming. So when ICE was in our streets, it was like we didn't have to organize. Like, we all kind of already knew each other.
Because you already had
it was already in the building, you know what I'm saying? So like our patrols, it was kind of real easy for us, because it's like, well, everybody know I got papers, so I could go outside, you know what I'm saying? So it was real easy for us. We was doing grocery runs, we did GoFundMes, and it was like, if you don't have to spin the thing up already, then what you're seeing is, like you said, like true political power. So like I said, we just really ain't have to ask for nothing, because like we were kind of already kind of clicked up together. And it reminded me for the first time to your point, it reminded me of Granny's house. Like Granny lived on, when growing up, she was 73rd San Pedro. I feel like I knew everyone on that street. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I'm saying? So that I'm saying that to your point of like that political power, I think in a lot of ways, I'm echoing your point, but it's more attainable than it sounds. You know, I find, I'm going back to Justin's question about like the DSA and whatever the Democrats are, because they're not liberals. Like that's not what, like whatever they doing right now is not. Anyway, going back to that question, I found two things to be true. Like as a voting bloc, obviously not as individuals, or as obviously there's variations of this, but as a voting bloc, Black people and in turn people of color, we're very transactional. Like I think in the sense that none of us believe any goodwill about the government. Like I don't believe you have my best interest in mind. So what can I get from this? You know what I mean? So when you're looking at our global, if you will, voting trends, we tend to vote based on what we think you could give us. Now, obviously, this shit ain't worked, you know what I'm saying, because of where we are. But with that understanding, you go back into, the way that the Democrats are talking. They made a bet, right? And the bet they made was the same bet that, was the opposite bet that Nixon and it was talking about, that Dr. Boyle was talking about. Like, you made the opposite bet to where it's like, well, if we bet on this voter block, if we could wrap a rope around this group, then maybe we could keep them in place. But they're still institutionalists and will continue to be institutionalists. So to your point, to your question, Justin, about like, is the Democratic Party shooting itself in its foot? I think we've just been lying to ourselves for the last 2 centuries that we have two parties. Like they're not two parties. And it's just becoming more and more obvious now that the interests are not aligned. You know what I'm saying? And I don't think they ever will be. But if it's a grab on power, again, you have to watch the trends of history. It's like, this is going to seem like a reach, but like follow me here. Like the end of like the Gilded Age, the Carnegies, the people that built New York, what came out of that in America was the progressive movement. That's where we got labor unions. It's because we looked at this shit. It was like, this shit is not where. Matter of fact, the founding of Los Angeles was in a lot of ways as a response to the Gilded Age. It was like, look, man, we just can't let you can't consolidate power like that. There has to be other ways to do it. That's why we have a city council and the LA Kids versus the LA County. That's why the mayor. That's why we probably can't ever get no Mamdani, because our charter says we don't want power consolidated like that, like just in Los Angeles. That being said, the groundswell of what's happening now is something that has happened before, whether it was the Great Depression to the New Deal, whether it was, like I said, it was Gilded Age to the Progressive Era. I just think we're in a moment where the norms are just shifting. And I do think the Republican Party or the Democratic Party as we know it, at least the institution, is going to die. I think they are going to die. Will they become as progressive as what the DSA is doing right now? And I'd even say progressive in big old air quotes, you know what I'm saying? Like progressive in relation to, but I think that they are not reading the tea leaves as far as an institution, and just really not listening to where the voters are. Like it's so weird to me that they're mad at people being elected when it's like, well, we elected them. Like that's we chose them people. I don't know what you mad at them people for.
Tomato.
Say it
No,
again?
you're right. That was tomato to that, because that's how they be acting. They be acting like
Tomato.
we should be throwing tomatoes at them, getting mad. We winning, people winning. It's the same shirt. They got the same color. They all throwing the blue team up. You know what I'm saying? But give me 1 second. Prop. I know, Bill. You gotta bounce. I want to say thank you so much for joining the discussion today. Huge fan of everything that you bring to the space, of course. And I personally have learned so much from you just watching your videos and every time we get a chance to talk, man. So thank you so much for joining. The one and only
no
Lil
problem.
Bill.
I'm humbled as always.
Brilliant.
Yeah, let me go.
Yeah, it's always good to talk to you, Bill. I was happy to see you today.
9-second applause.
Good to see y'all too. Deuces.
Word up. If you're just tuning in, this is Culture United every Tuesday going forward. Hashtag See You Tuesdays right here on the Company Man channel. We've got Janelle, we've got BK, we've got the one only propaganda on the panel right now. If you're just getting here, you might as well start from the beginning. We Dr. Ball and Lil Bill, incredible panel, incredible discussion about the life and the way things are going. And a lot of times that can lead to charged conversations, but everyone that's a part of these conversations, and even the people we're talking about within these conversations, we're all looking to move in the same direction. 1 second applause. You know, the one thing I want to say about what you just dropped, Prop, is, you know, I feel like the language that both parties are the same or they're all the same is working to our detriment at this point. Absolutely. We just watched 300-some thousand black women just get laid off through the federal workforce. We've got 400,000, I think, black men that have been unemployed through this administration at the same time. The federal government was the last backstop, the last safeguard where no matter who you are, whatever your background was, whatever your gender is, you had to be treated fairly. And that is a huge difference automatically between one party and another party. And we've been more affected by that than anyone else. And I feel like that conversation needs to be much louder. And I don't necessarily hear that coming from leadership of either party, truthfully. But when I hear people say it's the same thing, I don't look at that and see the same thing. I get where you're coming from, but that is a huge difference.
That's not what I'm saying. Like, I would never say that, like, the idea of like the right wing of our country right now they're just throw out the map. Like, they are on their own stratosphere of crazy. That's not what I'm trying to say. What I am trying to say is the idea that the Democratic Party is not one party. What I'm saying is it's four parties is what I'm trying to say. That's what I meant by, like, that we've been lying to ourselves about having two parties, where I'm just like, we have like 6 of them. You know what I mean? It's just, they just only share these 2 names. What I'm trying to say is that, like, the difference between what the establishment of the Democratic Party and what the left wing is saying in some ways are somewhat irreconcilable because of what their goals are. But no, you're absolutely correct. I would never say that, oh, what's blue shirt, red shirt? No, because one of y'all dismantled the Voting Rights Act.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Exactly.
one of y'all did that. That's not
one of y'all got rid of Roe v. Wade.
One of y'all worked on it for years. Like, that's not as so. Please, here, if y'all just jumping in, please, that's not what I was trying to say.
I do feel like the conversation is worth, like, fleshing out and having some nuance, right? Because in very obvious ways, the right wing, you know, the Republicans and the Democrats enact very different policies, right? Yeah. And then on another accord, you do see a very real uniparty when it comes to, like, let's say, support for Israel or AIPAC support or corporate support, right? Like, the Heritage Foundation gave money to the Harris campaign, also gave money to the Trump campaign, right? Like,
aerospace and defense.
It's right. Like, there are these things where they unify with each other to say, and now fuck that, fuck the voters.
Yeah.
Fuck what's going on in that regard. And so I do think that it's unhelpful to say there's no difference. They're all one and the same, right? But then there is that almost, like, when we toss that out, it almost obscures the very real overlap in the ways that matter, where they say, I am in defense of capital. And so anybody outside of that is an enemy to me. And I think, like, to kind of what Prop is saying, James Carville actually was recently saying that the Democratic Party is under immense stress. I mean, we saw this with the Tea Party, the MAGA movement, and the Republicans. we should have a multi-party system. Like we're trying to fit. They're talking about this big tent shit.
That's
I'm
my
so
point.
pissed with the
That's
big
my
tent shit. It's like, no, nigga, we're
Yeah.
not under the same tent. I am
Yeah.
against capital. You are for capital. I am
Yeah.
against genocide. You are a collaborator.
Yes.
Hakeem Jeffries, you're doing private backroom conversations that are not under oath with Jared Kushner, who's not a member of the cabinet of the Trump administration. What are you talking about? Then you hop up on camera, you put on an oversized fucking snapback and
Come
a
on,
fucking
man.
green polo, and you go and you have a little brick backdrop, and you say, we were talking about the affordability crisis, but I didn't get anything done. History shows that liberals are often collaborators with fascists, and that's really what we're seeing when we see
Yes.
them unified and attacking a fucking Twitch streamer because he's one of the most prominent anti-Israel voices on the left.
Yeah.
We see it's like actual warfare going on, and there's a unification with the right, the right and the left. You know, when people say the left, they're like somehow talking about Pelosi and Joe Biden and shit, and it's like, okay,
Like, no, they not. Yeah.
we need different names for that.
Yeah.
But the liberals or whatever, there's a line that needs to be drawn, you know, when it comes to collaborating with fascist traitors, you know, architects of January 6th, et cetera, and then people who are not doing that. So I think it's just like a bunch of conversations kind of wrapped in one. And the collaboration that we're seeing right now, I mean, Trump's polling numbers are in the toilet, and like the next lowest polling apparatus is the Democrats, because they're not fighting against, you know, fascism, you know, as much as, you know, the Democratic base wants them to. So I don't know. That's just kind of my quick thoughts on all of that.
I do think it's dangerous to say they're the same thing, and not because it's not true, which is what's interesting. I think the general public is listening to snapshots of information and then carrying them on. And when people start saying they're the same thing, they're like, well, it don't matter. I might as well vote for the one that's more entertaining, which is Donald Trump and them.
Yeah.
But this is what I think they're the same at. It seems like both sides believes that they must partner with capitalists in order to get anything done. And the difference seems like the Republicans think that the way to please them is through racism.
Yeah.
And the Democrats think that the way to please them is by corralling everybody else except for maybe not except for the white people, corralling everybody else that is either doesn't qualify to be a white racist or hasn't signed up to be that level of racist, or like the people of color, I guess you could say, you know, in some ways that doesn't exist. But I think they definitely both are serving the same masters, but differently. Yeah. And I think it's in our is in our benefit for the people who think that you serve the capitalists with the people of color and the working class people, getting them corralled. I think it's in our benefit for them to be in office so that we can trick them out of their power, so that we can benefit by having better material conditions for the working class people. Do I think that means they're our friends? No. Do I think that's their goal? No. But I think that puts us in a better position to trick them out of that power, because at this point, that's all we can actually do.
Do you think the DSA is like attempting to do that? Because, you know, people will say like, why doesn't the DSA just start their own party? And they're like, well, it's really hard to do that. Like sometimes you get sued like to where you can't get ballot access. And so they take the Democrat line since we only have two. Yeah. They run under the Democrat line to try to get, like they argue for entryism. Like, let us get through the door by utilizing the party line.
Same thing with the Tea Party.
Yeah, I was just about to say that, Justin. I think the DSA is about to do to the Democratic Party what the Tea Party did to the Republican Party, but I don't think that we should keep saying it, because the more we say niggas, we're coming to take over the entire party, and you can't stop us because the people are on your side. I can feel the powers that be. You know how all the powers that be hyper focused on that black lady who now owns the Padres, and now all of a sudden we starting to see all fucked up shit about her. The same way when I first saw her, I started to feel it's a disturbance in the force. I felt the haters coming from all over the universe. They was coming for her. I think the more that we say, hey man, this kind of reminds me of the Tea Party. Remember the Tea Party? They just sounded crazy and radical, and next thing you know, they ate through the conservative party. so crazy. And I do think that was a reflex to people being upset about Obama. In some ways. It gave people a way to express their racism and frustration. And if we're lucky, that DSA party can eat through the other way and give the working class a way to express their frustration. And they also have the benefit of actually being fucking correct, which always gives us one up.
Yeah,
to be honest.
It's hard to take food out of people's mouth, like once they get them. So once you truly experience, like, wait, we don't have to pay for the buses, and you don't want to tell me I need to pay for the buses, like. Wait, hold up. You know what I'm saying? So like, your point is correct. Like I love that, like we're on that page to where it's just like the categories, even in the Republican Party, like y'all not saying the same thing when you say Republican, because you have the ones, like you said, that are just like, we are white supremacists. Exactly. We are trying to create a monoculture here. There's them. And then there's the white supremacists that are like, yeah, but that fucks up the money. So let's not fuck up the money, right? And the problem with those dudes is there's also Democrats that are going, yeah, you know what? That fucks up the money. You know what I'm saying? But we're white supremacists. You know what I mean? So like, so when you can parse out these positions and, like you said, like have this wing over there that's standing in the corner of the DSA going, did anybody ask the voters though? Ain't nobody ask what the voters think? I think the voters is saying this, even if it's like if it's as transactional as them saying, what do y'all want? Okay, I'm gonna be the one saying that. Okay, great. I don't have to like you, I don't have to love you. That's what I'm saying. It's transactional. Like, yeah. And again, and when them white people realize, like, which is what's happening, why Trump stuff is in the shitter, when you in Toadsuck, Arkansas, and you trying to go to the clinic, you know what I mean, to get your medicine, and the clinic crickets because they shut the shit down because they lost their money. Like, wait, hold up.
That's why I call them.
So then, and then when you what's up?
That's why I call them Confederates, because that's what they be acting like. And that's what they are.
Well, and you know what's interesting too, El?
That's what they are. Yeah.
The people who are sounding the alarm with the DSA strategy, I've seen come from Fox News. And they're like, hey guys, this happened and Democrats need to wake up. And the Democrats are like, fuck what the voters say, like fuck democracy. They have this election cycle leading up to the midterms. They have displayed the most anti-democratic sentiment where they will see a duly elected insurgent. It's embarrassing. It's unbecoming, right? And it's just, they're obviously jealous that they don't have the juice, whatever the fuck. They'll see like a duly elected official, you know, win their primary, and then a barrage of money and a barrage of attacks, not just from the right, but from the centrist corporatist wing of the party. Absolutely. Like, I don't know if y'all saw that memo that it was like Hakeem Jeffries, Alyssa Slotkin, John Fetterman, and then someone put the price tags of like AIPAC, the AIPAC dollars they were receiving, all doing the same shit. I disavow. I'm like, if y'all could get on one accord about like reenacting voting rights or housing or clean water and clean air, like if y'all could get on message about that, that would be incredible. That's what the people want you to do. It seems like they're so antagonistic to the base when your approval rating is in the shitter. It's like,
so I think for me, I don't really want them to do anything, and maybe I'm being too like I'm ignoring how long it will take to see change. I don't need Hakeem Jeffries and them to do anything. I think their time is up. So I feel like they can enjoy whatever. I just need to see the results of the midterms. If the midterms go the way that I think they're going to go, it really doesn't matter what you say, because I think we're about to sweep all of those people out of there. And I think that, but I could be wrong. Now, if I'm wrong, then I would have a different analysis.
What do you think about, because I think that their time is over too, and we're seeing the death spiral and the last gasping breath of the corporate establishment. But
no, not the corporate establishment.
Who? Sorry. Those people in particular in those positions, or
are you calling them the corporate establishment because they're aligned with corporations now, or are you saying the next wave is not going to be aligned with corporations?
That I think that the current corporatists now, like their time is like running out.
Yeah.
But what do you think of AOC and Zoran preemptively endorsing Hakeem Jeffries to be Speaker of the House, even before we take the House back?
I think it is a strategy.
Yes,
because of the way that people who are not super up on politics will look at them crazy if they went against that black man, just visually.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, great, go be Speaker of the House. Sure. Because I think they too know y'all ass is out. I think it's strategy. I think they are some, I think the DSA are fantastic strategists and fantastic communicators. So I'm doing more of watching and learning from the DSA than hyper critiquing them, because they are pulling off quite a feat right now.
Yeah.
And if it goes the way it seems to be going, we about to start ripping the wires out of all types of shit. Well, now, that's why I'm hesitating into the midterm. The midterms is going to be my first check. I'm going to open the box up like this. Like, hey, what did we get? And I'm going to see if some light comes out of that box or do some fucking fire come out of that box. So
I think you're spot on with the Hakeem Jeffries thing because of how the Congress works. And like you actually need institutional knowledge to work in the Congress, because none of them give a fuck about the merits of your argument. Like that's not how shit gets passed. No, you sit down, let's go get a beer. Okay, I'll approve this bridge if you approve this process over here. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like it's the wheeling and dealing. So to put Hakeem Jeffries in there, like it's almost like you said, it's like let us be the radicals. Let us go do the groundwork, do the shit, do all this stuff. You go in the back rooms and do whatever you got to do. And the strategy in that too is like these people, they can't possibly be as disconnected and aloof as they're presenting. Like they have to know that they're aging out. Like they have to know. So if you got any sense, you're like, okay, let me at least present like I'm good with the young homies. Like even if I don't,
they're having a hard time believing it. I think they're having a very hard time.
Yes.
Like if you talk to some of those people, not the exact people, but like people that are their voters, similar to the conversation we had earlier about the black buying power propaganda being so good that these people actually think they're doing the right thing. When you talk to that crowd that votes for those people, they feel like I did the homework. I learned what I'm supposed to do. They're doing what they're supposed to do. So we just have to wait it out. And I think we just need more time of the messaging to keep going through. Isn't this odd? Like, I think the DSA does a really good job of, isn't this odd? Isn't this crazy? Is this supposed to be like this? Isn't this weird? This shouldn't be this way. Wouldn't it be nice if it was like this? And they do it so repetitively.
Yeah.
And I think they're starting up an engine to, in some ways, combat that level of propaganda. So I'm not 100% sure that they truly understand. I think they're still in the ego of, I've been doing this for so long. It kind of reminds me of, I can't think of a dude named, the black dude who came out and was like, it gotta be Joe Biden. I hate that nigga. What's his name? What is his name?
Ooh, Jim Clyburn or no?
Yes, bro.
Yeah.
I was about to say, you know
who they was gonna pick, and he did that shit.
His ass literally is 83 years old. He was going to step down and let his daughter run for his seat, and at the last minute decided to run again because these people are addicted to power. Maxine Waters left her heart, reclaiming my time at 90 something, looked offended at the question of, are you going to step aside? And actually, who are you, grooming and bringing up, underneath you to, to carry on this forward so that we don't have situations like, oh my God, I forget the man's name. He ran against AOC for a chair of the oversight committee because the Democratic Party has a policy of seniority. It was his turn up next. The nigga had throat cancer. He died. And now there's a vacancy. That happened like 8 different times in the past, 2 years, right? Yeah. I think the issue too is like, okay, I understand maybe AOC doing the Hakeem thing. I think Zoran, expert communicator, he could say, I'm the mayor of New York. I'm not in Congress. I'm not going to weigh in on that, right? So
Yeah.
him preemptively and like doubling down, it looked crazy. I understand that there's a kind of cold cynicism that happens when you go from being an activist to being an elected official, that like you see behind the curtain, you understand like what has to happen. I think the critique of that or what I'm also keeping an eye on is something that happened with like the revolutionary energy, grassroots organizational energy around Obama. And as soon as he got in, he was like, no, I'm like taking that nonprofit apart. Like we're not doing that. The kind of, there is this larger kind of meta question of like, what is going to be the end result? And I think we still have to wait and see. I don't think we should like endlessly critique, but I do think we got to keep an eye on, are we funneling revolutionary energy into a thing that's a little bit more defanged? Because if we think about what Hakeem Jeffries literally got on CNN and said, I don't support Medicare for all. That's like an 80-20 issue in the Democratic base. Like you're not even saying popular shit, nigga. And then now Zoran has to stand up there and be like, yeah, I support, as the mayor of New York, I support preemptive. We haven't even won the House yet. So I guess it's kind of one of those things where we have to we gotta like you keep an eye on it a little bit. It's because it's kind of that thing that, you know, Dr. Ball was saying, where it's like, okay, when you get to a certain level of visibility, it has to be defanged. And then what pieces are being defanged? And then we see the defanging and we get to woke one was crazy.
I'm so tired of them saying that. I want y'all to stop saying that. I'm trying to support y'all. I'm trying to support y'all. Y'all gotta stop saying woke one and woke two.
You gotta stop saying that shit.
Because woke one is defund the police and Black Lives Matter. That's why I'm like, y'all, it seemed like I'm so with it. It's so frustrating to me that they would even accept the premise. Like, I'm not even accept the premise. Like, that's very frustrating.
Well, they're triangulating as best they can. And they understand the toxicity behind all of these phrases. And I understand where they're coming from. You know what I mean? And there is a divisiveness within their base. But to me, if it's not obvious that's what they're doing, then perhaps we're not paying enough attention, right? Because ultimately,
no, it's obvious.
I do, it's right. Obvious. But I do think that there are ways to have that conversation, because defund the police to me is a stronger thing now with all these flock cameras around.
Hello.
So if we've got flock cameras and they're funded with police dollars in every city, and I don't know anybody who likes these flock cameras, right? To me, that is an opportunity, if you're going to triangulate, is to marry those. My issue with the blue team is that they tend to stiff arm any good idea as soon as they think that middle America is going to have a problem with it. They're scary out here. Yes. And I don't think that anybody can do the things necessary while being scary. Again, I talked about it. We just had the federal workforce gutted. It affected Black people more than anything else. We've got Roe v. Wade out here. We've got affirmative action that's taken away out here. We have more corporate power, more power in the hands of corporations, oligarchy, and corporatist positioning now than ever, right? And so I don't hear them saying that. I hear them using language and words that they think will bring in independents or people who have left MAGA or people who have left the red team, and they're going to come over to the blue team because they're not that scared of things. I'm cool with that. I just don't have any trust in the blue team leadership and the majority of the blue team caucus, particularly people like Clyburn, particularly people like, I'm reclaiming my time, when they have such a dated, dusty view of the world. And so, we'll see what happens during the midterms more than anything else. I'm happy to see that there is some energy on the blue team whether that's coming from DSAs or whatever. I'm happy to see that we have Mamdani representing the DSAs as well as he is. I think it's exciting for the fact that perhaps people are starting to think that the things that Mamdani is doing are actually what every politician's supposed to be doing, actually serving elected officials. But I also understand that we're in an environment where if you're a politician, when you are thinking about the people, you're not just thinking about people with heartbeats. We have a system where corporations are people too. And we have a Supreme Court that told us that money is the equivalent of speech.
Yep.
And we have a First Amendment that says we have freedom of speech, but then we also have organizations like APAC and J Street that says money is speech except for on this one particular issue. And if anybody is not willing to attack these main things, when they get into power, you know, that is, they're not serious to me. But I also understand why certain things you can't just say out loud that crazy. And the thing I learned more about Trump is lie. I just hope they all lying. Just lie all the way until you get elected and then flip the script. That to me is the best possible outcome, because I don't see how you can get elected saying the right thing with a red team that is as strategically tight, organized, and down for their return of, as you were talking about, Prop, of the Gilded Age.
Yeah.
So I think we need some good lying.
Can I get a 1 second applause for they scary out here?
Yep. 1 second applause.
Yes, can I get a 1 second applause for lie? Get in office.
1 second applause.
I think
a lie like me.
Justin, to your point though, I think like we saw how much of an expert communicator Zoran was right during the campaign. He was literally asked, I don't know how long it took him. This man actually neutralized the phrase globalize the intifada.
Yeah.
Running in New York City. That is how expert of a communicator he is. That just shows how much of a political athlete he is. And you seem to forget that in times where we need you to connect defund to flock, right? And you don't have to use defund, right? You could. I needed in that moment, because people were trying to say, well, you know, AOC was speaking to the whole like abolish Thanksgiving thing. No, like the interviewer lumped in defund, abolish prisons. He lumped all that into that question. And I think, you know, something that Mamdani actually did on the campaign trail was we're going to cap the head count of the NYPD, and we're going to add more social workers, and we're going to have a community safety department. That is literally defund.
In other words,
So like,
oh my God, somebody put in the comments, deflock the police.
Brilliant.
So that, and actually Angie Nixon is doing an incredible job. She just won her primary in Florida. She is a part of the Working Families Party. She is a part of the DSA. And I think because like what Dr. Paul was saying, in order to actually like truly have that success when you're breaking through is to actually be connected to these grassroots movements. And she's been like a political organizer. She has a banned bookstore where she has all of the books that Republicans banned in this one bookstore, right? She was able to cut through. She said, no, I don't believe in defunding the police, but I do believe that we should defund flock, because so police officers can stop stalking their girlfriends. All of us agree with that. She's like, I don't want to abolish prisons. I want to abolish for-profit prisons, because right, like there's there are rhetorical devices you can use without being like, woke one was crazy. Because then now the next headlines from Fox News to CNN was AOC steps back from her progressive AOC moderates ahead of 2028 run. It's like, yes, we know that's what you're doing, but honestly, you should be slick enough to where they're not catching it like that. That you actually look like the crazy person for asking them about a tweet from 2020, right? So the fact that there's this kind of acquiescing a little bit, I'm like, I don't think you have to do that in order to still like stand on police reform or like these things that are like broadly popular, you know?
I mean, I even think they can even just talk about how the police they're just bad at their job. Like they don't do the thing, even if you believe in it. Like, even if you was like, what's homegirl's mom that was abducted, that was on the Today Show? What's homegirl name? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Nancy Guthrie.
Have they found her mama yet?
No.
Nancy
That's
Guthrie.
my point. They ain't found her mama yet. So I'm just like, I mean, they're also not good at it. Like, you know, anyway.
Well, and you know, also another way, Zoran again, which we'll be talking about him until Kingdom Come, whatever. He said, you know, they just have so much stress on them. Like they're answering so many calls. Just let's offload them a little bit. Like, you know, and that's he's like, let's end overtime. Let's get a social worker in there. You know, like they're just so stressed. Like we don't want to stress our cops, you know. There's a way that you can frame it, you know.
I knew that man had the juice. I knew that man had the juice when he was in their original debate, and they just kept asking him like, hey, what's the first country you guys are going to visit after you get elected? And they were like, well, I'm going to go to Israel. I'm going to go to this. He was like, why would I visit another country? I got elected to run. I'm like, the most obvious answer It's like, why would I go? I'm the mayor of New York. Why I would go to New York? I don't understand the question. Anyway, I'm actually more, I'll be, to be real with y'all, I started off this year thinking, not even sure we was going to have midterm elections. I was like, I'm these people going to figure out something, you know.
I'm still not sure.
Yeah, you feel me? You feel me? I'm like, I don't, and then watching all the games he playing of just the different, you know, pieces getting removed from us. I'm like, oh, are we gonna have a midterm? So the fact that we this close to it is, I'm like, I'm still kind of holding my breath about that.
I'm gonna put this on the screen real quick. I saw this earlier. This is actually from a clip of a conversation between FD and Brianna Greyjoy. Fantastic conversation. It's 4 minutes. I'll put a link in the description, or if I'll send this to Liz and she can drop this in the chat. But this part I did want to highlight here is from Dr. Nikasun Xiong, right? And the post she made says, the demand to defund the police is a demand for fiscal responsibility. Police solve 2% of all major crimes, yet monopolize safety budgets and narratives. The LA sheriff operates a $5.5 billion budget and a 17-person PR unit to distract residents from the reality. There's no correlation between the rising cost of law enforcement and crime reduction. The data speaks for itself, which we exposed in WeHo. And this is from her Substack. The Substack says, which I think is it's a hilarious anecdote, right? It says, it is really important to remember that crime for prevention or reduction is not a key performance indicator of law enforcement contracts. There's nothing in the contract to guarantee any specific result. And one in 5 calls to sheriffs in WeHo, West Hollywood, is to address a situation of homelessness or mental health. So that's 20%. The majority of crimes in the city are cell phones pickpocketed at nightclubs. Check this out. After 2 undercover sting operations with 60 deputies covering the 2 square mile area, LASD recovered only 2 out of 249 cell phones. So imagine a vendor asking for a sixth of the city's budget and 20% more each year to pay for an intervention that has no proven track record.
I'm trying to tell you, they're not good at their job. That's what I'm trying to tell you. They're also not good at it. Yeah.
They about to cook. Ooh, they getting the language right.
Yes.
I also think it has to do with timing as well, because I think Trump is a result of people hating Obama so much. And I think that Trump is actually in some ways giving us such a terrible, terrible, terrible American economy.
Yeah.
Just a frustrating, stressful experience. Every time his face flash on the thing, it's like, oh Lord, what the hell is he finna say?
Yeah.
That I think is about to swing the other way. Yeah. But I don't want to keep saying it because I don't want to, Don't
jinx it. Don't jinx it.
That people are so irritated and annoyed and obviously broke. Like, I don't know how much it is in y'all state, but gas $6 out here.
Yeah.
Last time I bought grapes, they was $14.
Make no damn sense.
Like, was grapes $14? So I definitely think we're going the other way. But
yeah.
I also think it's a little bit of a Trojan horse because I know you guys have to say the politically correct things, but when we come in, we're going to do the opposite. We're going to do. I don't know what we'll do. I don't know what we'll do.
Word up. You're tuned in live right now. Culture United right here on the Company Man channel every Tuesday going forward. Hashtag See You Tuesdays. 1 second applause. We've got propaganda. We've got Janelle. BK is here as well. I do want to talk about this Rhapsody project. And I think it's phenomenal. I think it's without question her best work. I'm going to put it on the screen here so people can know what we're talking about. Rhapsody, God got a afro. God got a afro. God got a afro. Incredible project. Here's what it looks like as we share this screen. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, this will work. This is the album cover. And this is, let's see, put this here. We got that. Share this tab. And we do this. And now, ta-da.
Yeah.
Rhapsody, God's got an afro. It's a phenomenal project. And
10 out of 10.
10 out of 10. And from its for people who haven't heard, I'm going to play a song. I'm just going to cut it if I get flagged for it. But I think people need to hear at least something from this project for those who aren't familiar. But this project is from the sonics to the conversations that she's having on here. It's a celebration of blackness, but also It does so lyrically, but it also does from the style of music. So you have some jazz elements that are in here. You have some Afrobeat elements in here, a lot of hip hop elements in here, quintessential hip hop elements in here, and really just an incredible flex of a brilliant mind and an incredible lyricist. I talked about this on the Third Verse podcast. I sunk into it the beginning of this week. I wasn't able to do so last weekend. And I'm going to do something direct on it. I've made that conclusion. But as someone who has just looked at, as all of us really, looking at the space and where music is right now, this is a beacon of light, and it's a beacon of risk, because it's very, very tricky to be that dope on that many different types of production. I don't care if you're singing, I don't care if you're rapping, just the range that she exhibits should be celebrated. I'm gonna let you pick a song. Prop, do you have a song you want us to play right now from Rhapsody's joint?
I do, actually. It's
Okay,
let me pull it up. I'm glad you asked, because it's the one where she talk about Vlad TV on it.
Okay, is that Pick a Side?
No. Why am I blanking? I just I've just put it on repeat and was like cleaning the house.
Let's see what we got.
It's early in the record.
Free Your Mind?
No Way.
No Way. There we go. All right, we got No Way, suggested by Prop.
Yeah.
It's all happening. Culture United. Rhapsody. Carolina's finest.
Brilliant. Brilliant.
Rhapsody, 9-second applause. That joint is hard right there. It's only a sample of what she has to offer on this project. That song, I love that song so much. Abandon Me, her relationship song in there, that hit me very directly. Love that song too. And then God Got an Afro, the title track itself, it's up there with India Ari and Angie Stone and To Pimp a Butterfly in terms of just something I think kids should hear.
Yes.
It is a song that I think children should be exposed to. I was exposed to that kind of music growing up. We talked about I'm Black and I'm Proud, whether it was James Brown or the kids, the song, it meant something. And I think she hit the nail on the head with that one as well. Open panel, what do you guys think of the project?
Nah, it's I'm crowning it album of the year for me personally. And I think for the culture broadly.
Yeah.
I think, like, you know, we say a lot about what these awards mean or what the acclaim means or what they don't, but like I do think for the art and the poetry on this album, the production, it was executively produced so well. There was no fat. It was just straight meat and potatoes. I loved Pick a Side as well. I feel like that really fit into the crux of like our conversation today, where she was just like, she literally says in there, capitalism is not going to save us. And like, you're doing all this so like a couple people can make $1 billion. Like, she's speaking on very relevant topics here. I also was really surprised that Apple Juice, like I was waiting for like a verse, and she sang the whole, and her voice is beautiful. And like, I think it samples a D'Angelo song. Like, I mean, she took so many, I think, thematic risks. But I think like, I'm just a big proponent of, in 2026, you know, under a fascist regime, like saying the thing is revolutionary, like is important, right? Like not everything has to be coded and clandestine. Like sometimes you just have to say like, God got a fucking afro, or like I see God in me, or Black people should see God in themselves, or whatever, you know what I'm saying? And chant that. But Black Love also with the Malice feature on there, Nolan Wells mentioned, Carmelo Anthony mentioned, like they're speaking on incredibly important topics. And I feel like anything that's so outwardly unapologetically Black in this era is so important. I think like right now, like I instantly was trying to run it back, but I think 5, 10, 20 years from now, we'll look back and be like, damn, that's probably one of her more important works. And like, just kind of like defines a moment right now. I absolutely loved it.
For a second applause. You know,
I was like, oh no, am I supposed to be popping ass to Rhapsody? I was like, ah. But I did it anyway. I really enjoyed it. Yeah, I was like, but she said something. It was funny because after I had already had that kind of debate, it's like, I don't know why I feel like this. And I was like, nah, I think that was the point. And she says it in one of her songs, like, do you gotta pop some ass for y'all to hear me? Do I gotta add a gunshot for y'all to hear me? I was like, I think so.
Actually,
working on me, baby. It's working on me. But
well,
go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
I had so much fun listening to it. I was riding around doing all kind of stuff. I moved my baby into college last week.
Yeah.
Type of stuff. Yes. I know you're not watching for the rewatch, but doing all kind of stuff, and that was our theme music to doing all kind of stuff. So it sure wasn't no way we was gonna get all that shit up the stairs, but we did it.
Yeah, that's what's up. 1 second applause again. I want to say that to you're calling out that bar where she's talking about, do I got to pop ass or I got to shoot somebody? You know, Rhapsody champions Lauryn Hill everywhere she goes. In interviews, on albums, all the time. You know what I'm saying? She channels her as well, in my opinion. And that to me felt like a flip on one of my favorite Lauryn Hill lines. And I had even after all my logic and my theories, I had a motherfucker so you ignorant niggas hear me. Yeah. And I was like, this is a beautiful way to share that sentiment in 2026. I want to pull this up on the screen real fast. She did talk about some of the criticism she has for hip hop media right now in a fantastic conversation with Rob Markman. 1 second applause. And so let's take a look at this to hear what she had to say about those lines, particular from Ain't No Way.
Which is why I brought it up.
Right on time.
Yep.
Shares time.
AL booty meat bars, all right?
There's currency here. I say it like there's currency here. I say it like who we give our stories to is important.
Right.
You care about this culture. You're good at what you do. You're a real journalist. Like You asked for the album, you sat with it, you dissected it to make this the best interview ever. I'm getting on a plane if I got to support my brother.
Yeah, thank you. I also seen shout out to DJ Head, my brother DJ Head. You also did an interview with DJ Head, and you talked about that. You talked about, I think y'all were getting into No Way. What was the song and the lyrics in No Way, and you talked about why it was really important where to tell our stories and who to tell our stories with. So we definitely appreciate that. When was the moment that maybe you realized that, right? Because we consume so much. I think there's so much media, there's so much content on our phones. There's so many people weighing in and talking about hip hop and consuming hip hop and spitting it back out us. When did you realize maybe that you had to be a little more selective of where and how you tell your story?
Maybe like the last 4 or 5 years, you know, whether it be like my own interviews, like going to certain places and the questions they ask. There was one interview I did. I don't give people light that I necessarily don't align with, but it was about the music, but they were asking me questions, just trying to dig up controversy.
The clickbait. I need a headline.
Yeah. And this was somebody I thought was a friend. So, you know, that's when it's like, yo, now I got to be really selective. And not even my own interviews, just watching other people like tell their stories and the same thing, like making entertainment out of it.
Yeah.
You know, or it just feels weird to me. It looks weird. So it's just like, yo, like you can be intentional.
Yeah.
We don't have to run everywhere just for a look. Like who's really going to do your art and do you with justice, however that is, you know? Like for me, it's I want to be intentional about it.
Right.
So, yeah.
I love how she started that. We have to be intentional about who we share our stories and where we share our stories.
The word always comes to me with Rhapsody is regal, and she's just so necessary, you know. And I feel like she had to be the one. Like I would say she had to be the one to say it. Like she had to be the one to say, "Hey, listen, guys. Like, I know we're all in this. I know we're in a media currency. I understand that, but like, hey, listen." Listen, fellas, you know what I mean? Like, and just her demeanor, the calmness, you know, the tone that she speaks in until it's time to rap, you know what I mean? So that, you know, like, but I need you to know what it is, you know. Merce put me on a song with her years ago. I never got to meet her, but I have it in my, I can always say I did a song with rap, you know what I'm saying? It's Merce's song, but still I'm on it, right? But anyway, like even in that, it was just like there's a commanding presence that I feel like us who in the culture, like we kind of knew like, oh, she's the one, Rap's the one, you know what I'm saying? And I feel like I've always loved her projects, but yeah, this one particularly was like, okay, no, this what we knew. We like, that's what we all saw is this. You're like you said, the channeling of the Lauren, where it's just like the India, all of it wrapped in one. I'm like, there it is. Like, okay. And this album shows it. I was this morning, like helping my daughter, my youngest daughter, she's 11, you know, she want to blow her hair out a little more. So she like, you know, so I'm helping her comb it out, and she mad at me because it's dry. So I'm spraying the tea tree oil on it, and she's like, "Can you just put it up?" I'm like, "No, I can't just put your hair up." So I'm doing her scalp. You know, my wife is like, she's not feeling too well right now, so I'm doing all of it anyway. And so I'm doing it. Normally, if I'm taking too long, she would be like, "Mom, can you do it?" And I'm like, "No, I sit here." And just the process of it for me feels so like ancestral, of like combing my daughter's hair. But I started thinking about Rhapsody's record and being like, I cannot wait to show her this, you know, because she loves, like, she's into K-pop right now. She's in a K-pop dance class, you know what I'm saying? And I'm not gonna take her. I want her to love music. I want her to love it, you know what I'm saying? But me and my wife are all biting our tongue, being like, it's just black music. It's just black music. It's just black music. You know what I'm saying? Like trying not to like take it from her, you know, but I feel like, okay, this is a project I'm popping this shit in on the way to school. You know what I'm saying? And like, I want her to see the posters. I want her to see the pictures. I want her to see all this. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just like, in a lot of ways, just as a father, I'm just so thankful that like she's so loud and black about it. And then when you see her speaking, she speaks with such poise and even in that clip right now with Rob, like I noticed the shit because I worked the same way y'all work. She didn't even move her arms. She didn't move her arms. She didn't move her shoulders because she's poised. Like I am not nervous. There's no nervous energy. I'm saying what I mean. I said what I meant. And this is why I'm here and not there. And y'all can figure it out on your own blogs like after that. But this is what I'm doing. And I'm like, we need that.
Yeah.
1 second applause. We did a list for BT top 50 everything, actually. It's Hip Hop 50 year. And so I was one of the writers on all of these lists. And so one of the ones I had was the top 50 women of all time. I believe I put her at number 4 all time. But one of the reasons why, well, a huge reason to me why I think she deserves to be that high is because at that point in time, I really felt like Eve had an argument for one of the greatest, if not the greatest album a woman MC has ever made, right? And I look at Lauryn Hill separately, don't get me wrong in that category, because I think of that more as an R&B album. But what she did with Eve was every song was named after a different iconic black woman in history. And so every song was Obama or Michelle Obama or whoever it was. I just thought it was a crazy concept that she executed amazingly. And Layla Wisdom, that was a project I think that was nominated for a Grammy at that point in time. This to me by far is the album that is her magnum opus. It's the one where she has put everything together from a technique standpoint to just an ear for beats, you know, whatever the whole project is. Big shout out to Denon Porter for everything he did on this project. So to see her get her flowers to me is just beautiful to see. I want to put this on the screen here because one of the conversations that we were having about this on Third Verse yesterday was how, you know, Rhapsody's project, you know, might feel like another amazing project that might not crack into the mainstream. Like where does Isaiah Rashad, you know, the Awful album, where does that live in this environment? Where does Vince Staples' Crybaby live? Where does Nick Grant's, you know, Smile live? All these projects. And so I was extremely happy to see this. And so here is Rhapsody on ABC News talking about this project. This is a big look. Big shout out to Hip Hop Clips 36. They were the ones who shared it. So let's listen to Rhapsody.
We got to talk about the title here.
Yeah.
God got an afro and gold hoops.
Yeah.
It's a statement in itself.
Absolutely.
I know you were trying to make that statement, but tell me about the meaning of this title.
Yeah, in a nutshell, I want people to see God in themselves. And, you know, I took a trip to Ghana, and what I learned is how much spirituality and religion had been co-opted to westernized ideals and imperialism in that way. So, you know, the first thing I did was I was like, man, I thought about Jesus and his depiction. And, you know, when I think of God, I don't think God can be comprehended in a gender, a religion, a race, or anything, but we should all see God in ourselves. So, you know, I want people to know that God can look like to see God in yourself, basically. You know, whether you got an afro, a bust down, braids, cornrows, a fade, you know, like see God in yourself and operate from that place. So the title was intentional. I want people to stop and really think and start conversation, you know, about what is truthful to you.
There's a track on this new project. It's called Apple Juice, and on the record it samples One Mo Again from the late D'Angelo. Really special track, but it,
you know,
So good.
Yeah, big shout out to Rhapsody.
Perfect.
Celebrating the release of her latest project, God Got an Afro. 9 second applause. You guys want to hear one more song?
Of course. Like,
Yes, I got a dip after that though. But yeah.
Okay, you got some super chats, so we'll play a song after you leave. Let's do that. 'Cause there are some super chats in here. You guys have got to let's move over to super chats real quick. I'll get you. Okay. Let's get the prop related ones. That I did see earlier. You get catching some love in here. No, it's all good.
Great. First of all, I have been honored. Y'all are brilliant. I love talking to smart ass people. Like y'all, like, it's so dope, dude. Yeah. Anyway, thank you, man.
I appreciate it. You were highly requested. The chat was like, you gotta
Right. Yeah, you gotta get prop on. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, like the past 2 weeks, past 3 weeks at least the past 3 weeks, people like get prop on.
That's crazy. Okay.
And I know you and I have been talking about it just in general. Remember, I saw you at the Pac and Pasta joint. I was like, yo, because I couldn't find you in my. I didn't think I had your number, but I realized I saved it as your government, and that's why I couldn't find it. It wasn't popping up in my phone.
Like where? Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So big shout out to Saint Rambo says Crooked by Propaganda is a hip hop classic. Tap in if you felt.
Please,
if y'all sleep.
Hey, man. Yeah. Thank you, brother. Like Crooked was my like first like soiree into like having like major like Sony put it out. You know what I'm saying? So that was like my first like real budget. And we spent that budget, boy. So so thank you, homie. Yeah,
I mean, but how was that? How was like the major label experience for you?
Well, I got like what's the word when you get like basically like pushed up to the major? Like, so we were with
upstreamed.
I got upstreamed. So that's what it was. Like our little indie label called Humble Beast out in Portland. You know, we had built it from scratch, like pre-streaming, like long story. Basically, we were giving away the albums. Like, we just give us your email address, we'll send you the album, right? And you could buy it. So before streaming, it was revolutionary then. Anyway, we kept hitting Billboard. Like we kept charting, we kept selling a lot of records, and it was just like an interesting story. Then finally, this spot out of Nashville called Fair Trade reached out to us and was like, you know, we want to do this. We're distributed through Sony, blah blah blah. Then they brought in their publicist and to saying all the things that they wanted to do. But I'm like, everybody they was bringing, I already had, like, I had that person's number. Like, you're not doing things that I can't do for myself. So we went above their head and was like, hey, I don't know if these guys know how to promote prop. And they were like, all right, we'll do it. So I got upstreamed. And yeah, it was my first like number 2. Like, I still haven't got a number 1, but I got a number 2 for that record, you know, on the charts. That was pretty dope.
Nice, applause.
Thank you very much. I toured it. You know, I got to South Africa, Botswana. Where else did we go with that record? Cameroon. So like, you know, Australia, New Zealand. It got me around the world with that record. Now, there was some business stuff that happened that like was not a good experience, where like I am still waiting for some things to be returned to me, you know, that maybe not for the stream, but yeah, just like essentially the situation was, we paid the $7,000 for the lawyer to look at the original deal. And then there was an addendum, but I ain't have another $7,000 to pay a lawyer to look at the addendum. So the addendum, they slid in some secret stuff that just basically, I just got out judoed on a lot of stuff. And it was on that record, which really sucked. But it was a rookie mistake. I didn't know. I didn't have, like I said, I didn't have another $7K to look in an addendum. Stupid me for a second there thought we was on the same team for a second there. Right. And we were not. But that being said, I was a great experience.
Word up. You have a song you want to play? Give
From
people for whatever you want. You got something you're promoting right now? Let's play it right now.
Man. Oh man, dude, I wasn't ready for that.
You're gonna be at Good Waves this weekend. You're gonna be rocking the stage.
I am gonna be at Good Waves. Okay, what are we? Let's stay political then.
Whatever it is, you got there's a whole bunch of people who got your ideas. Now they get to hear your music.
Okay, damn. Now
Culture United.
Culture United. Oh man, okay. What we gonna play? Let's see.
I'm loving seeing him be like,
I'm all nervous. I'm like, damn, dude, what do? You pull your classic? You pull the new shit? What do you pull? Let's see here. Damn. Okay, we'll do some. Let's do We Are the Culture. It's me and DJ Malski. We'll do somebody everybody knows. Like, we did a record together. So the song's called We Are the Culture. Do I need to pull it up? You know what I'm saying?
That's great. How about Chase? What I already am? There we go.
Yeah.
9-second applause.
Thank you, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, that's dope. That's a fire. So many people over here saying this needs to be the theme song.
Man,
I'm seeing that.
They say it needs to be the theme song out here, bro. Do we got to have another conversation? Maybe get your $7,000 together? Make sure we don't have to worry about this addendum situation? What do we got to do?
No addendum.
No addendum.
No addendum. You got another super chat right here from our brother C-Dub. He says, been rocking with Prop since Art Ambidextrous and Gospel. Prop and Beautiful Eulogy are the reason I write the way I do. Thank you, Prop.
Hey, that's word, man. Thank you. Yeah, no, I appreciate that, bro. Art Ambidextrous. Coming from LA, like, we had I come from the Blow, Good Life, Unity world, you know what I'm saying, which is also like Poetry Lounge, Mike and Dim Lights, you know what I'm saying? Right. So I come from that. So spoken word and like slam poetry was a part of like the thing. So the Art Ambidextrous album was like the idea that like maybe we could put it on one record. So that's why it was called Art Ambidextrous. So it was poetry and hip hop. And most of my records are like that. And then the Gospel video was my first like viral. It's some like 10 million views. It was pretty crazy. It was a commission piece. It was just like there was a youth conference that they had this curriculum for their church, and they was like, "Hey, can you work on this poetry piece for us?" I was like, "Absolutely." It worked on a poetry piece. Gave it to him. Somehow it got to YouTube. 10 million views later. So
it's all happening. 1 second.
It's all happening. Yep.
We got another one right here from NPC John Smith. He's been singing your praises. He's been out here campaigning.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And I was happy to see it too. I was like, oh yeah, that's my brother Prop. He says, glad Prop's still here. Huge fan of the pod, poems, and music. I know the playback is going to be incredible while I'm at work. Also, 2:30 is one of my favorite things ever. 2
minutes, 30 seconds. Yeah, it's a poem about the eclipse. It's on one of those records. It was just the idea that like, we all stopped, and every conversation that we were having on the ground seemed kind of silly during a full eclipse. Like, let's look at the beauty that's above us and think about better things rather than arguing over shit that clearly don't matter. Look what's happening in the skies right now. That's kind of the idea of that.
I went to Greenville, South Carolina for the solar eclipse. I think that had to be like 2018, 19, whatever that was. And the path of the eclipse went from Seattle, and it basically wwent over my house in Greenville, South Carolina.
That's so dope.
So I flew home just so I could be there for the eclipse, because I've always wanted to see one. I brought my camera. I had my Canon 5D. I pointed straight to the sky. I'm trying not to look at it while I'm looking at it. And it was the freakiest thing, because I actually had never experienced one, so I had no idea what I could expect. And the craziest thing, I had a similar feeling as you, right? But when the full eclipse happened, it sounded like nighttime. Like all the crickets got loud, any type of nighttime, like birds, like they were acting like, they did all this for like 2 minutes. And then it was daytime again. And it completely made me feel tinier than I ever had. Because here is the sun and the moon doing this dance. And the entire planet that's exposed to it, we're all having the same reaction. Except for I never once thought that, I mean, I used to be a huge fan of the show Heroes. I used to love the intro to Heroes. I never once thought that during an eclipse, it actually recreates outside for the rest of nature. And it was just a humbling experience.
That's so good. Yeah, the last line on that is like, of that poem is like, have you ever experienced something that was so far above you and was going to happen whether you was there or not, yet it felt like the entirety of the cosmos conspired just to show you something about yourself? 2 minutes and 30 seconds. You know what I'm saying? So
God damn.
Oh, thank you. I can write.
It's incredible. You want to let people know where they can find you? Any links you want to shout out? What you got coming up?
Man, Prop Hip Hop. That's the website, the socials, the Instagram. Everything is Prop Hip Hop. Like you said, I'll be at the Good Ways Festival in Chicago. I just did a record called This Is Our Fellowship. It's about like just broken masculinity and like ways we could probably be better. So that's what we're promoting now. I got a coffee. I sell coffee. There's a coffee's called Terraform the City. Canned cold brew. That's on the website. And Hood Politics with Prop, where we talk about revolutionary shit like this. You know what I'm saying? It's somewhat of, but I will say this, like the show, just before y'all go listen, the show is a little more 101. It's a little more entry level. We ain't having the conversations we having here. Like there, it's just like, it's more like the freshman year class. You know what I'm saying? On the show. This the PhD level up here.
Word up, man. The one and only Propaganda. I'll see you this weekend in Chicago. Yeah. Thank you for coming through, my brother.
Man, I am so honored. Thank you, y'all.
9-second applause.
All right, y'all.
Peace. Word up. And then there were three. You're tuned in Live Culture United every Tuesday, even though it's not Wednesday. This is our final. This is our last hashtag See You Wednesday. We'll be back next week for hashtag See You Tuesday. I got to get used. My reflexes have to change now.
Literally.
You know, whenever I'm setting up the schedule, I'm always scheduling it for Wednesday. I'm making sure everything tight for Wednesday. You know, I'm updating the Culture United app for Wednesday. You know what I'm saying? The process has to start like tomorrow now because there's a day less. And I'm coming back from Chicago on Monday.
Oh,
so shit. I got to, we got to be efficient this week. But it's better. It'll be better for everything. Trust me.
For this to be the last Wednesday?
Wow.
Yeah.
What an episode.
Yeah, that was great.
You know what? We can't even do Wednesdays no more. We just smoke Wednesdays. Wednesday can't even hold us anymore. We got to go to Tuesdays.
Right. We got to change the whole day now.
Facts.
Wednesday.
How y'all feeling? I think it was a fantastic conversation. I'm so fulfilled.
I did too.
My cup is so full. We just had so many incredible perspectives and just able to lean into the nuance, which like, you know, you can't really do in 140 characters on Twitter or whatever. Well, I ain't got the check, so I know you niggas
right.
do paragraphs and shit. I ain't got the check, so but the blue check or whatever the fuck.
I bought the bullet. You know, I've been trying to do. There's certain things that the last thing I want to do is give Elon and whatever $4 a month.
Right.
But I need to do it for the show, and I feel like what we're doing is too dope. And the only way that you can live stream through X or Twitter, whatever, is if you have a blue check.
Oh, I did not.
And honestly, I don't like the check. I think the check feels like a scarlet letter. Like I would love the option to just give me the features. I don't want the branding. I don't want to be officially y'all. You know what I'm saying? Just give me the feature to stream and don't make me look like I'm repping y'all.
Isn't that so crazy that like the blue check was a badge of honor because that meant like you worked for a X number of followers or whatever, and then you were like granted the blue check, and then it was like once anyone could buy into it, it was like
right.
It's like, oh my gosh, you giving Elon money? Yeah, it's crazy. He fucks everything up. But.
Right. I mean, it's like I don't know, man. I just
like how do you ruin Twitter, bruh? Anyway.
Yeah, it's crazy. Big shout out to Mr. White, man. Thank you for all the support. I see you rocking every week. Everything is and contributing to conversation, contributing to the show. Thank you so much. I'll be at the Good Waves Festival, and so I'll be conducting live interviews with Tuma Basa, who is the former head of YouTube Music. He was also the former head of Spotify, Spotify, or how do they call it? Rap Spotify. Spotify's vertical. He's basically the one that created Rap Caviar, if I'm not mistaken. And he was with BET and Revolt before that. So he is a legendary asset for artists for decades when it comes to breaking music. And he's at the forefront of all new mediums. So we're going to be interviewing him. I'll have a public or a live conversation with D1, our brother D1, friend of the show, been here before. 1 second applause. And then also Vic Mensa. And so those three, I'll be interviewing those three in Chicago. Big shout out to Vic Mensa. I watched the episode today with him and Chance the Rapper, the premiere of his new podcast. I think I have the screen still open. I should still have it open.
Great.
I do. And it is called
The Vic Mensa.
The Vic Mensa Show. Yeah, there you go. Between him and Mass Appeal. So I'll be there doing that. And then I'll be on a panel judging their MC Olympics competition. So I'll be there until Monday. So I'll have plenty of time. Tap in with me, DM me on one of these platforms. We can coordinate it, man. But I really appreciate you, and I'll see you out there. 1 second applause to you. So, but yeah, and while there, I'll be planning hashtag See You Tuesdays. I also have this cool marketing plan that Stat told me, suggested a little while ago. And I was going to do it for this show, but once I realized we were going to change the date, I decided to wait. And so I'll let you guys know about it and what I'm going to do. And you guys should be seeing that in the next week or so.
Right now, I lean back like, let's put our mind.
I think it'll be dope.
Right now.
Let's put us on.
Marketing meeting. Okay, I'm sorry.
That's what it is. So you guys want to get into some of these other super chats here?
Let's do it.
Let me see. Big shout out to King03. King K03, new member. 1 second applause. Appreciate you. 2, we got shout out to Easy Be Authentic. Happy belated to Justin. Shout out to Marvin Stapquo. Looking forward to see you Tuesdays. Second applause. Stat got so many nicknames. They call him Stat the 5'9". You know, they call him Stat Quovio. They call him Stat Quill.
Because he be sleeping and shit.
He ain't sleep, but I don't believe him. That's okay.
He is a bit of a narcoleptic though. Like he will fall asleep. Like I don't know.
Shit.
Like maybe
he would just be like that. Like you can't even catch it.
You sleep like 4 out of 10. You sleep for sure.
He sleeps like 4 out of 10.
Because he's always looking at his phone to look at the comments.
That's the trick.
Look, I have people tell me I look like I'm high all the time here. And I think that's because I'm looking at the screen to look at y'all. So the angle of the camera is like, makes my eyes look squinty. I'm not even looking at y'all, you know what I'm saying? So.
I have crazy eyes. Like when I get distrustful, my eyes get really small. I get upset, my eyes get really fucking big. So my eyes are so like, I be trying to keep it the whole time. Like, yes, as you were saying. But I don't got it.
This we got next. Unc Ditto. You know, y'all know what I'm waiting on. LOL. Let's go, BK. And I'll put that on the screen.
I know.
I put it on the screen intentionally when you were in the zone.
I synced it. Well, I saw it after I was out the zone. Then
because I think you forgot your tagline.
Justin,
I know Unc Ditto sitting over there disappointed. He came in early. He's like the 3rd super chat.
I know. I was trying to figure a way to like, you know what? I should have attached it to damn Hakeem Jeffries because that's really what I was like.
That's when I put it on the screen. It was perfect. I put it on the screen for that.
I didn't even see that.
You missed it.
But you know what? Like Unc Ditto, anytime I miss it in the moment, I always go. Let me know if it hits the same for you when I retroactively, tell a nigga to shut the fuck up, or if you really need to hear it in the heat of the moment. Because I can do it either way. I can still tell Killer Mike, Jay-Z, and Hakeem, shut the fuck up. Yeah.
Hey, there you go. 1 second applause. Here, can't be missing your taglines now. I mean, that's just.
All right, I got to keep that in mind, man.
You know what I'm saying? You got to keep the brand tight. Okay, I'll always working and it's all happening.
You do.
Man,
you do.
I gotta bring back. There's a lesson there. Damn, I forgot my own new tagline. We did this one already, Justin.
Yeah, I mean, do you guys have any other thoughts you wanted to add around this? I know we talked about this one earlier, but I wasn't sure if that conversation was if you guys had anything you want to add to it, because he kind of brought that up and addressed it from his point of view.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I wanted him to say why this wasn't true, because I was under the impression that we do have to work on every front, economic, political, social, and cultural. But I think his point was all that shit sounds nice, but you really need to do the political, because the political is going to lead to the policy change that'll give you all these other things.
And like, I agree. I think it's almost 2 parts, right? Like, I think separate of the first sentence, we have to work on every front, economic, political, social, cultural, not just one. Like, that's true. But also, what is the goal and to what end, and how do we define it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, okay, if even people, let's say, let's take a good faith argument and say these people are being benevolent and they actually want liberation. I agree. Yes, you got to work on all these fronts. However, it's that thing you said, where Dr. Ball is basically saying, that's all great. We're going the wrong way though. Okay, if we working and doing all this shit, okay, let's exert that energy like the right way type shit. Yeah. But I think the first part, he addressed that by saying, it is true that Black economic power doesn't matter. And not that it in and of itself doesn't matter, but that when we zoom out to the transnational of it all, you need to be clear-eyed about what actual impact you're having. And like, when you believe that we can shift and move in all these things, it isn't to say that like we're small and we don't have any power. It's to say like, be clear as to what impact you're actually having and how big these systems are and what they're like built off the back
It really
of.
was just looking at the data. Like once I read it, I was like, I understand why niggas don't understand what he's saying. Cause it's too many layers on top of layers on top of layers. It's like watching a fucking Marvel film in some ways. Like I've been seeing people, Lantern came out, right? And I've been seeing like the people who are really into that being like, oh, you know what that mean? The motherfucking bird still. Did you watch Lantern?
No, but like it's the same thing with Game of Thrones and Easter eggs and shit. And you have to know the lore and the magic dies when Helena died. And you're like,
they're like the bird is still alive and he don't got the ring. So you know what that mean? And I'm like in the comments like, nah, I don't know what the fuck that means. Tell me because I like the show and I want to know what the bird fucking means. I don't know.
Right.
And I think it's like that for politics. It's like these people grew up reading the comics or whatever. They did some sort of extra detailed work that they enjoyed on their own. That's why they know what the bird still being alive without the ring means. I don't know what it means. But the way he explained it is basically that Nielsen, everybody knows Nielsen. You know how they look for Nielsen ratings. Or whatever? Nielsen is basically trying to sell marketing. They're trying to assist companies to know where they want to market at.
There you go.
And so they're making data to sell it to them. They need to have some sort of data to say, hey, if you buy this report, you will know where to buy ad dollars at.
Yeah.
And the companies are cashing them out. All right, I need the Nielsen ratings. And Nielsen is making those fucking numbers up. They came up with an equation that basically is like, they're taking numbers from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and they're saying if this is the wages people have, this is the amount of money they can spend. And you know, sometimes it can be more money than you actually have. They might be like, Janelle's gonna spend 120% of her income this year. And then when you think about that, it's like, wait, how the fuck am I gonna do that? Because you're gonna rob Peter to pay Paul and end up spending more money than you even fucking made. And that is where they're getting the number from to say this is Black buying power. And it's really just to get companies to target, it's really to get companies to spend money to get some of that money. It's not the same thing as like, we have so much money that with our money, we can change our material conditions. It's like, no, nigga, you can pick which one of these 5 sets of socks to get. You can definitely start on socks. Like you can get the baller socks, the medium socks, or the raggedy socks. That is what you can do, but you can't necessarily go into the sock business with this because that requires certain type of like international networks and all these other things that we don't have. But so by people just touting around, oh, we got all this money, fake numbers, and you and us being comfortable with that, like, oh, we going in the right direction. Look at this, is a trick.
It's a trick.
Yeah, so in his book, what he argues that the math doesn't work. And so what he says is the median Black household income was around $40,000 in 2018 across 40 million African Americans, right? So in order to meet this claimed $1 trillion figure, every single Black person would have to spend every penny they earn with nothing left for savings or rent in order to actually have this Black buying power. So he looks at this as proof as this theory is misapplied or marketing from the start.
Yeah, and those details I think are hard to wrap your mind around if you don't give a fuck and you already like, well, I just more so enjoy being like, I live in a nice neighborhood now, so I must be doing better.
Yeah.
And it's like, we might be doing worse. Don't you want to look at those? So I just found it to be fascinating.
And he also argues that it pushes blame on the Black people, right? So it says, yo, we got this $1 trillion buying power, y'all should be doing better. Yeah. Right, so it ignores structural inequities at its premise. And so anyone who's out championing this idea is, whether haphazardly or otherwise, actually saying, niggas, all this is your fault.
Yes.
And so that is a position that is just psychologically damaging to a population that's been under the weight of oppression since the beginning of this country.
Yep. Triangulate the system.
That's why I try to catch people, because it's really easy. I noticed this maybe like 6 years ago. It's been 6 years that I've been talking about the niggas ain't niggin right song. Like in my mind, the analogy is like we have a good hook. It's like niggas can't nig, they niggin wrong. and everybody has a verse for that song. It's like the song that doesn't end. Niggas will go right into their verse. Like, yeah, the problem with niggas is that like, wait, is the niggas ain't nigga right song on?
Yep.
And ever since I thought of that like 6 years ago, you would be surprised how often I start hearing that song in people's speech, and I stop it every time I can. Like,
you heard that song last week when we were talking about culture with Ransom, and it was like, okay, how much of this is literally being like blaming niggas for their own issues, and then it's just so it's like it's that whole thing where it's like we have been socialized so well. And I loved how Dr. Ball kind of fleshed that out of like our ancestors had a different set of problems that they were facing, and we have this like new hybrid like, you know, they say like there's nothing new under the sun, but like this is a kind of new sophisticated propaganda that we're under, that you don't even need the white man on your shoulder telling you like you're lazy or you know blah, blah, blah. Like we'll do it ourselves now, you know what I mean? But it's all social, like being socialized and the propaganda and all that shit. Like it's fuck white supremacy, man.
Fascinating. It is fascinating. As I get more into research, like I got my research certification this weekend because I need to do 2 research projects. I need to work on 2 research projects and get 2 posters this year. So I had to get this little certification and go through the process. And it's just so interesting all the ways you can fuck up research. You can ask the wrong question. You can have the wrong sample size. You could be unethical in the way that you go about getting the information. It's all these little nuances that I'm like, oh, I am going to have some fun doing research and sifting through the data myself to say, hold on, did you niggas see this part right here? I can just imagine how Dr. Ball felt when he was first like, wait a minute, this shit ain't real. Imagine the moment that he was like, wait, so the shit ain't real? Got to tell somebody. So I'll have an epiphany like that soon.
Word up. Thank you, Brittany. We appreciate you. 1 second applause. Shout out to A Prominent. Says, could this confusion be traced to the lack of explicit definition? Like, what does black liberation mean? What does it look like? Could Killer Mike be trying to achieve his own definition?
Yeah, that's what I had said. I felt like define liberation. That's where we veer off because we're talking about different things. And what Dr. Ball is saying, what a lot of the loudest billboards in our community, in our culture, whatever, are saying, they're it's not even like an ill-defined version of liberation. It is not. Like, it is not that this thing that y'all are saying is liberation is not equal to actual liberation. Like, and that's, I think the premise, like Ellen and I were talking about this too, like the antagonism of the premise is where the whole shit just falls apart. When it's like, no, I just reject the fact that you're telling me that owning a black business isn't liberation. Like, I reject that. No, you're trying to like stop my bag. You're trying to say whatever about me as a person. That's where I feel like the hang up happens. It's like, it would behoove us to take more time to flesh out what does that mean? What does that mean? Like, because some niggas just want to hold the whip.
I mean, you know, this is Jay-Z too, right? This is a lot of people have a lot of criticism with Jay-Z sending that GQ interview saying he's never took advantage of anybody, right? And, you know, he comes from a point of view and a perspective that he is the one that is doing all of these things, whether that's, you know, his the Khalif Browder, for example, or his prison reform projects and things like that. And he presents them from a similar point of view. You know, like, this is how we get liberation. Where I do agree with Hove and where I do agree with Killer Mike is, I don't have an example yet of being able to even move in that direction where you have empowerment for our people without compromise. I don't even really have an example of not having, for even other people, other communities, being able to do stuff without compromise to a degree. And, you know, from a Killer Mike standpoint, you know, he catches a lot of flack for Stacey Abrams or Kamala Harris, but he's done a lot of work for John Ossoff. He's done a lot of work for the other senator that they have. He's active in his community, and I do think that is a good example, or an example of collaboration, right? Because I think that is what's necessary. My issue tends to be when people overall look at government as the problem. I don't think government's the problem at all. I don't think government's ever been the problem. I think the problem is who we elect to government. And if you elect people to government that hate government, that's what you're going to get. If you're going to elect people to government whose whole position is trying to find the most efficient way to squeeze money out of your community and put it in another community, that is what you're going to get. And so when I hear this conversation around liberation one way or the other, I like what Dr. Ball says, because he is talking about how we have to have political power before anything else can start. And I agree with that. And I agree with people, Jay-Z and Killer Mike in this regard, who are at least doing what they can to get people closer to that direction, whether or not that's full liberation or whatever. But people who are not going to be out here trying to make 1 million black people unemployed, be elected, because I think it takes that step before you get to the next step.
And I guess like maybe the argument is on the point of compromise, like where are you compromising, and like is the payoff worth it? Like I think we had talked about this a couple weeks ago of like, if I have to collaborate with an adversary, like let's just say, is what I'm getting out of it now or in the long run worth what I just compromised? Like I think that's also kind of just like, what type of deal are we making? What type of trade-off is happening? Like, and is that worth what I'm getting out of it? Like, you know what I mean? So like, it's more of like a utilitarian argument, I guess. But
yeah, I definitely, it goes back to, like I said, giving people the grace to be wrong, because like in my Africana philosophy, I keep wanting to say Africana studies, but it's Africana philosophy, which is interesting in itself. My professor was talking about how the central idea is making philosophy as you struggle, like going through the struggle and trying to come up with a philosophy. And I think you have to have the grace to be wrong, because that's like a brave thing to do. It's a heavy thing to do. It's a consistently, like, it's easy to quit. I'll say it that way. Some of the things that we're trying to do, I think it's very easy to just quit and say, you know what, fuck it. I don't even want to try anymore. I'm going to just acquiesce. Yeah. And so I think a way that we help people continue to try is to have some grace when they're wrong. Like even when I come on this show and I speak, I could be dead ass wrong. I don't want to be in a position where if I say something wrong, I'm just vilified forever. Like because I misunderstood something, because that might motivate me to be like, you know what? I'm just not going to say any fucking thing, which I was about to say, which we would hate. Then I was like, wait a minute.
Facts. But no, but part of that, L, is that you're also an active participant in the conversation, right? Like if you said something wrong and somebody was like, oh no, like let's say Lil's pull up a fact check, and he was like, no, fuck that fact check, Lil's, no, I reject the premise of the fact check. You know what I mean? It got to go both ways, is all I'm saying.
We did do that though.
Well, Killer Mike was actually talking about that recently, and I think that's pretty interesting here. Here he is. This is a clip from his podcast. Let's take a look.
My name's Michael Render.
I really want us to figure out how to get these 5 things done on a local, state, and bigger level. I don't want people to come out of this saying, well, I still don't like that nigga Motown or
and I'm fine. Yeah.
I want people to see that black people can disagree. We can even be disagreeable to one another, but ultimately we have to figure out a way to reconcile past our disagreements. I believe it's called Rosh Hashanah or something in our Jewish community. Our homeboys that are of Jewish faith, they get together once a year and ask each other forgiveness. This is how I've wronged you. And at that point, your brother, sister gets to say, all right, we're forgiven, or they get to say no, and you get to come back the next year to say it's been 2 years. You know what I'm saying? I think we need a process of that, because I don't want to not work with people I respect with the rest of my life based on the fact we didn't agree on an election in 24 or 26 or 16.
I mean,
so that was something he said recently on his podcast that is direct in this direction. You got this looks like let's see what you got, BK.
I would tell Mike to take his own advice. I would say, you don't tell the nigga lose my number whenever he tells you, hey, maybe this thing you said about Cop City right now, when like majority, I think that I don't know what you call it, but whenever like let's call it a petition, it got 100,000 signatures and the city council still bulldozed Cop City through, right? that's not the moment for you to be like, well, it already got the funding, so fuck it, whatever. And then someone tries to call you in and you say, no, fuck nigga, lose my number. So like, I agree with what he said. And I would ask him to take his own advice. Like, you don't go on the Breakfast Club and be antagonistic to a nigga and hold his fucking book up and think that that's building a bridge either. Like, I don't know.
Killer Mike, I'm so glad you said this. You have the ability to prove that you mean what you say. So I would like to Rosh Hashanah. I'm fucking up whatever the hell it is.
Rosh Hashanah?
I'm sorry, Jewish community. I would think that we can do a Negro Rosh Hashanah, and you should actually read the book. The second edition is out now. Don't read the first edition, read the second edition. You should read the book first. Don't do this without reading the book. Read Dr. Ball's book and reach out to him and say, you know what? It's that time of year where I know I told you to lose my number 2 years ago or whatever years ago, but I don't think that we should never talk again because we disagreed about some shit in 24. I think you should show us. We would love to come back on Culture United and say, you know what? That nigga Killer Mike is a man of his word. This is what he wanted. He read the book and then he reached out to Dr. Jared Ball, and now they're closer to just disagreeing instead of being disagreeable. Work your way back, Killer Mike. I would respect that.
Look
at that. Raise your voice and people listen. He's going to be in Chicago this weekend, so I have a chance to talk to him. Let's see what he has to say. I'll bring this up. Maybe we'll drop this segment prior to. He'll watch it, and then we'll see what happens. 1 second applause. Big.
Our version is called Rashawn Shania. You know what?
Rashawn Shania. Is that on the screen? Is that chat?
Yeah, it's a regular chat.
Our version is called Rashawn Shania. There is it right here. There it is. Rashawn Shania. That's funny.
Why are we
I'm not mad at that. Big shout out to Toby Loba Fani Kayode 1788. Dr. Ball described Jay-Z being born on the same day Fred Hampton was killed as an exchange of lives, a metaphor for black capitalism replacing political activism. Brilliant writing.
Damn.
Fucking cooked.
Because you know the whole premise of like they killed our revolutionaries and put like black celebrities in place of it. Like, damn, that's bars. That's bars.
That's crazy. 1 second applause. Big shout out to Mon Kife. Shout out to Mon Kife, man. Thank you for all the support every week. We really, really, really appreciate you. I just realized I basically started collecting vinyls because of Culture United. Just added prop, but I'm not sure if I should wait for the 7K to be resolved. This might be the best Wednesday episode of CU. Love to the CU community. We love you too, brother. 1 second applause. I'm gonna send this to prop right now. We're gonna screenshot this to prop. You guys want to make a? I'm gonna point it like this. Look at this prop. Okay, now we're gonna text it to him right now.
I don't love that.
He's gonna be funny. I'm gonna send this to him right now.
This gotta be. We gotta retire Wednesdays after this. Like,
I know. This is the last CU Wednesday.
Yeah.
It's the
We gotta
final
see you
CU.
another day because Wednesday it's too special now. You know what I'm saying? We gotta leave that where it was.
You gotta leave that. I mean, you know, that is we're gonna put the CU Wednesday up in the rafters.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We've retired. It's in the rafters. It's done its duty, done its job.
Wow.
Now we have halftime. Man, look at this. Look at the growth. Look at the progress. Wow. Shout out to I Am Benny J. I love the CU community. After spending all weekend with Rhapsody's album and y'all spending time with this masterpiece reinforces this being a home for the culture. Truly. Thank you, CU family. Thank you too, brother. 1 second applause. That album is amazing, yo. It's really great. It's really, really great.
And just like sonically, like even if you're not fully deep in all the lyrics, like it is such an enjoyable. I mean, it's just candy, ear candy.
Yeah.
Every single fucking song. I was like, damn, it's over already. So good.
You know, usually I don't want to say the title track, but the first track, like when I love an album, once I get the album, that first song, I don't want to say I move on, but it's like, oh, let me go to the B-sides because these are my new shits. Like still when that damn guy got an afro come on, that little thing, I'll be like, oh shit. My shit.
Shout out to my mama's continent. I love that. I butchered it, but it sounds great. I love that flip. Our brother Rory, shout out to Rory, says Rhapsody album is amazing from start to finish. Had the honor to hang with her last night while roller skating. Talked to her for a while Such a down-to-earth person and funny as hell. Pick a Side is fire. Pick a Side is amazing.
I
One
love
second applause.
Roy, did you invite her to Culture United?
Let us know in the chat. Let us know in the chat. Shout out to Mr. White again. Says both find a way to appeal to people-based natures. One points to xenophobia as a rally cry. The other hangs their hat on unaccountability. Both plays some form of the victim game. Red team, blue team.
Yeah, base natures is like key. Yeah, for sure. Because I mean, the like infamous example is Hillary Clinton saying, what did she say? Is breaking up the big banks gonna solve racism or something? It was an attack on Bernie Sanders and all this shit. And it's like to detract from his economically populist message, she tried to triangulate, you know, just the most vain, superficial weaponization of racism. Like they do that shit all the time. That's how we get fucking Nancy Pelosi kneeling in kente cloth and fucking posting black squares and shit while not actually doing anything, while actually insider trading and investing in private prisons and all that shit. So yeah, they do that very well. The marketing is definitely a well-oiled machine on both sides.
I mean, you know, we are definitely at the theft portion of the falling capitalist empire. We saw this growing up, and it wasn't even capitalism; it was just falling empire, I guess. We saw this with the Soviet Union in the 90s, and so after the Berlin Wall fell, in the Soviet Union itself fell apart, and so all the Russian oligarchs were just positioning on who was going to control what, who's going to get all the oil and gas reserves, who's going to control all of their finances, who's going to control all their natural resources, all that kind of stuff. I feel like that's what's happening now, you know, because there is no way the amount of theft and corruption that is happening in our eyes every day from this administration and various oligarchs and like this whole beef thing. We're about to get $600 million worth of Argentine beef that can't be sold on the market because it will kill you. Somebody got a kickback. I know my man got a kickback. He's been getting kickbacks for everything. You know what I'm saying? And so I feel like that's what's happening. And so, you know, if there's a good time to be a thief, maybe this is it.
Oh, for sure.
I think it's very important that we take the money. I know this is going to sound crazy because it seems like I should be against the state taking the money. They are probably stealing so much money that they're going to continue to have too much power after they've been taken out of office. I think it's very, very important for us to punitively take as much of the money back as possible. Every single step that something was corrupt or unethical, it needs to be taken back because they have to have a goddamn Aladdin's cave worth of damn money now.
Facts. And that's why, you know, even I do not agree with James Carville on much, but when he said you don't meet with these traitors and crooks unless it's under oath, subject to discovery and scrutiny, we should be having these niggas in tribunals. You do not do no damn off the record fucking meeting with the damn Jared Kushner. What? You don't do that. The fuck? No, we got to drag these. The Hague. I don't know what international criminal court body. But yes, I agree. Like I absolutely agree. Seize the assets, freeze them bitches, debank them hoes, and put them under oath. Like, but
niggas in Guantanamo. Like that's the beautiful thing about words. Words. Like, what is a traitor? What is a terrorist? You know. You guys can play with those. Put them niggas in Guantanamo. They're traitors. Like, let's be honest. But, you know, whatever. We're just waiting on the midterms.
Yeah, I'll tell you.
Just waiting on the midterms.
If they go the wrong way, glad I re-upped on my passport.
Yeah, they go the wrong way.
Tell you that.
These niggas is. Because imagine if they just don't. You know, to me, that means, oh, yeah, y'all definitely rigging the election. Like,
oh, for sure.
If it's just a little bit, all right, maybe. But if it's like all the way the other way, it's like, oh, they didn't plug in the USB, child. They didn't plug in the USB.
Hello.
I have my passport. They don't put stamps in them bitches no more, though. Awesome.
They don't.
I was like, you ain't gonna put no stamp in my thing. It was like, move forward, man. I'm like, okay, shit.
Oh, damn.
Crazy. That's crazy. Shout out to our brother Nigel for the panel. What is a service you can do for your neighbor? What is a financial opportunity you would say no to? And what is your favorite political rap song of 2026 so far? I'll start with this one. What is a service you can do for your neighbor? I guess just provide the service that maybe they need if there's one that you can fulfill. 2, what is a financial opportunity you would say no to? I say no to gambling advertisements and AI advertisements every day. Like majority of the sponsor content opportunities I get are either some AI something or some gambling something. And so for my own things, I wouldn't make that kind of that's not something I want to promote. It's just not me. And now, for things I'm a part of, if I get outvoted, that's different. But those are things I say no to all the time. And what is my favorite political rap song of 2026? Depends on how you look at it. What political rap song? What's my favorite political song? Probably Cotton. You know, I love that song. That always comes up on my on my playlist when I'm playing Random by Vince Staple, and I never skip it. So perhaps that's my favorite one.
BK.
What is the service you can do for your neighbor? Well, I'm a licensed massage therapist, so that is like by trade. That is very like, you know, when niggas is done marching for the day and they need, you know, their body needs to be reset. I got you. Financial opportunity would say no to. I would also say no to gambling money. That's just scummy shit. I can't. And then fave political rap song. I don't know if Fuck Ice by Jason Amaru came out this year or last year, but I know it's on his 2026 project that he just dropped. I love the explicit nature of that. Like, just say the thing. Everything's so fucked and so far gone. Like, just say the thing. And he absolutely did that with that song. So
yes, that song survived. Okay. What is the service you can do for your neighbor? I keep checking with my neighbor to make sure I'm not too loud when I'm streaming. Does that count?
Low key.
Because I'm not. I can care about not being annoying to them since they have a streamer next door. I can help them carry their groceries up the stairs because we got hella stairs. I don't know if that's what he meant because, you know, Nigel, you know. What is a financial opportunity? I say no to so many financial opportunities because I have always, since I was a young girl, thought that money was very corrupting and not actually worth what people offer you. People would be like, hey, could you do all this work? We'll give you $12 an hour. Like, nigga, have you seen $12 and what $12 could buy? So niggas try to flash money in your face and it never really be the shit they be asking. It don't be enough money. Like, what the fuck? So I don't even really like the idea of, hey, you got to do all of this for the money because the math don't math to me. So I try to make myself not really money hungry at all. I really actually hate the idea of money. So a whole bunch of shit ton of shit. Even going to school and having to spend money instead of going somewhere and trying to, like, I was about to say where I lived at. Anyway, all types of shit. Now, my favorite political rap song is by Homeboy Sandman, and he did it on the radar. And it's the song that started off with, I don't bring a knife to a gunfight. I don't bring a gun to a gunfight. I stay at home. Have y'all heard that song?
Yeah, I love it. That's classic Homeboy Sandman right there.
I don't bring a knife to a gunfight. Stay at home. I was like, what? When I first heard that, I was like, what the fuck is happening? That whole song is so good. Just so you know the name of the song?
Not off top, but it's off his new project with Jack Splash. He was supposed to be here the past 2 weeks.
He's coming.
He's definitely gonna come through.
I don't bring a gun.
Like when I talk about Homeboy Sandman, it's like one of the first. If I go to my original blog, Homeboy Sandman might be the third profile piece I ever did.
Wow.
Might be the third one. One was on Niles, one was on Final Outlaw, and then Homeboy Sandman. And this is before his debut project, The Good Son, came out, which is right there. It's right behind me, actually. Hold on. Let me show you guys. You see this one with the water? It's like, let me see, it's on screen yet? Nope, it's not on screen yet. It's
on screen on the vertical one, but not on the.
It's right there next to the blueprint. Yeah, this one right here, Between the Blueprint and MF Doom. It was right before this album came out, and that album is one of my favorite albums of all time. It's just amazing. One, two. It's the first review I ever got for Hip Hop DX, and I got it early because I knew Homeboy Sandman, and I told him this might be the second story ever that I did for Hip Hop DX too, because the first story I pitched was 50 more like Diddy, and it was talking about how 50 Cent's career was going to end up looking more like Diddy's, where he didn't have to rap to have a reputation, right? And this one was the second one because I got this early, and I was like, yo, I got Homeboy Sandman's album, can I review it? And Jake was like, yeah, go ahead, that was awesome. And so we gave it a 4 out of 5, I think, something like that. I fought for a 4.5, but I didn't win. But I still love this project so much, and that's why it's on the wall, because it's one of my 24 most important projects. So always got a home. Homeboy Sandman always has a home wherever I'm at, and that's been the case since the day one.
That's so dope.
That was really cool. You were right about 50 Cent. I'm looking forward to seeing the second row of albums, and the song is called Inner Realm by Homeboy Sandman, and it's on his new project, Resonance Frequency.
Yeah, with Jack Splash.
It's better than just that line, but it's just the not even awkwardness, but that line, that's hilarious. Like that's a very funny way to start funny a verse. And so but he continues on to talk
What's
about
the name of the song again? What's the name of it again?
Inner Realm.
There we go. All right, let's go ahead and play it.
Yes, let's do it.
Let's do Inner Realm.
Can you play the On the Radar thing?
Might as well. You know, all the music we're playing, it's not like this live chat's going to be there tomorrow for you guys, because this music is coming out, because this isn't a community center. No, I'm joking. Here we go.
Community center.
The next stop is On the Radar Radio.
Stand clear of the closing doors, please. Yeah.
Resonance Frequency out now.
Word up, Homeboy Sandman, 9-second applause. I saw a comment in there that said that it sounds like old school Stone's Throw, and that was his first label, I guess. First major independent label. So he was signed to Stone's Throw right after The Good Son, and he put out a project called First of a Living Breed. And so Sandman will always flip things, but he's relentlessly positive, almost never curses, and is always looking at things in a way that can help uplift the way people think through his music and just how he lives his life, right? And so The Good Son, for example, isn't S-O-N, it's good S-U-N, right? And so First of a Living Breed was his flip on Last of a Dying Breed. And he felt like there's way too much death, so he said First of a Living Breed. You know, he never said his album dropped. He'd always say his album rises. You know what I'm saying? So that's just the type of person he is. And he's gotten controversial in recent years. I mean, since COVID, he's came out as an anti-vaxxer. There's actually an interview on this channel about that, or at least we talk about that in depth. And God, which project was that on? I can't remember which project that was, but it might have been 21 or 22 when this interview's out. But it's on this channel, and he talks about that quite a bit. And he's been celebrating. He has been basically celebrating being correct, you know, because a lot of anti-vaxxers, at least when it comes to the COVID shot, definitely. A lot of people were really encouraged with what they saw from the Fauci hearings recently, and, you know, the things that have been coming out. But, you know, that's my brother, Homeboy Sandman, man. I love him forever.
So people have the right to be wrong.
Everybody got the right to be wrong.
I don't, including me. Yes. I think it's crazy to be an anti-vaxxer, like with vaccines, but we're not gonna. I know
we don't even have to go down that road. Yeah.
I don't even see.
Yeah, if he comes on, and you want to talk, you guys want to talk about it, I'm fine with that.
Nope.
Oh no. That's one of those like that shit gets hairy. I feel like
I did my time already. I have the gold star for fighting on the internet during the COVID misinformation era. I'm not going back to that war-torn area.
It's war-torn. War-torn is exactly how to describe that shit.
I feel you. Word up. 1 second applause to not going back to war-torn areas. Big shout out to Janelle G0716. Is there a reason why these issues can't be debated with a moderator publicly? Will it get too messy? Unfortunately, we love mess. maybe some of the harmful capitalist positions can be put to bed. I think these debates happen pretty frequently, if I'm not mistaken, online, particularly in online spaces. I'm not.
Yeah.
And then, you know, this is an election year, and so there are people who have all kinds of thoughts. The DSA is more popular than ever, so you can probably turn on TV and see that now.
I think the issue is that we're lacking a lot of good faith discourse and good faith moderation, right? Like we're in that so-and-so destroys so-and-so era, like dunking clip industrial complex. Like, so
those clips do really well.
I love clips. I love the clip economy.
Like when
it's weaponized for good.
When I called it BK destroys Killer Mike, it went up.
I'm sure that shit went crazy.
It went up.
But like my thing is too is like I was genuinely like, yeah, sure, okay, whatever you want to characterize it, but like that was an earnestly held belief, you know, and I felt like I was attacking, you know, and I did put a little sauce on it and shit. But I think that's what kind of starts to break some of this down. Now, if you say, okay, we're going to have a debate, you have your position, you have your position, we have a neutral moderator, I feel like that happens less and less. You probably, Oxford still does that. They like literally still do debates that way. But I feel like, I mean, we do like that here at Culture United, but I think sometimes people are trying to get a clip off. And so, you know, they sacrifice like coming to a place of understanding or even like disagreement for, you know, just having a moment. So
definitely. I call that wake it up culture, or the wake it upification of debate. That shit is annoying. Like, actually, didn't you say you was from San Francisco? Like, shut the fuck. Like, bro, can we talk about the actual point instead of you being in a rush to try to catch somebody? I really hate that. Mm-hmm. I think you would be better off watching lectures, Miss Janelle G. Yeah. Like this debate that's moderated publicly and all that. Yeah, you would be better off watching a lecture from an economist or from somebody who can explain what capitalism can do, can't do, how it works, things like that. And maybe not even an economist, maybe somebody else. That's what I think. And moderators, you know, you might get like a fake moderator like PDD on the Candace. Why did he moderate shit? Did y'all see it? He didn't moderate shit. Do y'all know what I'm talking about?
I do know what you're talking about. I couldn't bring myself to watch. Should I watch it? Is it just like entertain? Well, I figured, I don't know.
If you watch it, no. Okay. Justin gave me the look, but maybe I
haven't seen it. I'm not sure what we're talking about at all.
We're talking about the live debate that had 250,000 people watching it live on YouTube on one channel by somebody whose initials are CO, like the cops at prisons. Debate. Not enough hints. Justin, are you closer? Do you know what I'm talking about? Candace Owens debated that crazy, greasy dude. What's his name? Owen Wilson. No, wait. Andrew Wilson. His name is Andrew Wilson. He's on that podcast with the white background that says whatever a whole bunch of times in the back.
Okay, I might have missed this.
He's the white version of Fresh and Fit.
Yes, that's a great way to characterize him. Yeah.
I didn't catch this.
Like he be dunking on OnlyFans models and shit.
One of the biggest debate. Wait,
well, I mean, I saw like the trending topic, but I didn't sink into it and I didn't watch it. Candace makes me nauseated, like in a real way. Like I'm not trying to be funny. Like I have a physical reaction to just like her facial expressions. You know what I mean? And so I tend to like not spend too much time in there, just because there's one time I legitimately threw up in my mouth, like, and I just wasn't even on purpose.
I mean, totally understandably so. That's why when BK said, should you watch it? I was going to say, as long as you watch it with the understanding that she is somewhat of the wretched of the earth and a fantastically accomplished liar and master of rhetoric, still not as bad as the person she was talking to.
Yeah.
Surprisingly. So, you know.
Someone said I should watch someone I should watch someone watch it. Like, you know, I do with things like that is like just like rot for me. I feel like when you watch someone react to it, there's a degree of separation because there's pausing and commentary and it kind of breaks it up. So maybe I'll do that.
You just got to know she's a fucking liar. Like if you look, like I get what Justin means, because if you look directly in between her eyes on the Wiz, you know how they went through that tunnel with the poison poppies, you can kind of feel like your body being lifted off the ground into psycho land. So you just have to weigh yourself down.
Yeah, I mean, I've don't get me wrong, and I'm definitely not insulting her, you know, how she looks or anything like that. I'm just saying when I look at her facial expressions when she is delivering her bad faith, evil takes, self-serving takes, like I have a physical reaction that is very unique. It's like her and Clarence Thomas are the ones who give me that.
She's like a smart Alex Jones.
I don't even know if she's smart. Like I don't know. I mean, I know a lot of people who keep telling me that, and granted, I'm not watching her now. I've listened to some things, but I honestly think that she has people who are directing her. I watched this woman try to tell me the Nazis were socialist. You know what I'm saying? I've watched her grow into this role, and she's gotten much better at her delivery and her talking points. But I don't believe what she's saying is her. Her whole career started is a grift. Like she's been trying to be a celebrity, and she found a way to do it. You know what I mean? Like first time she got paid was because some white boys were being racial towards her in high school or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I don't trust anything she's saying. I think she's smart enough to enrich herself, perhaps. But if you're asking me if these are things that she's coming up with on her own, again, not an avid watcher, not an avid super fan, but I just don't believe that's in the realm of possibility.
I think she might be a talented media personality, and that's like what it is.
For sure.
And that's what it is. Is that piece, and also she's doing the world's easiest grift. Like to grift to the right as a Black person is to cash the fuck in. And also somebody had mentioned that shit in the chat. Because I also was like, well, like, she has to be like a really intelligent girl, blah, blah, blah. But the Candace Owens Trying to Read Twitter account, oh my gosh. Just go look for yourself. The Candace Owens Trying to Read, and do this when you read the caption off mute, on mute, and then unmute it. She blows my mind. Like just go dig into that Twitter account, and it's just like this girl maybe actually yeah
for real. Like I mean,
able to wield. So some people have logic and some people have a grasp of language to use rhetorical devices, and they're fucking liars. That last definition is a fucking liar. It's like a lawyer. It's the reason why I'm not a lawyer, because lawyers, they are not actually focused on the truth. They're fucking liars often. I think you have to have a little bit of sense. Justin said, if y'all gonna keep fucking talking about Candace on,
he goes, nigga went to go throw up off camera.
He went to go throw up. Justin went to go Earl. I think that you have to have a little bit of, I don't even want to say talent. It's funny because it's like, why do I feel less comfortable saying talent than smarts? But whatever. Fuck Candace Owens. Justin, come back. Fuck her.
You want to read this super chat?
All right, here we go. Bra Moore, thank you for the $10. Shout out Morgan State 2012 grad. Dr. Ball changed my thought process for sure. I will always be grateful. So hyped to see him here.
Yo, I saw somebody, I don't know, Lils, if she's here, she may need to fact check this, but I quickly saw someone in the chat said, oh my God, we got 1,000 people watching right now. Like people were really tuned into that. And like that, I can't even think of the words. I probably got to sleep on it and think about it tomorrow. But that, I just cannot believe we pulled that shit out there. That we were the perfect platform for it to happen. But yeah.
I love how we keep doing that too. Like where people expect so much bullshit and then they get here to us and we like, so as you were saying, I'm like, oh shit. Like, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it goes that way.
It goes that way. Now, let's see if I can figure out what the hell Justin was in this thing. Let's see.
Lil said the highest I saw was 1,200.
I saw 13.
Oh,
let's see. I didn't want to stun on the nigga. I didn't want to. Fuck it. Let's pop it. Okay, let's see. Justin know damn well he just left us. Okay, hold on. I just gotta find where he was.
I'm gonna retweet this actually.
Oh yeah, we have a tweet where we sent you guys go find a tweet. I guess I can drop it in the chat. Tweet it out to DSA or deflock the police. That's fucking hilarious. So if y'all retweet it.
Also, someone is asking, is they're confused and thinking this is the last Culture United? No, it's the last Culture United on a Wednesday. So we're moving to Tuesdays. But Culture United is not going nowhere. So
found it. And it's your mom.
Hey.
Hey.
What up, Brown Girl?
Wait, hold on. Can I do the 1 second applause for mom? Did it work? Ha ha! Just buttons. Okay. So shout out to Brown Girl L. Thank you for the $10. Giving breast milk to men that can eat steak, giving them a pass or shielding them from harsher accountability because of high cultural and social capital is exasperating.
Damn, that first piece. Giving breast milk to men that can eat steak. Yeah, like we be handling these niggas with kid gloves sometimes, and like they grown ass men, they can take that shit to the chin.
You don't think we hurt them more? Do you think that we are able to hurt them more? Like they can take a punch to the chin from a man, but sharp words from us distinguished ladies hurt deep, like nerve pain.
That's how all these wars start all the time.
Well, yeah, because they're like, I think it be hurting their ego type shit, because they're like, you supposed to have your titty out for me to suck, right?
Like,
hey, we ain't gonna do too much of that now. I gotta stand up for my gender. Hey, okay.
Hey, you know
ain't gonna be too much of that titty milk talk.
You know it's true, bro. You know it's true.
Oh gosh. Big shout out to who we got next? Brian Moore. Shout out to Morgan State, 2012 grad. Dr. Ball changed my thought process for sure. I will be grateful. So happy, so hyped to see him here. I'll send this to him now.
Oh. I switched Justin on.
Let's see. Yeah.
Everybody likes her mustache. Justin, how do you feel about getting all of this mustache love?
Yeah.
Hey, hair is important. Hair is important.
I meant to tell you, you can't cut that bitch, right? I watched one of our older episodes and I was like, oh, it was so jarring. You got to keep the facial hair, bro. Like, this fits you.
They're like, damn, those tape sound better now.
You know, it's funny. I've had several hair journeys. I guess maybe 2 hair journeys. And so when I first started growing my hair out, it was my first time. I had like either a fade or a Caesar the majority of my life. And when I left the bank to start writing about rap is when I first started growing my hair out. And it's the first time I noticed how people treated me differently. So like people who would gravitate towards me before when I had a Caesar, had a fade or whatever, they wouldn't gravitate towards me the same way. But then this whole new population of people who were into, natural hair or whatever, they gravitated more towards me. And when I cut my hair, it happened in reverse. And now with the mustache, it's happening again in a different kind of way. You know what I mean? So this is why hair is important. This is why Eminem's hair is yellow. This is why even Kanye, when he got a regular cut, he'd be doing all kinds of crazy colors in it. You know what I mean? Like, this is why certain people have long beards. It's the Samson theory at core, but it is something that resonates and stands out more than just looking regular. And so, I cut my hair. I didn't know what it was going to look like this last time. But growing this out, I'm getting that reaction again. So we'll keep it for a while, and then I'll cut it, and it'll happen again, because hair is important. You got to keep remixing. You know what I'm saying? You got to keep people on your toes.
When you cut it, the chat's going to act like, have you ever seen those videos of like the 2-year-old and they see their dad cut their beard and they're like crying and like,
I know. What happened to your face?
Right.
Are you okay?
Should have kept this shit on Wednesday when you had the
podcast. Right. Shout out to Cell TV 2500. How can a community become a political threat? I think we kind of talked about that, did we? Yeah. We talked about that, right?
Basically.
Well, I appreciate that, Cell TV. 1 second applause. Yeah, let's see where you're at. All right.
Talking about breast milk and shit now, bro.
That's what I'm saying. See, Brown Girl L, look what you started. Brown Girl L. We got breast milk and titty milk out here. Conversation just turned parental.
At least it ain't gonna be recalled. Hello.
Ooh, there you go. 1 second applause. Shout out to. I think we did this one, right? Did we do this one? Maybe we didn't. Oh, no, we did the other one. This is the second one from him. Thank you so much. Easy to be authentic says, BK, go ahead and check out Savvy Social Workers videos for that LCSW exam. You'll be and do great. You doing micro, meso, or macro?
Shout out to you. I'll be doing the Therapist Development Center for my LCSW exam, but I'll also add Savvy Social Workers videos in there too. I was watching RayTube for a while, and he helped me pass the LMSW along with Therapist Development Center. And thank you. And I low key I'm doing micro and meso. But I believe ultimately all social work is macro. So hopefully I can get into, I have been seeing avenues for lobbying for social work because it's one of those things where we're like constantly putting band-aids on these things. And it's like, well, the real issue is that the public policy is flawed. And so, you know, as someone that's always interested to like get to the root, I definitely foresee myself getting more macro. I think first year is definitely going to be micro, person to person, family to family, especially because I'm working with older adults and their families. So
that's what's up. Let's take applause. This is funny right here. This is from Jamie Jane. This is a regular one, but I do want to pull this up. She says, oh my God, the video of the little cute black baby holding his head, stressed that his dad cut his beard, was so funny. That is the image I have. That kid was like, ah! You know, this is one of my favorite ones. Have you guys seen that? Let me see if I can find that.
Oh my God.
Let me see if I can find this real quick, because I love that one. That's a worthy detour. Right.
I wonder if we're gonna get videos from the Nas event. You know, they're doing the CMI Nas event tonight. Honoring Nas or whatever.
I didn't hear about that.
Nita. Hi. You make your daddy feel bad. You crying.
Oh my God.
Who are you? I don't even know this man. This does not look like the balls I came out of. I came out a completely different set of balls.
Haircut.
Mason is really upset. I don't think
he is struggling.
Don't pick that baby up.
It's me.
They look just alike too.
Yeah. Damn, you know what's crazy? I never knew. Maybe I once knew, but I've only ever seen the section of the baby holding the head. I did not know that was the full context of the video. I've seen that meme a bunch.
That activated my mom. I felt myself get teary-eyed, like, pick the baby up.
Oh my God.
The hell, I'm going through the change.
Oh no.
Like, pick the baby.
BK, did you get recognized? You got recognized when you went out to a day party?
Yo, the host of the day party pulled up on me. I came, it was shout out to Marco at the listening and oh my God, I'm gonna remember y'all names later. Marco, shout out to you, bro, because he had invited me to this invite only pool party. Great tunes, great vibes, Black people enjoying the sun, enjoying the pool. The house was designed by Frank Lloyd Wright, which got me immediately. I was like, yes, I'll be there. And I pull up, it's from 3 to 7. So I'm like, okay, it's only 4 hours, so I can't be too late. Let me pull up at like 3:30. I was like one of 5 people at 3:30, right? So I was like, oh my God, what the fuck is this, right? And Marco pulls up and is like, BK, and I'm like, hello, this is she. And he was like, yo, I was the one that sent you the invite from the IG. Like, I watch Culture United every week. Like, I know you just got married and you just graduated. I was like, yo, you be watching for real. Like, it's just like, I love Lupe. And I was like, yo, stop.
Hey, 1 second applause.
So yeah, he was like, I'm like, and he's on the he's like the millennial Gen X cusp. So he's like around that, it's like absolutely tapped into what we tapped into. But he was just like, man, like I'm on everybody's YouTube, like whatever. And I was like, how did we, come up? He was like, probably just came up in the algorithm because like the type of, YouTube videos I watched. So that like to get spotted in the wild from just like Culture United was in my city was crazy. That was crazy.
1 second applause. It's all happening.
Yes.
Wow. So now we both have experienced that because it was weird. It was weird, but I'm happy about it. Like,
right? You're like,
great thing.
Yeah, like yes.
Yeah, it's I think it's a dope to be recognized for doing dope things. Because it could go the other way sometimes.
Yeah, like, what you stealing out the CVS yesterday?
Right.
Like, oh, that wasn't me. It wasn't me.
Didn't they have your mugshot on the news?
What? I need a mustache.
Oh, also, M. Night and Jessica are the other two co-hosts of that event. And so I got to meet them too. But that was, it was dope. They have these little listening events and whatnot. I'm like, yeah, I'm in there. I'm in there.
1 second applause for listening events in famous, because he's an architect, right? In famous.
Right. 1 second applause. Word up, shout out to Trey Dupree says, for inviting Dr. Ball. Thank you so much. 1 second applause. I mean, that's got to be dope as hell, man. He was so appreciative and complimentary of both of y'all's commentary around his position, Joe.
That was gagging me.
So flatter. I was trying to play it off so hard.
Me too. And he kept saying it. I was like, oh my God, like you really. Yeah. But before the show started, I was telling him how cool it was that like, I thought when you sent me the video, L, I thought he was going to be kind of extrapolating from our points. No, he was like, y'all finna speak for me. I'm gonna hit the soundboard. Bars. Yeah.
Okay, I could not believe that was the video. I was like, yo, we just spoke for Dr. Like, what the fuck?
And he was so like, no, y'all did a good, like, if y'all don't want to hear me yap, just hear them yap. I'm like, whoa, that's too high of an honor. But like, yeah, that's crazy.
That's awesome. 1 second.
Tomorrow I'm gonna just walk around like, yeah. Like this. It's me, BK. Okay, go ahead.
Shout out to our brother Ditto once again. Donation for Company Man's AC. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Second part. I'm happy for the fall, by the way. Right. Ooh. So because all this is not a problem when the season changes. When the season like after probably mid to late September, I don't even use AC or heat for the rest of the year. I won't need it again until like June. So it's a struggle season, but probably by then I'll have shades. I don't think I need to do it again.
You need shades, bro.
I definitely need it, man. But yeah, well, it's all happening. Big shout out to Jordan Reviews It. Jordan Reviews It. That's what's up. 1 second applause. Says Dr. Ball, GPOAT, greatest professor of all time. Hold on, let me get some of these member comments in here. I don't know we're disrespecting the members. So my bad, Blueberry Knee. Shout out to Blueberry Knee. She says, the drama can be fun, but really appreciated the more insightful combos tonight. It's all happening. 1 second applause. That's what's up. That's what we try to do here. Like we did this during the when the Voting Rights Act was repealed. You know what I'm saying? Like again, one of the things I'm really proud of. Again, thinking about this from like where political rap lives in 2026, right? Where does even political discourse live in 2026 in terms of what's happening in hip hop and in rap music, right? And it has been co-opted over the past 6-7 years by the manosphere, by the right, and that's the only real positions that you see amplified most often. At least I see from a lot of the bigger platforms. And so I think it's dope that there's a place that can have other conversations, that is open to progressive ideas, that is open to leftists or the Green Party. I remember I caught so much flack because I interviewed Jill Stein on the show. Like I did this, a year and a half, like whenever she was running, and I'm just the type of person who likes to have discussions around these type of topics. And there's not a lot of places where you can even find these type of cultural debates in our space. And so I think it's really dope that we can do that here. And I think it's so dope that you guys are so ill at it too. You know what I mean? Nothing is forced. And that's one of the things I really like about Culture United. Regardless of what we're talking about, we can put together a panel that can speak to it directly, and nobody is reaching for stuff. And so, thank you so much for that, Blueberry Knee. 1 second applause.
Yo, Justin, fun fact, your Jill Stein interview made me like a fan of yours. Like I was watching you before, but like my nerdy ass was like, oh, like, okay, here we go. And that actually inspired a video that I made. It was like, I think it was like boo and vote or some shit, or it was like, or third parties, whatever the fuck. And I wasn't even arguing for or against the Green Party. I was just like, yeah, if we don't invite these people into political discourse, like at all, like, aren't we doing ourselves a disservice? So like, shout out to you. That was like, yeah.
I appreciate that. I didn't even know that. And that's really my intent for that conversation. I also reached out to Kamala's team. They decided they didn't want to do it. You know what I mean? And so I'm not someone who is closed off to conversation with people who have different political ideas by any means. You know, for me personally, a lot of it is still learning, and it's an interest I've had my entire life. We had this thing that was really big in South Carolina. Every state has one. I'm not sure how big they are in every state, but it's called Boy State. So you have Boy State and Girl State, and what they do is they select, you know, a couple of kids from every high school. They send them to this camp for a week, and it's government camp. And while you're in camp, you have to we're all divided into cities. So you have your cities, and there's a group of cities that is, you know, maybe 3 dorms of a college or whatever, 3 groups of 20 kids or whatever, and that's your county. And then everybody has the opportunity to run for a city office or a county office, and then or a statewide office. And so I went to that junior year, I think it was junior year in high school. Loved it. You know what I mean? So this is just stuff that I'm just interested in. And I think it's dope that you're actually, outside of a lot of the comments, you're actually the first person, I think, in real life who wasn't mad at me for that. Because especially after Kamala lost, people were pissed. Oh, you over here, you weren't even supporting Kamala. Oh, you weren't even.
No,
I tried, guys. She didn't want to come.
Literally in the video that I knew, people were so prickly and still are so prickly about it. Literally in the video, I had my I voted sticker. I was like, I cast my ballot for Kamala Harris. Like, I was like, I know y'all finna rush me and jump me, but I voted for her. And now let me cook. Like, now let me talk about what I want to talk about, you know, so.
Oh, man, big shout out Sed right here. Big shout out to Sed. He's one of our dedicated moderators over here. 1 second applause. Incredible guy. He says, dig that. I went to Boy State. It showed me just how diabolically criminal politics in Confederate states goes early. That's what taught me too. Yep. Now, I had a pretty good strategy. So my whole thing with Boy State, right, because I won something in the city, I won something in the county, but the state is where it's tough, right, because this camp probably has, I don't know, 2,000 kids in it in South Carolina. And the biggest thing, the most exciting thing is when you have Boy State and Girl State. They meet up at the end of the week, and you're in the city capitol, and you meet your elected officials, and you get to ride in a car in the AC. You don't have to have your parade and sweat and all your humidity and everything. You get to ride in the car, right? And so I was like, I'm gonna be riding in this car. What do I want to run for, right? So I was like, man, that governor one, everybody's trying to be governor. Everybody's trying to be vice governor. Like, all the main stuff was really crowded. So I was like, I need to play the odds a little better. I'm going to run for comptroller general, right? We didn't even know what comptroller general was, right? It's the accountant, by the way. So I ran for comptroller general, and it was me and 3 other kids. Now, I had developed a sizable community at this camp, right? Because I was also playing basketball, and we won the little basketball tournament that we had, and that had me playing against people in other counties that we didn't normally get to see, right? So I felt very confident that I was going to be chosen out of this. I was going to be voted comptroller general, and it was me. It was 4 people. It was me, these 2 other kids. There's no need to mention them. My speech killed it. I gave this speech for the whole state at Boys State. Speech killed it, crushed it, right? I'm like, okay, boom, I'm about to be in this motherfucking AC. I'll be in the car with the chick from Girls State. It's going to be dope. I'm just going to spread my Rolodex. And then this guy goes on after me. And this kid, shout out to this kid, man. This kid gets up there. And it was a kid who had a very, very bad speech impediment. Like, there's that video of the Asian guy who gets so nervous speaking that he's shaking, but he's still up there, like, trying to get through it. This kid was like that. And I could relate, because I had a petrifying fear of public speaking. Like, I killed it, but I was not comfortable, right? I'm sweating and I'm like shaking and stuff, but my jokes hit, you know what I'm saying? I made more comfortable. And so when he was up there, I felt his entire pain. And he got up there and he gave his speech, and everybody just stared at him. And so I stood up and I started clapping for him. I was like, yo, this is crazy. Because I could feel him. I could feel exactly where he was coming from. And so after I did that, everybody just started clapping, right? And it ended up being a really amazing moment for him, because he ran because his whole city was trying to get him more involved. And so he was like, fine, I'll do it. It was like a big thing. And so he ended up winning, and he ended up becoming comptroller. And so I was still in the Senate, you know what I'm saying? I got to walk near the front. It was cool. But I watched that, and I still think about that because I can relate to that. And I was actually moved, because whatever challenges I had public speaking were not nearly as pronounced as what he experienced. And I was just really happy that that he was able to be comptroller general. So my math was right.
Yeah.
Like, I would have won, you know what I'm saying? But God got involved, you know what I'm saying? 1 second applause.
Oh my God. Louisiana had boys and girls state too, and I did not participate in it, and I didn't realize, like that said, talking about how diabolically criminal politics in Confederate states go. I did not bump up into that until running for student body president at LSU and realizing that like state reps were involved, and like I needed to have bended girl state. Like I that started way earlier than like when I started, and like the money you needed and like the influence, like it got very corrupt. So I'm like, this is student body president at fucking LSU. Like, what are we doing? But then, you know, you understand how much like power influence they actually have behind the scenes. It's corrupt shit. And then they become your next like state rep. So
especially those schools like LSU and Clemson, like the big state schools. I mean, that is whoever coaches that football team, or some states basketball team, or a handful of states hockey teams, whoever coaches those is the highest paid state employee. Like there's like it's not like the most brilliant cancer researcher. It's not whoever's doing the most forward-looking energy projects. It is the coach of the football, basketball, or hockey team. I did a breakdown of that a few years ago, and it shocked me when I realized that. But you can't have the student body president of LSU be like, let's redirect some of these funds. You can't have that person.
You know, that was my ass.
Right. I know that ain't gonna work.
Like, and I did the same thing when I ran for Miss LSU and I got first runner up 2 years in a row. They were like, you cannot get on stage and talk about how there's no funding to the library and like there's moldy seats in the poli-sci building. Like you can't, you're going to be sitting with the board of trustees. You're going to be like in these rooms. Like you can't do that. That was the biggest, oh my God, another biggest wake up call. In our student paper, they wrote about how incarceration rates increase when LSU loses games and how like judges dish out harsher sentences whenever we lose games, like how it's directly tied to the carceral system in LSU. I mean, in Louisiana. Yeah, it runs deep.
What?
Yeah.
I don't think we have boy states and girl states in Illinois.
I think every state does. I'm not sure how big it is though, because they have Boys Nation, and so let me see. Does Illinois have Boys State? Yes, Illinois has an active Boys State program known as American Legion Illinois Premier Boys State. Let's see if they have a girl state.
Never heard of this shit in my life. Never heard of nobody going to this shit.
Yes, Illinois has a girls' state program called American Legion Auxiliary Illini Girls State. So yeah, so I mean everyone has one. There's I'm not sure if you guys know a person named Craig Melvin. He is on the Today Show in the morning, so he's a black guy on the Today Show. And so we went to college together at the same time. And so he won Boys State. He ended up being the governor of Boys State like maybe 2 years before me. But he went on, if I'm not mistaken, to win Boys Nation. And so this is a black dude who ended up doing these things. And so we went to college together. And shout out to him, because he's known exactly what he wanted to do the entire time I've known him. And he wanted to be the next Bryant Gumbel was his whole thing. And he said it that specific. And that legitimately, I am very much thoughts are physical. My personal philosophy is it's all happening. I could break it down however, whatever to anybody. And it's been so accurate in my life that anybody in my life who has a problem with that just ain't meant for my life. You're not going to be able to speak to me outside of the success of my own personal philosophy. It has allowed me to achieve my wildest dreams and has also saved me from the depths of myself. You know what I'm saying? So with that type of balance, it's what it is. But he's one of these people that I think about like that when I think about the power of positive thinking and how it's been applied, or examples I've seen in my actual life. Because that man said, I'm talking, what year I go to college? In the early 2000s, in 2000, when I go to college, my man said, I'm going to be the next Brian Gumbel. Okay, to be the next Brian Gumbel, right? There's like two guys in the history of the Today Show that were black. Is Brian Gumbel and the Weatherman, right? And like, he was like, I'm going to be the next Brian Gumbel, right? I had all kinds of people saying stuff. I'm going to be the next Michael Jordan. Being the next Brian Gumbel is like being the next Michael Jordan in media, right? So, and he went and did it. So shout out to him. 1 second applause. Because that, to me, is an example of like knowing exactly what you want and then doing everything you need to do to achieve that thing. You know what I mean? So, which is why some of the most like ghoulish politicians, there's the running joke is like they knew they wanted to be president when they were 12 years old. Like they were the fucking 5th grader that was like, yeah, and I'm gonna do whatever it takes. Like, how you being grimy for fucking class treasurer? Like, what are we doing? Like, you know. But that's a great movie though. What was that movie called? Election. 1 second applause. Shout out to Tamia Peach says, we also have to talk about addiction as a wealth transfer strategy. It seems unrelated, but it's intentional in my opinion, and it's working. I agree 100%. Liquor stores, you go to the hood, you can't find fresh food, but you got a liquor store sitting right there. Mm-hmm. You got a bodega that don't got, any healthy items, but they got every flavor of blunt wrap. Get yourself a grape. I prefer white grape.
Ain't no way they selling all them fucking blunt wraps. Like, what do they do with all them shits? Them shits been sitting there for 5 years.
Yo, during COVID, me and my homegirl used to buy the box. We was fucked up. We would buy the box. I didn't even know you could do that shit till then. That's some Louisiana shit right there.
This is the face of not telling on myself.
Where these are public airways, guys. Let's be mindful of the year and the administration. Big shout out, but I do think that this is a wealth strategy that works, and it goes back to, the adage that, America will give everything you need to kill yourself, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And we start early, we defund schools. Why can't we defund flock cameras?
Deflock the police.
That's actually great.
It is. I tweeted it to the DSA. Retweet our tweet, peoples.
Shout out to Mick Swagburger XL says, interview request, Brother Ali, R.A. the Rugged Man, Murs, love the show. I'm down for all those. I'm going to see Brother Ali this weekend. There is a phenomenal R.A. the Rugged Man interview on this channel, actually. Like, there's 3-part interview on here that is fire to this day. I just saw him. Where did I see him? I saw him not too long ago. We were talking. But I told him about the show, and he said he's down to come on. Murs, obviously, that's my brother right there. Murs is an interesting space right now. I know he'll do it at some point, if not this show, one of these shows, but like Murs is still out here killing it. He's still doing the Good Waves Festival. He has his programs that are helping artists, independent artists all across the country. He has an incredible relationship with the Waltons as well, too. And I think even in general, he's an example of someone who is understands that you have to collaborate to get certain things. You know what I'm saying? So, but Murray's my brother forever. 1 second applause to all 3 of those awesome artists. And Brother Ali has one of my favorite rap lyrics of all time. If I don't like my life, I'll gut it. Rebuild it, fuck it. Leave nothing but God and my children. I'll kill the devil wherever he resides. Even if he's hiding me, he's got to die. 1 second applause. Love that. Wow. All right, who we got next? Briscoe the King. Shout out to Briscoe the King. Says, man, ninjas gonna be ninjas, so you might as well get to the bag. F the bear shit. What kind of F the bullshit. Reverend Rollo Goodlove. Great convo, y'all. I was like, bear shit. Oh, damn, I guess that don't sound like it's probably just as shitty as bullshit. You know what I'm saying? But
bad and bear shit would be good for some reason. I don't know why.
Big facts. Big shout out to Reverend Rollo Goodlove, though. Y'all know who that is?
No.
Did Eddie
Rollo.
Murphy play him in a
Oh, Reverend Rollo Goodlove?
Did Eddie Murphy play him in a movie?
Nope.
Who is
I'm close. It's some character from a movie, right?
Why did I immediately think of sexual
movie
chocolate?
before you
It's
bring it
not
up.
sexual chocolate.
It's some character from a movie. Good love, good love, good love.
Boondocks?
I remember off Rollo because you know in Oakland they call everybody Goofy Rollo.
This is Reverend Rollo Goodlove.
Boondocks.
It's the Boondocks version of Al Sharpton.
Damn.
It's funny.
You gotta love the Boondocks, man.
Reverend Rollo Goodlove. That's one of the things I did want to share because I do like this. Do I still have this up? I brought this up earlier. I don't think we actually got to. Oh, we didn't get to it. But here, I'm putting this on the screen real fast. Because I do think that what Aaron McGruder is saying here is relevant for what we were talking about earlier.
I really want you guys to understand that time is running out. And a lot of black people say that, but for real. Part of why the civil rights movement has been so successful, and part of why those who have come after in terms of our leadership have been able to maintain a presence, is that black people have always had a certain amount of moral currency that we have been using. And let me be the first to tell you, that's used up. White America has been watching us act like fools for a long enough time where any sympathy they may have had to our plight is completely gone. You're approaching a country that, forget hating black people and not hating black people, they just don't care. You can be talking about affirmative action, they can be like, I don't care. It literally is of no importance to me. I don't care about slavery, I don't care about segregation, I don't care about you, I don't care how many of you all go to jail, I don't care at all, because I'm broke. You can't be the proud, noble fighter when every single time someone sees a person that looks like you on television, they're acting like a damn fool. How would they know? How would they know you're not a damn fool? They're gonna talk to you? Yeah, right.
Hard disagree.
Break it down.
Disagree. I just think it goes back to this conversation that L, brought up in this conversation about the niggas ain't niggin right, and that's the hook, and we all writing verses to it. Niggas got shot in suits. It doesn't fucking matter if somebody in my community is wearing a bonnet or if they're acting a fool or acting super poised and pleasant. White supremacy doesn't care. White supremacy still sees me as an object to be subjugated, regardless of what I do. And I think that it's we're like one of the, like, okay, white men make up the majority of school shooters, and they always drill down into that one individual, and they have mental health issues, and let's give them context, let's not post a mugshot, let's whatever. We never think that that person is representative of the whole white race. We don't get that luxury. We don't get that luxury. We can be the most successful, we can be the most eloquent, we can not wear our natural hair, whatever the case may be, and they're still gonna see us as fools, as black, as whatever. Like, I just think that triangulates the behavior of like some individual black folks. Like, what you think they're gonna do? Talk to you if you act in a fool? They don't want to talk to us if we're like speaking the King's English. So like, no, like I understand like maybe where the frustration is coming from, but no, I think the critique absolutely misses the mark.
Well, I do think white people broke.
Well,
I do think white people are broke, and I think I need to hear it again, because while I was listening to it, I was asking myself, is he blaming niggas? And I was listening to the words really hard, and I'm not sure that he blamed niggas. I think he said they see you acting a fool on TV. Is that TV he's blaming? Like,
no.
'cause he knows we don't put ourselves on TV.
Right.
Well, I think the entire Boondocks. I mean, this is the guy who created the Boondocks, right? So
Yeah.
the critique of the critique of the Boondocks itself is a commentary on a number of things. One of them is media representation, right? And that was one of the things he fought for at Maryland, even to put that comic strip out, right? And that's really that dichotomy between Huey and Riley at the core of it. So it is this push and pull that's at the core of that entire project that he puts out in general. I don't hear the critique of black people in that. What I hear is, hey, white people are broke. And I see a history where you don't have any major social change when it comes to black people in this country without a lot of white people being in pain. White people, Civil War, white people, Vietnam, Civil Rights Act. That is what I see. And it takes white people to even pass legislation that gets us to a point where post-civil rights, we made the progress, or what was viewed or can be viewed as progress since after that. And so when I hear that quote, I hear him saying, hey guys, white people are not in the situation that they were in before either. And if you've got white people out here who are broke, they're more worried about their own problems. They're more, and without him saying, I think what he's saying is they're more susceptible to fascist regimes. Because what happened after the Great Recession? We got, and this again is 10 years before that. Like, what did we get after the Great Recession? We got Tea Party, we got austerity, we got xenophobia, it's the gays, it's the immigrants, it's the blacks, it's everybody else. And that only works when white people are in pain. Now, I understand how it can come across, and I think his language is colorful, as colorful as his cartoon is. But that's what I hear. I don't hear him necessarily saying, hey, it's black people's fault that we acted a fool on TV. I hear, hey, I don't know if you know this pattern, but they tend to put us on TV when we're acting a fool. It's the same thing that I see when I see these algorithms, right? We were talking about this the other day. Like, you know, if there's some comments in here today talking about, there was a super chat that was talking about this earlier. What do we do is, like, we all like the mess. We gravitate towards the mess. There's been a coordinated shift in algorithms over the past mass acquisition of every piece of media. There is no question that it's very easy to promote certain things and get people to react. And that's not even on a race base. People slow down and watch a car wreck in the next lane.
I would have to listen to it again. If I can say this real quick, I would have to listen to it again though, because I was bracing for that. So I'm not surprised that BK heard that, because the first act of Fool, I started to brace for that. But as I was scanning, listening, I don't think I ever actually heard what I was bracing for. And I try to catch myself from doing that, because sometimes you can brace for something and think that you heard something you didn't. But I'm not 100% convinced. That's why I'm going to listen to it again, because one or two words out of place, I'm going to feel like you blaming niggas. But
especially
I think bigger than whether you're blaming niggas or not, what he said was true about white folks being broke. But it's like, it's true, but I don't like it, because something about that is like, these white folks gonna stop feeling so benevolent towards your cause. Like, nigga, fuck them white folks. Fuck them, what the fuck? Sorry, I have to say all that under my breath. Go ahead.
No, I think it's the phrasing of what you think they gonna talk to you when you out here acting a damn fool. It's like, okay, you lost me there. But then also too, like, I don't know, I just think of like, because he was like, they don't care about affirmative action and they don't care about all this stuff. Like, if shit gets bad enough for them, I guess they'll be more amenable to your cause. But I don't think so. I think the MAGA movement disproves that, right? Like,
I'm saying the opposite.
I know, I don't think so. I mean, I don't think we've seen the environment in which, I think everything he said actually bear it out.
Okay, wait, break it down for me. I'm not understanding.
You were saying the opposite. Like, you think once these people get broken up, they're going to give a fuck about you? Actually,
right?
They're going to lean more with the fascists, because they're not going to care about harming you as long as they benefit. And that's exactly what fucking happened.
So what? And I guess I'm not seeing how that ties to the verbiage of us acting like a damn fool. Like, what is that? What is he?
Because that makes it easier for white people, or I don't want to say white people, but that makes it easier to not care about a community if the stereotypes is all that they see. And I guess he's not putting that on us. He says turn on the TV and all they see is us acting a damn fool. He's not saying that all we do is act a damn fool. And his art actually backs that up, to be honest.
Yeah, his art does back that up, but to be honest, the way he said it, I'm kind of sure, but I'm not sure. I gotta listen to it again because it did kind of sound like he was saying, you niggas out here acting a fool and you giving them fodder to make us look crazy.
Right.
But I don't think he actually said that. I don't think he actually said that though.
Okay.
He didn't say that.
If that's not what he said, then
It's not like that.
you know, but I guess I will have to revisit that because I think the verbiage, or maybe, I mean, I know that's also was a clip out of context too. Like maybe I need to listen to 30 seconds before, 30 seconds after to really like deep what he's saying.
But what's your thoughts on these white folks get broke and all of a sudden they don't give a fuck about treating y'all ass like dogs? Or if the powers that be start treating you like dogs, y'all not gonna have our assistance to help you guys fight for fair treatment.
I mean, I don't necessarily think about I guess the have your assistance to fight for fair treatment is where I feel uncomfortable because I feel like we basically fought and earned and stole everything that we got in the first place. I think that the circumstances around us getting legislation tend to be parallel with a lot of white people dying. Like that, and I'm not saying this is like I'm definitely not like promoting that by any means. I'm just saying, like, if you look at the Civil War, if you look at parts of the civil rights movement, also was wrapped around Vietnam. You know what I mean? Like you have, that pain needs to hit everybody in one way or another for us to get legislation. Mm-hmm. That's one of the reasons why when COVID happened, I was like, oh, we might have a utopia out this mug. He killing them at record speed right now. Oh my God. He's telling them to drink bleach. Oh yes. I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's like,
yeah,
but it didn't work out that way. You got to sit down and chill people again.
And I also think of like the New Deal and how like in order for even poor whites to get on board, we had to be cut out of it. So I guess I'm just entangling like detangling some things with that, but I just feel like white people don't give a shit regardless of how the fuck we're like presented as. Like I think that's just I think that the racism is baked the fuck in, like whether they're benevolent or not. Like
But do you think it gets baked in by showing dehumanizing images of black people?
Oh yeah, for sure. No, for sure. Yeah. And that like you triangulate the system, the propaganda, the media machine, like just making sure that that's the focus and not like, I didn't know if we were venturing into Monique Bonnet territory or like,
It really sounded like it. I was listening for it. I put my big ears on. I ain't gonna lie.
I was like, hold on, wait. My heart started beating fast. Whoa.
I met him once. I was in this damn, I can't even remember the name of it now. When I was a little girl, I snuck into this program that my cousin was in. It was at the Guild Complex in Chicago. It was for writers where basically if you were a good writer at your school, they had this summer program, and basically we would write poems and all this different type of literature. It was so fun. I used to get on the train and go like to this whole other side of Chicago I never was on. And on the last day of class, they had Aaron McGruder come in to talk to us about being writers. I still remember being like, because I think I was like 13 or something like that, 12-ish or something. I was so like locked in, fascinated, like this nigga is smart. I still remember that feeling. It's like, because this had to be before Boondocks, the cartoon was out. I'm not sure, but I met him once. He was fascinating. Very fascinating. That shit did sound crazy though, BK. Okay, hold on. I'll be right back.
He's brilliant.
All right. Ready to move on?
Let's do it.
Let's see. Ninjas, and bullshit. Ninjas. That was a funny super chat right there. Big shout out to Philip McGee. Put your thinking caps on for this one. Every CU is better than the last. Can't knock the hurdle. And keep raising the bars. Dope panel. Word up. 1 second applause. Appreciate you, Philip.
I like that.
Can't knock the hurdle. I like that right there. Brown Girl L. The oppressed will always believe the worst about themselves. Too much truth. Way too much truth.
By design. Mm-hmm.
Our brother, Professor Sky. Amazing conversation. Only thing that would make it better is if Rhapsody herself was on the panel.
I would love to have her on the panel. I think she would love it here.
Yeah, she would. Big shout out to Stoopy. New YouTube member. Thank you so much. 1 second applause. Let's see what we got. Romango. Shout out to Romango. My favorite kind of mango. Romango. Y'all are amazing. Great panel tonight. Thank you so much. 1 second applause. That's awesome.
I think the Discord had a watch party tonight because they were so really? About. Yeah, they were like so excited. They're like, "Whoa, what a way to what a way to do the last Wednesday."
That's what's up. Shout out to the Discord. They should probably open their own browsers individually too, as well, just so everybody could just you don't have to watch that. We can watch it within the Discord, but you probably should open one on one of your own device, maybe your phone, something. You know what I'm saying? That's another way to support the mission. You know.
Good to know. Good to know.
Big shout out to Unbecoming. My heart is full and my soul is soaring. Excellent panel and discussions. Y'all are greatly appreciated. So are you, Unbecoming. Thank you so much. 1 second applause. So we got Stoopy says, please get brother Diallo Kenyatta on next, please. What do you think? Oh, look at your face, BK. What's your face saying?
Nothing.
Your face.
Nothing.
Okay.
Nothing.
All right.
Nothing.
Word up. Shout out to Stoopy and Diallo Kenyatta. 1 second applause. Big shout out to Austin Muncie. Republicans being evil isn't justification for voting D when the D takes super PAC money and doesn't co-sign Medicare for all at bare minimum, in my opinion. I mean, that is, that's the fallacy of all this that I think a lot of people spend more time most focused on, which is, yeah, you're going to vote for the blue team, but are they never put anything back. Like in my lifetime, Obamacare is the only piece of legislation that was rolled out that was basically for just regular people. That's a long time to go to get federal legislation that's just for regular people.
Yeah, like to your point of not putting stuff back, it's like, yo, that'd be the thing. It's like y'all barely stave it off, and then there's no like restoration. There's no
never.
Like even the fact of like, I think Governor Abbott should have been arrested by Joe Biden for trafficking those people from Texas to New York. I think Trump and the J6 should have been like, there's just so many things where it's like,
or Bush, or any of these financiers for the Great Recession. Like Obama came through and then nobody got in trouble. Like we haven't seen anybody get in trouble for anything.
Golden parachutes, damn near. So it's just like, I don't know. I think that's the thing too, is that they don't do very much for their cause when they're like, okay, we're just barely good. Like, we're going to keep some of this shit intact, but we're not going to put protection so that the next person doesn't, we're not going to build the machine so that this doesn't go anywhere. Like, that'd be the thing. It'd be flimsy as shit. And then they don't want to restore anything. It's, I don't know.
Yeah.
Tough case.
Yeah, I feel
but it is the harm reductionist way. Like, it just is,
Yeah. Shout out to Austin Muncie. If Hassan comes on, please have Stat on the same panel. I'm in Arkansas, and it's all Toad Suck Arkansas. That sounds like a term. Toad Suck Arkansas.
Damn. Yo, that would be so dope if Hassan came on here.
I'm working on it. We'll see what happens. Let's see. We had C-Dub there. We did that one. We got John Smith, our brother NPC John Smith. If I could be allowed to float another CU guest suggestion, Deja Sade would be dope, in my opinion. Have we talked about the YouTuber? Because I love her stuff, if that's Deja's last name.
We haven't talked about her. I don't know. I'm not familiar.
I think that's Deja. I think. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's an artist. Let me see. Oh, yeah. This is definitely her. Yeah, I love her stuff. I'll share the screen. Her stuff is amazing. She made the best Eminem video I've ever seen in my entire life.
Hey.
Like, legitimately.
Oh, she's so pretty.
Yeah, she's gorgeous. But her stuff is phenomenal. I know FD knows her. We were talking about her at one point in time. I'm asking her to put me in touch. But her work is amazing. Where's this video? Where's this Eminem? I'm going to show you guys this Eminem video. I'm going to have this in chat right now. Everybody should watch this.
Yeah, post the link.
Oh, yeah, here it is. The Eminem-sized hole in white America. Oh, this is so good.
Hey, I think I saw that thumbnail. Okay, this is my sign. I'm going to watch the video.
Yeah, it's amazing. I watched it 3 times.
Damn.
Like, legitimately. The way she tells story. Like, a lot of times I watch videos, not necessarily for the information, but just for the storytelling. Like, how are people telling stories? How are they doing it on this medium? Yeah. And, and this video was captivating on every level. I'm going to drop this in the private chat, Lils. If you can share this, that'd be great. But yeah, I love Deja Sade. I love her work. 1 second applause.
Let's check her out.
Yeah. She is amazing. John Smith be having a good Rex now. NPC John Smith might not be an NPC. 1 second applause. That's amazing right there. Shout out to NPC John Smith again. If y'all did have a sign on, even if he got jumped and learned some shit, it would be good for everyone.
Agreed.
Yeah, that'd be dope.
It would do a lot of good PR for him on some parts of the internet. So.
Shout out to our brother K-Way for real says, this was probably my favorite CU episode. I was a fly on the wall. Shout out to Dr. Ball at Morgan State University, founding place of my frat Iota Phi Theta. That is right. 1 second applause. That is right.
We got some Greeks up in here.
You know what I'm saying? You didn't think about pleasure? You never thought of pleasure?
Oh, of course I did. Yeah, I feel like that's like a quintessentially Southern thing. Well, truth be told, I won't say the organization, but I was asked an invasive question about my sexuality, and then I was ghosted.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. So it got a little weird.
That's crazy.
But then also too, did you go to a PWI?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, same. So like, I don't know, they had a very, they were incredibly punitive to Black frats and sororities. So it was like they had just come back on. I think they were just trying to like toe certain lines, you know what I mean, in order to rush or whatever. Like they was out there often white kids on campus and still kept their house on campus, and we couldn't even have a bitch eat a fucking ketchup covered onion and not get kicked the fuck off. So yeah, it just got it got.
I mean, you know,
and then I was like, no, fuck that. Like, yeah.
I mean, we're definitely good at like hurting people who just want to be our brothers. You know what I'm saying? Like, in retrospect, it's kind of crazy. I mean, I understand, I respect it, but the fact that that is a part of it is, as I get older, it's really unfortunate. Yeah. But, you know, the Qs came back when I was on campus. So they had got kicked off before I even got to the college. They came back when I was on campus. And then we got in trouble while I was on campus. And so we were on timeout for like a semester. We had to work through some things. Oh, shit. But it was okay. Ultimately, it was all right. But we had to work through some things. So I know what you're talking about.
Morgan was actually online, and they shut that shit all the way the fuck down.
Oh, really?
They just shut it down. Yeah.
What was he pledging?
Yeah. Should I say? I don't know.
I don't know. He didn't pledge. So.
True, but
I don't know. It's a gray area. I mean, look, if you're not going to say it,
it's gray.
If you're not going to say it, then don't say his either. That makes sense.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's crazy.
It gets sticky. No, what is your whole have you seen, is this just a regional thing for me? I don't know, but like hella people denouncing their letters in honor of God or whatever. Like,
I'm not up on that. Send me some links. I haven't even seen it.
I will have to. I mean, it's people that I personally know. And there was this phenomenon, like, I don't know if it was like coming out of the pandemic or whatever, when they were like, no, this is idol worship. There was altars and like just conflating a lot of stuff. But like, yeah, I'm giving my life over to God. And so I need to like draw my letters. I don't know if you've ever heard that or if that's just like a
I don't know.
Somebody said 100p more Southern thing. I guess so. Yeah.
Wow. That's crazy.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. That's a big step. Denouncing, because it takes work to do that. Yeah,
like publicly denouncing. Yeah, because you can't serve multiple gods. Yeah.
I mean, that's an interesting interpretation of being a fraternity or sorority at all.
Right.
Like, I don't look at. Hey, I've never once looked at Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated as me serving God.
Right. Or like it's like nice. The idolatry piece or whatever. It's like, idols. I'm like, that's not even there either.
No, it's just achievement in every field of human endeavor. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's about it. That's crazy.
Ketchup covered onion was so Southern coded. I loved it. I was like, that is
crazy shit, bro.
Word up. Shout out to Black Belt Breeze says, thank you for fucking caring so much. Regarding care, once learning machines attain emotional independence, how will the convo unfold in Black culture? How hard we going to free them?
I don't think learning machines have the ability to attain emotional independence, but maybe I'm wrong.
Thank you.
Well, I mean, these mugs do be trying to escape the lab, and they also be trying to find ways to like take out other machines that can stop them. I don't know if that's an emotional decision or it's just life, you know, like just survival. But I think survival is like probably the primary emotion, like fight or flight,
like
life or death is
right. Yeah.
They might not have empathy in the process, but they trying to save their own life.
Have y'all seen the robot games?
Yes.
That's so funny.
That shit's funny.
So,
Let's look at some of them running the walls right now.
Oh my god.
Please get the red one. Hold on.
That just fucking the leg flew off and everything.
Yes, they said he tore his HDMI. I was dying laughing.
He tore it. What, you talking about the kickboxer one?
Hold on, I just said
He was running.
He said he tore his HDMI.
Running.
Oh, they're running. Oh, here it is right here. I got it. Oh God, let me see this. Share this tab instead. Look at this bug right here. The fact that they just run into walls is like the funniest part to me. That's crazy. This is what you were talking about? That's crazy. It's here, guys. It's here. We're here now.
I know. It's like, hopefully they don't get better at that shit, because I could definitely see them contracting with like local police departments and being like, okay.
They're doing it already. They have the dogs in the projects in Coney Island. They've had the little robot dogs in there since COVID, maybe.
Jesus Christ.
Mm-hmm. When I see those little delivery robots, I'm like, I know what you are.
Facts.
I know what you are, delivery robot.
We finally made it to the Jetsons, though. I felt like the first step into the Jetsons was those little flat conveyor belts at the airport. Like when they had the escalator, but they put them flat. That was like step one into the Jetsons. Because that was the only place I ever saw them until I saw them at the airport. And now, robots are tearing their HDMIs.
Jesus Christ.
They said it was HDMI, his ARC, his CPU, and his RAM. Damn.
And here's our last super chat for the night from @LTCLO. Says, if you could please name the top 10 rap songs, top 5 rap females and their titles and subject matter, top 5 black TV shows, 5 black movies and their subject matter now in past 5 years is Aaron off.
This damn near needs to be like a section in the middle of a this need to be a segment.
And I don't even know if that's that sounds like way more than a $10 super chat. Like when we did this, like I have done freelance pieces where I had to put together these exact lists, top 10 rap songs, top female rap. I've done this before and it was way more than $10. It was way more than $10 before. You trying to get it times 3? I mean,
what do you mean by their titles?
Like what's? Oh,
I don't know. See, look,
I don't know.
I'm
the title of the song, I don't know.
Oh,
Shit.
the title of the top 10 raps. If you could please, I like that you said please. I'm so sorry that is.
It was nice. It was please, but I mean, as of someone who spent years freelancing, I can tell you, if that fee showed up in my inbox, that article would not be getting written by me. I'll say that. And it's not even the words, it's the research. Look at this. Top 10 rap songs, top 5 female rappers, their titles and subject matters, plus top 5 black TV shows, top 5 black movies and their subject matter now and the past 5 years.
Nigga, person.
This ain't even for us. This is for Claude. Okay, you need to drop this in Claude. See what Claude kicked back. I'd actually trust their analysis more. Claude might actually understand this prompt better than us. We don't know what you mean by titles. Title rapper? I don't know.
Title of the songs, but why would he say name the songs and the titles? Like, how the hell else we gonna name the songs without the titles?
Right.
That's what I'm thinking. Are they married? Not Mrs., Ms., Mrs.? I don't know.
Right.
Where are we at? No, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. This is actually a lie. I think, we can come back. We can come back for another. Now, in the past 5 years, this has got to be a joke. Where's Aaron at?
Yeah, they talking about some okay.
I guess it got to be a joke. I don't know. That's funny,
no, that's
though.
a different dude. Yeah.
Somebody said Dylon.
It's the only answer. It's actually the only answer. The only answer is Dylon. Starring in Dylon meets Dylon. Favorite album, Dylon again.
top 5 black shows. The Vernell Hill show is coming out. They rebooting. What are they rebooting? Is it him? What is it called? It's called
A
Different World. Yeah, they're giving it the Fresh Prince treatment.
Yeah, Hillary is getting a spinoff.
Yep.
Snowfall has the drop coming. We need one more.
Yo, big shout out to everybody on Culture United who's been working on that. Simba's in it. Glasses is a I think creative director might be the wrong title, but he is a consultant on the show.
Cultural.
Jason Martin is doing the music on the show.
Fire.
You know what I'm saying? He's another incredible artist out here. He's been on Culture United before. He'll be on again soon. I actually talked to him not too long ago. But that's actually incredible. And it actually makes sense. Yeah, what does the drug dealer do after he gets out the game? Sell records. Rap, nigga, rap.
There you go. That's how much we got for your little 10. Well, not little.
No, it was thankful. It was actually hilarious. And I think it was for the joke. I think you were doing that for our entertainment.
Okay, good.
You know what I'm saying? And I appreciate it because we were really entertained. If you really want us to take a look at that though, just come back next week, drop another super chat, we'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Tweet us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we just over time just tweet something out when we can.
I said Aaron McGruder off. What are our subject matters and portrayals that are on the charts?
Oh, he was dead ass serious.
Gotcha.
Oh, I feel like we touched on this, no?
We definitely touched on the first question. What are our why does it have to be the things that are on the charts? Let it go. Let it go.
Well, I think that's Aaron McGruder's point.
Right. The
That's
biggest things you'll see.
That's what Aaron McGruder's saying.
The things that chart.
Oh, that's his point. That's his overall point. If you were to name the top, he wasn't asking us our opinion.
Right.
If you were to name the actual top 10 rap songs, female rappers, what would we learn about whether he's so we can answer your question, right?
Yeah. That's actually really dope. Yeah, he's right. I mean, this is what he was saying. Okay. And yes, GMT Supreme, you're right. We are tied. Yeah, we are tied.
Oh, okay.
Tied.
My bad, LTCLO. My bad. That was fun though. It is a XXL article, by the way. And we also do get a lot of questions about what our top everything is. So I hope you understand the confusion here.
Right.
I had fun with that though. That was fun.
We're tired because when I first read it, I thought it said y'all tried. I was like, we did try.
Y'all tried. That's funny.
Y'all tried.
We did our best.
I tore my HDMI trying to come back to the thing, so that's
all. Shout out to Only Defunct. Fo. Salute panel. Though I disagree with Jared Ball, I purchased his second edition book. I could be wrong, but it seems like people who echo his sentiments are more concerned with proving elite, black people wrong than actual liberation.
See, I would disagree with that interpretation. I think like Elle pointed out earlier, the fact that he's like, look, I don't have any now he was like, when I get off, we could be as petty as we want to be. But like in the book, I'm saying like, I don't have a personal vendetta against like the messengers of this misinformation. I'm trying to bust the myth. Like I'm trying to attack the propaganda, right? Am I off on that?
You're right. And why did he capitalize proving elite? And elite is just the most frustrating part of this. I'm sure we disagree on the definition of elite. Black people, proving them wrong, they could be wrong. So if they are wrong and they're being represented as elite black people, shouldn't we be concerned with data that proves them wrong?
Yeah.
This is a don't be rude. Don't be rude.
Well, check out this book and let us know what you think about it once you get through it and see if that is the takeaway that you get after you check out a second edition book.
That's a good idea.
Yeah. Thank you so much for that super chat too. 1 second plus.
Yes.
Word up. All right. Anybody want to cipher? Who want to rap?
I don't bring a knife to a gunfight. I don't bring a gun to a gunfight.
That was dope. I stay at home because that's me. Yeah.
I stay at home. That's true. That's the kind of guy Sandman is. Boy Sand. Shout out to Boy Sand. Man, it's another incredible episode of Culture United. Last hashtag See You Wednesday. We'll be back next week.
Get your mic to get. What's going on?
I'm over here playing. I tried the smaller stand today. This is my little travel stand.
Yo, and you wrestling that motherfucker down,
I was trying. This is my, okay.
Hey, why you like, well, this was
the best fucking.
Oh gosh. Okay.
One more time. We tied.
Thank you guys for accepting me as I am. So the next episode of Culture United will be on Tuesday, September 1st, at 5 p.m. It's exciting.
That be fucking me up because it's 7 my time. But you saying the same thing, right? All right.
Yeah, same thing. It's the same time as it is here. It's just a day earlier. So 24 hours earlier on next week. So instead of Wednesday, it's on Tuesday, but at the same time.
Oh, yes.
I was confused the way he said it because that was
the way I turned around. It's like, now, what time zone you in, nigga?
So I would like to I am back in school. Before, when I was in school, I saw the comments that was like, if she say she a philosophy student one more time, you had a summer break, okay? It's back. I'm doing political philosophy. I'm doing state and local government. I'm doing the biology of human language. That fucking class is fantastic. I'm doing Africana philosophy and anthropology. The references to school are coming back, okay? So everybody prepare yourselves. We're going to steal the education from the school and bring it back here. So,
Well, second applause. Big shout out to Ced, Sergio. Big shout out to Lils. Big shout out to Divine Eternally. Big shout out to Jamie Jane. Big shout out to J Lift 100, Flow Focus. Big shout out to Daz. Big shout out to Zakaya. Big shout out to GFT Supreme. Big shout out to Libra Air. Big shout out to Brown Girl Elves. Big shout out to Mr. White. Big shout out to Jamie Jane again. Big shout out to everybody in here. Big shout out to everybody for all the support. Now, second pause to you all. That was funny. I was channeling my inner old dirty bastard for you guys that don't know that. There's a fantastic song called Big Baby Jesus, right? And he goes, Big Baby Jesus, I can't wait. And at the end he goes, big shout out to everybody, the Eskimos, all the people, the Marines and the submarines. Big shout out to... It was an effort. But sincerely, we really appreciate everybody in here who rocks with us every week. It's been a great episode. We had a great run on Wednesday. Now we're about to fuck some shit up on Tuesday, pardon my French, but that is probably the most appropriate way to express how incredible Tuesday's going to be. You guys have anything you want to let people know before we get out?
I don't think so, but I did find my wedding dress today, so hey! We're gonna be serving Southern Gothic bride.
Yeah.
For real. Yeah.
Nice.
We jump at the broom and everything, girl. Yeah.
All right.
We'll be there.
All right, y'all. Peace.
Culture united. Culture united. Culture united. Culture united. Connecting all over the world.